Naruto woke up after sleeping for 7 hours now. It had been 3 days since he sparred with Toji since he was able to use 1 tail worth of chakra. Kurama stated that now going to 2 tails worth of chakra will be easier than going from 0 to 1. Of course, Kurama had warned him the real challenge would be when he would want to reach 4 tails worth of chakra. Kurama didn't elaborate why holding 4 tails was harder. Naruto decided to ignore it for now since it was irrelevant for now. His sensei warned him that just because he could use Kurama's chakra, he should not be dependent on it, use it only as a last resort. Naruto, while I'm happy that you can use Kyuubi's chakra, you should use it only if you have no other choice, Jiraiya stated thoughtfully. Naruto was about to open his mouth when the old Sannin raised his hand. I'm sure you know about the Sharingan Naruto, it is a handy tool, but the Uchiha clan highly depends on it. They would be far stronger if everything they do weren't connected to their Sharingan in one way or another. The same as for you, get stronger on your own. I know you are already doing that, but don't change your mind, Jiraiya stated, and they returned to their walk towards Taki. Naruto was already using Kurama's chakra only if needed. Right now, he was trying to complete the second exercise that Toji told him he should do. It was slowly driving him mad. The exercise was much more complicated than he had thought. But Naruto couldn't help but wonder what exactly was he doing. He knew this wasn't a chakra control exercise, so what jutsu was he trying to do? So, Naruto, tell me, how do you feel that you will soon return to the village? Jiraiya suddenly asked in front of him. He was walking 1 meter further from Naruto. He kept quiet, waiting for Naruto's response. The red hair frowned and lowered his head slightly. If he was honest, the only thing he was looking forward to was to meet his old friends, and that's about it. Naruto was sure that the village had not forgotten. For all they cared, they probably thought he was dead somewhere. And the moment he returned, it wouldn't take long for word to spread that the demon fox had returned ready to kill them all. Naruto snorted at the question and looked up again at his sensei. Not really looking forward to it. I don't think much has changed for 3 years, he replied honestly. Jiraiya didn't turn to him but just listened to his answer. Well, we still have 9 months left in our belt, and don't forget you will go to the academy, he reminded him. Naruto raised an eyebrow, and he was slightly looking forward to the academy, wondering what they taught them there and how strong the students were there. I hope the academy is something, Naruto replied, and they kept making their way towards Taki. After 6 days, they had been walking for how many days now? Naruto didn't know, but Jiraiya's sensei told him they were getting closer. He had made improvements in his jutsu. His already good chakra control helped him to make improvements in the jutsu. They soon stopped walking, and Jiraiya's sensei walked away in the nearby town for research. Naruto didn't know what that was but decided to ignore it since it was probably something important that didn't involve him. Naruto stood in the middle of the grass, a tree close to him. Wind on his face, his red hair dancing with the wind. Naruto slowly raised his hand and fully opened it, and tried to concentrate. He didn't know what jutsu was, but the chakra control needed to do it spoke a powerful one. Slowly his chakra gathered in the middle of his palm and gradually became a small blue sphere, and the chakra was moving violently everywhere around the sphere. Naruto gritted his teeth, slightly since it wasn't easy. He felt a pain in his hand. Looking at the jutsu, Naruto understood what jutsu his sensei was teaching him. Rasengan, Naruto whispered, shock written all over his face. A smile spread on his face, and he had learned a powerful jutsu from his father. He had intended to understand it, but he thought that he was ready for it. Naruto could feel the winds moving violently around, even making minor scratches in the skin of the tree nearby. He felt the pain growing in his right palm without thinking twice. He rushed at the tree and slammed his right hand on it. The Rasengan drilled the tree through, piercing it like a knife through butter. The sound of a tree falling was heard throughout the forest. Naruto was panting, and he slowly looked at his right hand to see it bleeding from various places. He even felt a sharp pain on his big finger. Gritting his teeth from the pain, he knew his finger was probably broken, but he didn't let himself scream. Naruto kept his mouth shut and screamed inside, but not leaving a single complaint leaving his mouth. I did it, To-chan, Naruto said with a low tone, smiling, looking upwards at what was left of the tree. Due to the damage, the upper part had fallen in the ground. Kurama was slowly healing his hand. Naruto slowly rested his head in the ground, his left hand behind his head to use as a pillow, his blue eyes smiling, looking up at the blue sky. Clouds were moving around. Now, he understood why Shikamaru found this relaxing. You did it. Naruto heard a voice and turned to look at his sensei smiling, who glanced at the tree. He smiled and walked close to his godson. Why didn't you tell me I was learning Rasengan? Naruto asked, looking at his right. Toji chuckled and rubbed his red hair. I wanted you to be surprised, and congratulations for breaking my record. It took 3 years for your father to create it, 16 months for me to master it, Jiraiya stated, smiling proudly and turning to look at Naruto. You needed only 2 weeks of training, he finished, his face smiling and brightened up from the sun. He slowly sat beside him, he glanced at his right palm and turned to look at Naruto. Then suddenly, his face turned to serious again. Naruto, I know you hold no love for the Leaf Village. I can't blame you. All I'm asking for you is, whatever happens, don't change, don't seek vengeance. This world has enough of it, he said quietly and turned to look at the sun slowly hiding behind the mountains. The shinobi world is full of vengeance, hate, love, and greed. In this world, as long as there's a concept of more and less, there will always be those who want more. And the want for more will awaken the worst nature in humans. Greed, the old Sannin stated, his eyes looking at the mountains, his face showed pain. Whatever happens, Naruto, wherever life guides, you should know, no matter what. You will always be my godson, Jiraiya stated. Naruto looked at his Toji with a smile, hot tears slowly rolling down his cheek and falling in the grass. He wiped his tears with his forearm and looked at his grandfather in all but name. Thank you for being here for me, grandfather, Naruto stated softly, his head resting against the old Sannin's back. His white hair rested against Naruto's red ones. Jiraiya closed his eyes, a sad smile spread on his face. Being with Naruto made him think of Tsunade, of their loss. Sometimes he dreamed of how could have been if only. Sighing, he took a deep breath and enjoyed the moment with Naruto. Hidden place. Somewhere in a dark underground cave, 2 figures stood together, where the only sound that could be heard was the slow dripping of water falling from stalactites. After a few minutes, 6 more shadowy figures appeared, one after the other. The only discernible feature that linked the 8 figures together was the red clouds on their black cloaks, indicating that they were members of the Akatsuki. The last time we all met like this was 3 years ago when Orochimaru joined the organization, said one of the figures. So, what's the occasion? We have a new member in the Akatsuki, Itachi Uchiha, the man spoke with a strong and deep tone. His purple eyes with 4 dark circles around him, with black orbs around his face, 3 on his nose and several in both of his ears, orange hair and the emblem of the village hidden in the rain with a long cut through the forehead protector, indicating that he was a missing nin. Everyone turned to look at the new member. Itachi moved slowly, his fully matured Sharingan showed to everyone. One of the shadow figures licked his lips with a very long tongue looking at Itachi. His yellow eyes are like that of a predator. He was looking for worthy prey. Itachi looked at the eyes of the leader, and his Sharingan focused on his eyes. Rinnegan, he whispered. He had heard of the eye but to see someone wielding the legendary Dojutsu. He stooped in front of the leader and kneeled. Beside him was a woman with blue hair, a flower made of paper in her hair. Her face was emotionless. Itachi stood up, but he knew there was a third one in the cave watching them. A man with a mask. He was hiding his pain from the world. Itachi Uchiha, our newest member of the Akatsuki. From now on, you will call me Leader Sama, he stated and handed him a ring. Itachi took it and put it in his ring finger. The objective of the Akatsuki is to reach true peace. Our objective is to collect all the tailed beasts, the leader stated to him with a firm tone. Itachi nodded in understanding and closed his eyes for a second. I hope you keep your promise. Hidden Sand Village. This happened today, the 4th Cage asked without looking up from the paperwork on his desk. Yes, but actually, it's been happening more frequently than I've been letting you know. The Cage finally looked up at Yoshimaru, who was standing in front of his desk with his arms behind his back. How frequently? Well, you know he's always had these little outbursts, but lately, they have become more severe. I think I started noticing an increase in his violent behavior after his 5th birthday. So this has been happening for over a year then? Yes, Cage. For the first time in his life, Yoshimaru noticed an uneasiness in the Cage. He leaned on his desk with his elbow and rested his head in his hand. With his free hand, He rapidly tapped his fingers on the desk as if trying to beat down some kind of internal panic. The case cage took a deep breath and looked up at Yoshimaru once more. But, he's always had these outbursts. What makes this one any different? Precisely what happened today. It was in the playground. He attacked 2 other children. The case cage stared past him and was silent. Yoshimaru felt that he should continue to explain. As I said before, we both know he's always behaved this way. I'm not saying that this time is any different. I'm just saying it was a more severe attack. In fact, I'm certain he would have killed them if I hadn't intervened. The case cage reverted his eyes back to Yoshimaru and stared at him for a few moments as if studying him. Then he raised his brow, noticing his bandages for the first time. Are those from him? Yoshimaru nodded. The case cage closed his eyes as if to escape the world. Another moment of silence followed. Then, I knew this day would come. I created this child, this monster, in the hope that he would be a successful weapon. Yes, the ultimate weapon. With him, our military would be unstoppable. These words made Yoshimaru sick. He cringed internally, remembering the case cage's dark secret that so few knew about. The secret that, unfortunately, Yoshimaru was cursed with knowing about. He knew about the case cage's overpowering hunger for power and military strength. He knew about the demon and the unwilling human sacrifice that was used to seal the demon inside the child. The child, the case cage's son. Gaara, the ultimate weapon, the case cage continued, but now it seems he has become more of a threat to the village than something to aid it in becoming powerful. The case cage opened his eyes and shook his head. I knew this day would come. He repeated, I've known for quite some time. There have been rumors for years. Yoshimaru felt another wave of nausea. He knew what rumors the case cage was talking about. The rumors have been spreading ever since the case cage's wife was killed in a mysterious accident, right after the birth of his 3rd child. The case cage's wife, Yoshimaru's sister, the unwilling human sacrifice. I can't let this go any farther. The case cage said, I can't let people keep talking about things that they don't understand. He shot a threatening glare at Yoshimaru as if accusing him of being involved in the rumors. But Yoshimaru was without fault. He had kept quiet about the ordeal for 6 years. Because honestly, he was afraid of his sick and twisted brother-in-law. This has to stop now. The case cage said, today, he must be destroyed. Destroyed? Yoshimaru asked as if contemplating the meaning of the word. I want my son Gaara to be killed. Tonight. You will be perfect for this job, Yoshimaru. Tonight. That is an order. Killed. Tonight. Yes. You are going to follow your case cage's orders, aren't you? Yes. Case cage, it's just. I don't know, he's so strong, the sand. I don't know if anyone can accomplish killing him. You fool, let me remind you that Gaara is the very reason your sister is no longer with us. Yoshimaru looked at the floor. Yes, he knew this was true. Gaara was the cause of his sister's death. Not the case cage. The case cage was working toward making the village more powerful. He was trying to improve things. He wasn't really doing anything wrong. It was Gaara that was at fault. He was the cause of all this pain. Yoshimaru had lied to himself for years. He told himself that the case cage was a psychopathic monster when the real monster had always been Gaara. He had convinced himself that he loved Gaara. That he was all that was left of his sister. But now, he found that he was being truthful with himself. He hated Gaara. He always had. Everything wrong in his life could be traced back to Gaara. Gaara was the reason his sister was dead. Gaara was the reason he was no longer allowed to spend time with his other nephew Kankuro or his niece Tamari. It was because of Gaara. Gaara was too dangerous, and Yoshimaru had to devote all of his time to making sure that Gaara didn't kill anyone, throwing himself in front of Gaara's victims. He looked down at the bandages on his arms and reached up and touched the one on his head. He had been ordered to take care of Gaara from birth, 6 years of torture. But now, the case cage's orders were different. Now Yoshimaru could finally be free of this demon that was his nephew. So, have you changed your mind? The case cage asked, realizing that he had successfully convinced Yoshimaru. Yes, I'll try my best, but his strength, I still don't know. Night. Yoshimaru walked through the endless dark alleys and streets of Suna. The sun had set, and the usually scorching desert air was cool. It was quiet, and hardly anyone was out on the road tonight. Silence. Yoshimaru paused for a few seconds and stood motionless on the street, trying to remember exactly what he was doing and why he was doing it. He thought of the case cage, then thought of the case cage's wife, then of their two children Tamari and Konkuro. As he thought of his family, a smile crossed his masked face. He pictured all of them standing in front of him with smiles on their faces as well. Everything had once been so excellent. They had all been so happy. His thoughts reverted back to his sister again, and he remembered the day that started it all. Yoshimaru. The cage has asked me to marry him. I'm so happy, Yoshimaru. She had yelled as she wrapped her arms around her brother. His mind began to fill with other happy memories. It's a girl, Yoshimaru, a daughter. Her name is Tamari. Isn't she beautiful? I'm a mommy. And you're an uncle, Yoshimaru. An uncle. I have to admit that I was hoping for a son, but something tells me that this little princess will be as tough as any son that I could have had. The cage had said. Yoshimaru then thought of how happy the cage was when he found out that their second child was a boy. Yoshimaru felt his smile fall into a frown as he thought of the third child. He pictured the red-headed demon that had ruined everything. Then his thoughts reverted back to his sister once more, and he confirmed with himself that what he was about to do was justified. Revenge. Gaara stood alone on a rooftop staring at the full moon, the wind flying over him when he heard a sound behind him before he had time to look who was behind. His sand moved behind his back, protecting him from 3 kunai. Gaara turned to look who attacked him, only to see a man wearing a dark hoodie. He saw the sand moving towards the man, and he wanted it to stop, not hurt anymore. He tried to yell, to scream, but all his words died on his throat when the man pulled out a short sword and jumped in the air to slash his head. Without thinking, without saying anything, his hands moved on their own, and the sand flew towards the man like ocean. He soon was covered everywhere in sand, stronger than steel. Gaara couldn't understand why no one loved him. Closing the fist, a cry was heard as Gaara felt rain on his face. Rain. His right hand slowly touched his cheek, but he saw blood instead. All around him, blood. Gaara looked at the man who attacked him, shaking. He grabbed his hood and removed it to see his uncle. His hands started shaking, and so did his voice. WH, he stuttered, unable to talk. I'm sorry, Gaara, but your father ordered me to kill you, he said, spitting out blood, his face pale, his blood all around his clothes. You cool, couldn't say n. No, Gaara said as more tears rolled down his cheek. I could, but I hated you, Gaara. You were the reason my sister. His voice stopped. Gaara screamed in grief, and everything went dark. Naruto, Takigakure. Few foreigners would ever lay eyes upon this, one of a small handful of truly hidden villages among the elemental continents. A pity, because it was a wonderful place, made up of traditional, Eastern-style buildings, most of which were carefully and caringly constructed as if by a master carpenter, built around the walls of a little, circular valley full of plant life, around a massive, crystal-clear lake, at the heart of which lied an island where their administration building lied, resting at the base of the gargantuan, sacred tree of Taki, whose canopy covered the entire village. Beams of sunlight shined through its branches, illuminating the concealed village. The roof of the valley was hidden under a powerful genjutsu which was constantly monitored. It was an S-class secret of the village, and any outsider that stumbled upon it was quickly dealt with. Even the commonly used entrance as well, if a little obviously hidden, an underwater cave system behind a massive waterfall. It was thanks to the lengths they went to keep their home hidden that the village had only once been successfully invaded, and that mark on their village's pride had occurred solely due to the actions of a traitor. Naruto suddenly came out from a lake. He turned when he heard others emerge from the water's surface behind him. Out of the clear, blue water came a kunoichi of the village, wearing Taki's standard shinobi attire, followed by Jiraiya of the Sannin, blindfolded, and by the look on his face, none too happy about having been dragged sightless through the hidden entrance of the village. Naruto held back a snicker as he used his chakra to rise out of and stand on the water, his sensei and their escort doing the same a moment later. Due to the crisis at the time, Shibuki had been forced to show him the entrance to the village, making blindfolding him a moot point. As he rose, Jiraiya took off the blindfold and turned his eyes to the tree. Taki was undoubtedly a nice place, though, in this Sannin's opinion, it was short on public bathhouses and hot springs, but, oh well. If you'll follow me, I'll escort you to see Lord Shibuki. The kunoichi said as she turned to the teacher and student duo. He's been expecting you, Master Jiraiya. I'm sure he'll be surprised to see who you've brought along. So, you never said. What is it you want to talk to Shibuki about anyway? Jiraiya shook his head. Sorry, kid, it's a secret, he said, smirking at his student's obvious annoyance. In short order, the trio had entered the administrative building and walked down its halls. The kunoichi opened the door for them and allowed them to enter. Shibuki sat behind a desk, filing away a completed form and reaching for the next one when he heard the door open. Thankful for a brief respite from the never-ending monotony of paperwork, he looked up and smiled amiably. Welcome, Master Jiraiya, it's been quite some time since you last visited us. So, what brings you here, Master Jiraiya? For business, he replied, and glanced down at Naruto, who rolled his eyes before leaving the office. Naruto walked across the bridge leading from the center island to the village proper, wondering what he would do with himself while his sensei was talking about whatever it was he was being so secretive about. It annoyed him to no end that the man kept this from him, but there was no point dwelling on it. Stepping off the bridge and walking the streets, the redhead looked around at the people that went about their daily business. As he looked around, Naruto noticed that he was receiving many looks. Because of how secretive and secluded the village was, outsiders stuck out like a sore thumb even though it was fairly large. He could see them staring at him and feel their gaze on his back, and every once in a while, whispers concerning him would reach his ears. It was something he was pretty used to. After all, he grew up receiving hateful glares and cruel whispers from the people of his own village as he grew up. Naruto kept walking when he heard a massive amount of chakra in a large forest close to the village. He didn't know where this chakra came from. Kurama inside could feel his sister close and was about to tell Naruto to go and check it out when Naruto had already started moving towards the forest. Kurama, do you feel this? Naruto asked him since he could feel this had a huge amount of chakra, almost like a biju. It seems you noticed it. It looks like my sister is close by, Kurama replied, smirking. Naruto smiled and moved even faster. Soon he reached the forest center and was surprised to see an enormous tree he had ever seen. But his gaze turned to two girls fighting close to the lake. But Naruto froze when he felt the chakra of the redhead. Shizen Uzumaki, Ashara Uzumaki. Swing after swing, Fu was blocking them with her short sword that Lord Shiboku had brought for her to train in Kenjutsu. Her sword had an orange pommel and a dark scabbard with green lines around. The number 7 was carved in her scabbard. In Japanese, Ashara was wearing a tight red shirt underneath a black shirt. Her kunai holster was tightened around her right leg. Her scabbard of the sword tightened behind her back. She wore bandages on her right forearm and left forearm. Her skin around her hand was slightly irritated and bleeding somewhat from minor cuts around her knuckles and palm. She had bandages around her knee, wearing dark shinobi sandals. Ashara dodged her attack and swung at her head but stopped before it hit her, her blade close to her neck. Fu smiled warmly and put her small sword back in its scabbard, which was tightened to her hips. You did good, Fu, Ashara complimented, slightly sweating from her forehead, while Fu didn't look that tired. She looked normal like always. Perhaps it was because of Chome, Asha didn't really know, but it didn't matter. It had been 6 hours since they started sparring. And eventually, Asha got tired, and she liked the most to train in Fuinjutsu and Kenjutsu. Ashara was about to return to the treehouse and rest and then train in her Fuinjutsu when Fu's orange eyes looked over her shoulder. Come out, I know you're there, Fu shouted, but much to Ashara's surprise, her friend didn't look tense, and her hands were resting on her hips and not going to her pommel. Ashara turned around in time to see a boy around her age slowly walk out from behind the tree, but what immediately caught her attention was his long red hair, and the chakra he was leaking was way too similar to hers. It reminded her of her father's hair in a way. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to spy. I just felt your chakra and wanted to check it out, the boy explained and pointed the finger at Fu. Ashara was about to ask what was his name and possibly last name, but Fu beat her to it. Is all right, number 9, we're friends here, Fu replied, smiling with a cute smile and her hands resting behind her head. Asha's eyes widened at the name Fu called her, and she understood this one here was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi but wondered why he was even here. It is not usually that villages leave their Jinchuriki to leave the village, and this boy was far away from Konoha. The boy smiled and walked closer, his hands looked relaxed, almost like he was talking to a friend, and he didn't have to think anything wrong would happen. Asha noticed it and decided to relax. So she told you, Furball inside me wants to say hi to you too number 7, the boy replied, smiling and walking closer. Oh, that's good coming from him. But can I know your name, friend? Fu asked, walking beside Asha, who still was quiet the whole time. Fu was pleased to see a former Jinchuriki, but what caught her attention is that Chome had told her that from all nine-tailed beasts, Kyuubi and Ikibi were the cockiest ones and the ones that hated humans the most. And the way her new friend was talking, as if he knew Kyuubi very well, almost like talking about a friend. Naruto, on the other hand, was slightly more interested in the Uzumaki girl next to him. As far as he knew, she was family to him. "Oh right, my name is Naruto Uzumaki," he introduced himself with an open hand on his chest. Ashara's eyes widened at his last name. "He's an Uzumaki. I'm not alone. I knew I wasn't the only Uzumaki." Databane, Asha thought to herself, her smile spread on her face, even her eyes were smiling. Fu was just as surprised and was about to introduce herself and Asha. "My name is Ashara Uzumaki, and the loudmouth beside me is Fu." Asha introduced herself and pointed the finger at Fu, whose eye twitched at being called that. "So I was right, it's good to meet family," Naruto said, smiling at Asha. He felt both good and relieved to meet an Uzumaki, but to meet a Jinchuriki as well. Asha smiled at being called family, but at the same time, wondering where he came from since she hadn't seen him before in Taki, and she was sure she would have noticed another redhead around. "How about we go to my house and talk there?" Fu suddenly suggested. Both Naruto and Asha nodded their heads. They soon reached the treehouse. Naruto still looked impressed by the size of the tree and wondered if he could ever grow a tree as large as this one. "This house is beautiful, Fu," Naruto complimented, and they walked up to the door. "Naruto, as much as I enjoy meeting family, but where did you come from? I don't remember seeing you before," Asha asked, and hoping that he was a ninja of Taki so he could stay here. Naruto turned his head to her. His blue eyes looked amazing, almost like the ocean itself. It reminded her of the sea close to her house when her parents were still with her. "I'm here with my sensei, and we will stay here for some time because of my training," Naruto replied. Asha frowned slightly since it meant that he would have to leave eventually. But she decided to ignore that thought for now and agreed to talk to him. "Oh, that's amazing, but who's your sensei?" Asha asked and rested on the edge of the floor, her legs hanging underneath. Naruto sat close. "He's Jiraiya. What about you two?" Naruto asked, interested in them. Asha turned to him, surprised. "Wait. Jiraiya, you mean Jiraiya of the Sannin?" she asked, surprised and almost shouted, and Fu was just as surprised. Naruto just nodded his head. Asha wondered how good at fighting Naruto must be and if he could train with him. "Wow, you're lucky, me and Asha train too," Fu replied, sitting in a branch to Ashara's left side looking at Naruto. Her head was resting on her hands, with the same cute smile on her face. "That's amazing. If you want, we can train, and with Jiraiya sensei too, he wouldn't mind it," Naruto suggested, and both Asha and Fu nodded their heads in agreement. Naruto then turned to Asha, and he turned to Sirius. "It's good to meet you. Do you know any other Uzumaki?" he asked, hoping that there were other of their people alive. Asha lowered her head at the question. She thought about her parents. Naruto understood it and felt slightly ashamed of reminding her of something terrible. "I'm sorry, Naruto was interrupted by Ashara. "Is fine, I understand. Well, me parents were both Uzumaki," she replied and turned to look at Naruto. "What about you?" she asked, hopefully that Naruto had anyone in his life. Naruto shook his head, despite knowing it still hurt him to talk about them for many years now. "My mother was an Uzumaki, her name was Kushina. My father, on the other hand, I don't really know who his parents were, and my sensei doesn't know it either," Naruto replied, his hands on his knees, looking down at the grass below. Ashara raised an eyebrow at the name Naruto mentioned about his mother. She could have sworn that she had heard that name before. Noticing the atmosphere around had turned too much gray for her taste. "So, friend Naruto, tell us something joyful about your life," Fu asked, and hoping his life had been easier. Naruto rubbed his red hair and turned to look at Fu with a smile, and he didn't want to complain and talk about the bad times of his life, so he decided to talk about the good times. Naruto then started talking about his life in Hidden Leaf Village, but avoiding the part of getting beaten, and didn't mention every single insult he got. Ashara could feel he wasn't telling the whole truth but decided to ignore since everyone had the right to have secrets and probably was too bad to talk about it. Naruto kept talking for like an hour. "This one time, Gamabunta and I made a prank. Fukasaku told sensei that I was going to train in a hazardous water in Mount Myoboku. When he got there, he saw Gamabunta washing, and he immediately yelled at Sensei for trying to spy on him, Naruto said, and they all shared a laugh. Ashara couldn't help but feel the warm chakra of Naruto, and she didn't know why it felt so good and relaxing. It felt warm, almost like looking at the sun. Fu wiped the tears with her hand from laughing and decided to ask a question. So I take it you and Furball are good friends? Fu asked since, from Chomei's words, Kyuubi was the last Biju to expect to be friendly towards a human. Hell, he wasn't even familiar with his brothers and sisters. Maybe he has changed, and did you just call him Furball? Chomei asked Fu since calling him in a disrespectful manner wasn't the wisest course of action. Fu just grinned at her response and looked at Naruto. He nodded his head. Yes, Kurama and I are perfect friends, we have been for 3 years now, he replied. Wow, I never expected Kurama of all Biju to be friendly, and since he knows his name, it means he trusts him, Chomei said, impressed with Naruto. Naruto then turned to Ashara. What about you? How did you end up here? He asked her. Asha lowered her gaze slightly but decided to respond to her fellow clan member. Ashara then explained how it had happened, how she had ended up in Taki, and how she had become friends with Fu up to this point. Naruto listened without interrupting during the whole talk and wondered from which village the shinobis attacked her family and tried to kidnap her. He wondered if Toji had any idea and decided to ask him about it later. I'm really sorry about your family Ashara, Naruto apologized with a sincere tone. Asha thanked him and told him that was nothing for him to apologize for. So you will become a Konoha shinobi? Fu asked since, from what she understood, Naruto would soon return to Konoha and start the academy and become a shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village. She hoped for him to stay here as long as possible. It wasn't every day that you meet a fellow Jinchuriki. And a good as well. I don't think I will stay in the village for that long, I'm still not strong enough, but once I will rebuild my homeland and bring back the Uzumaki clan, Naruto stated with passion in every word that taken by surprise both Asha and Fu. The redhead girl smiled at him, and she had the same idea, finding every Uzumaki and rebuilding their home as strong as it was before. And make the ones that destroyed her family pay. She could tell Naruto meant every word he said. Well, it seems we have the same objective, Naruto, she said smiling. Tell me, Naruto, are you good with Fuinjutsu? She asked since Fuinjutsu was the essential art in the world and one of the strongest. Naruto grinned and nodded his head. I'm at level 4, what about you? Ashara asked curiously, her fingers playing with her hair that rested on her shoulders. Level 5, Jiraiya sensei is a Fuinjutsu master, he's a good help, if you want, you can ask sensei to help. I'm sure he will be able to help you, Naruto replied, then his eyes went to the red seal on her wrist. Ashara felt honored to be trained by a Sannin and not to mention trained in Fuinjutsu. What is this seal? Naruto asked, staring at the seal. From what he could see, the seal looked like a storage seal but way too advanced, and second, it had a few writing that made it look like something other than storage seal. I really don't know, when my mum passed away, this seal appeared in my wrist and is like advancing. In the beginning, it had an empty circle in the center but now as you can see it is different, Asha replied. The empty circle had started growing what looked like small branches from 4 different locations, and slowly increasing to the circle's center. Right now, they had grown only halfway through the ring. Naruto softly touched her wrist, and Asha couldn't help but blush at his touch. Fu seemed to notice it and started grinning from ear to ear. Well, maybe Jiraiya sensei can take a look, Naruto suggested and turned to look at Fu. How's Chomei? He asked the green-haired girl. Well, she's good. She's a good company to have around and is funny, Fu replied kindly with a smile and closed eyes. Do you like Taki? Naruto asked slightly more seriously. Asha and Fu noticed that. Fu thought how to answer, but she knew he would understand if she told the truth of how things are around here. Not really the best place, the people here are just as stupid as the people in your village, Ashara replied since no one really liked Fu, except Lord Shiboku, all the others treated her like an outcast, like a demon. And since Ashara spent time with her, people had started looking at her in the wrong way too, not that it bothered her that much. Naruto understood what it meant, and sometimes he dreamed of the night when they attacked him. The names they called him, he had tried to forget it but couldn't, no matter how hard he tried. His scars in his mind made sure of that. I understand, Fu, then I would like to be your friends, Naruto said, smiling at both of them. Fu smiled, and so did Asha, her purple eyes shining from the light shining on her face. I want to be your friend too, friend Naruto, she replied and pulled a fist close to Naruto. He smiled and bumped his fist with hers. Suddenly he wasn't in the same place anymore, and he saw himself standing at the top of Kurama's head. Naruto looked around to see empty places, shadows covering the corners, and his eyes went to the center of the room. There were 3 circles, one smaller than the other. Torches around the wall. Naruto was about to ask where they were when he saw Fu and who he assumed was Chome slowly showing up from the corner. Chome had 6 enormous green wings with orange color at the edge. Dark veins spread through the wings, and one big green tail at the bottom of Chome. Her upper body looked blue color, and her lower body was orange and orange eyes like Fu. She had 6 limbs close to her head and 2 what looked like small spikes coming out of her shoulders. Her eyes turned to look at Kurama at Naruto. It'd been some time, Kurama. To be honest, I never expected you ever to have a good friendship with your Jinchuriki, Chome spoke, her voice sounding happy. Kurama growled slightly. He's a good brat, and not to mention he's an Uzumaki. I have seen for 7 years now, and I know the brat has a good head on his shoulders, Kurama replied. Naruto's eyes twitched at being called a brat, but decided to let it slide for now. Fu eyed the big fox in front of her. I have to be honest, you're a very impressive furball, Fu suddenly said, smiling at Kurama, who growled loudly and released a bit of ki. Watch your mouth, little brat, and no one dares to call me that and to get away without getting wet, Kurama threatened, raising his voice and showing his teeth. Fu just smiled with her cute smile and didn't look bothered by the ki. I have trained Fu to stand my ki, the amount you're leaking is small for her, Chome informed him and turned to look at Naruto. You seem to be a good boy, young Uzumaki, and I'm curious to see where your road will lead, Chome said seriously and was very interested to know why Kurama has suddenly changed his attitude and decided to be friendly. Suddenly they were back in the forest. Asha was looking at them strangely. Fu moved away from her fist. What happened? Asha asked. She knew that sometimes Fu would like zoomed out when she talked with Chome, but it had been almost 30 minutes since they bumped their fists. Chome wanted to meet Furball, Fu replied. Naruto heard the growl of Kurama at being called like that from the little brat. Asha nodded in understanding and turned to look at Naruto. Hey Naruto, I saw your sword when you zoomed out, and it is very similar to mine, she said and pulled out her still sheathed sword and put it on the floor close to Naruto. He pulled out his own and put it close to hers and had to admit that they were similar, both had the phoenix symbol at the top of the scabbard. Yes, you're right, mine belonged to my mother, she was known as the Red Death of Konoha, Naruto replied with pride in his voice. Asha was impressed to hear that. Wow, your mother must have been an excellent kunoichi, Asha said and putting her sword behind her back. Naruto gave her a sad smile and nodded his head, and tightened his sword to his hip. He then jumped down to the ground. How about a spar? Naruto suggested. Both Asha and Fu nodded in agreement and followed him. They soon reached the lake close to Fu's house. Naruto could see the waterfall a bit further away and thought that would be an excellent place to train his elemental manipulation of wind style. Who's first? Ashara asked. Naruto turned to look at them. He shrugged his shoulders since he had no problems with whoever was his first opponent. Fu told Asha to go first since she was better than her in Kenjutsu. Asha walked closer, and her hand went to the pommel of her sword, and so did Naruto's hand. Suddenly was only silence. Blue eyes looked at the purple eyes of Asha, whose gaze didn't move away. The wind flew around them, their hair dancing with the wind. Naruto noticed the stand of Asha. A leaf slowly started falling from a nearby tree, the leaf finally dropped, and they rushed towards each other. Yagura, a group of 6 shinobi raced silently through the treetops. The leader of this group appeared to be a male with a head of messy, light brown hair, pink eyes, and a scar running from under his left eye down his cheek. Despite his youthful appearance, he held a powerful air around him. He was none other than Yagura, the Yondaime Mizukage. Yagura stopped as he and his squadron reached the Hai no Kuni border. Raising his hand, he signaled for his group to halt. His eyes quickly scanned the area and decided that the area was safe. He slowly turned to face the 5 shinobi that had accompanied him. Well, I guess this is where we part, he announced. Observing their expressions, he noted that a few of them were showing reluctance at his words. Sighing, he asked, what is it? Haru was her name. One shinobi glanced at her companions before nervously standing forward and bowing her head. She was the youngest of his guards but the bravest. She was 17 years old. purple hair tightened to a ponytail. With all due respect Mizukage-sama, we believe this is too dangerous for you to go into Konoha's territory without an escort, she breathed out while still having her head down. Raise your head, she heard the Mizukage command. Doing as he ordered, she stepped back into line with the rest of her squadron. Yugura narrowed his eyes and gave each of the shinobi in front of him a glance. Do you know what we are doing here? He asked. To escort you to the Fire Country's border, sir. They replied in unison. Yes, the border, he repeated. So now, he continued, gesturing in the direction they came from, you have to go back to Mizu no Kuni. Once again, they began to look reluctant, and Haru spoke up. But what if you run into an enemy ninja? They might attack you, and we are very far from Mizu no Kuni. You could, Yugura interrupted, I am here on the Hokage's wishes, so I should be fine, and even if something does happen, do you truly believe that I cannot look after myself? He said, frowning. I'm not a child. He gazed at the shinobi through blank eyes before nodding and speaking again. You will come to this spot in 1 week exactly, and I will return then. Hi, alright, now you will go back to Mizu no Kuni and tell Kuroya that the escort was a success. Hi, dismissed. Haru hesitated but soon left. The shinobi in front of him immediately disappeared on his word, and he could feel their presence getting further away. Yugura turned back to face the border of Hai no Kuni before he began running towards Konoha. Mizukage-sama, a letter has come for you from Konoha. Yugura glanced up from his paperwork and took in the man in front of him. Is that so? Yugura asked before taking the letter from the messenger's outstretched hand. When did this arrive? He asked, opening the letter. Just this morning, the man replied. I see, he replied as he began to read the letter. Suddenly, a wide grin split the Mizukage's face. Interesting, he whispered to himself. Looking up, he addressed the messenger. You're dismissed, but before you go, tell Kuroya to come here. Hi, the man replied before shunsen away. A few minutes had passed when a new man appeared before the Mizukage. He had plain brown eyes and long black hair that covered most of his face, however, a long scar that ran down the entirety of the right side of his face was still visible. He looked straight at Yugura's eyes, something most people would not do when talking to the Yondaime Mizukage. His eyes were blank, showing no emotions. You summoned me, Mizukage-sama? He asked unflinchingly. Kuroya, I told you not to call me that. Call me Yugura, Yugura said, crossing his arms in front of himself. Kuroya gazed at Yugura before replying, you summoned me, Yugura-sama. Yugura sighed before continuing, yes, I just wanted to tell you that, in 2 weeks, I will be leaving, he said, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Kuroya's eyes stayed blank, but Yugura had known him for a long time that he could tell by the way his body stiffened that he was surprised by this news. Leaving to where exactly? Why don't you see for yourself? Yugura said, extending the letter to him. Kuroya stood, approached Yugura, and took the letter from him. He read the letter in silence before looking up at Yugura. You're not going to agree to this, are you? He asked in disbelief, shaking the letter slightly. These terms are ridiculous, it's obviously a trap. Or, maybe it's a genuine request, Yugura countered while standing and walking to Kuroya, taking the letter from him. Yondaime Mizukage, he read out loud, I am writing to you to request a meeting. This meeting will be, of course, a peaceful one, as I wish to establish an alliance between both Mizu no Kuni and Hai no Kuni. To do this, however, we must meet in person, therefore, I have made the following arrangements. Firstly, I have arranged for the meeting to take place in Konoha, 2 weeks from the time you receive this letter. This meeting, as I already stated, will be a peaceful one, and I am well aware of your country's reputation as the Bloody Mist Village, so I request that you come alone as to not disturb the peace in Konoha. Yugura snorted at this but continued reading, this means no escorts, however, rest assured, you will not be attacked by any Konoha shinobi while in our borders. Sincerely, the Sandaime Hokage. Yugura finished reading the letter before glancing back at Kuroya. Kuroya shook his head before saying, I know there's nothing I can say to stop you once you've made up your mind, so do whatever you want. Yugura kept running but could feel something wasn't right. I don't like this Yugura, Isobu suddenly said. Yugura was about to reply that everything would be fine when he stopped running and saw 2 figures walking towards him. Slowly dark cloaks with red clouds slowly revealed. Yugura knew one of them. I didn't expect to see you here, Juzo, the Mizukage called his former shinobi. The said shinobi gritted his teeth and glanced at the man beside him. Yugura noticed the man was actually young, dark hair, and Sharingan. Long way from home, Itachi Uchiha, Yugura said, gripping his staff, ready to attack. Itachi didn't react to being called by his name. I will need your help, my friend, Yugura said mentally, and his body started covering in red chakra, two tails slowly growing behind his back. Let's show them who's boss, Isobu said with Yugura's body before charging. Naruto rushed at Ashara, his sword flew to her torso, but she quickly blocked it with her sword. They looked at each other before swinging again. Asha blocked his swing and backed away. 10 feet away, she put a smile on her face. Kenjutsu was her favorite way of fighting. She put her sword behind her hips and ran at Naruto with all her speed. Her speed was easily low chunin. She lowered her whole body slightly. Her blade almost touched the ground before swinging upwards towards Naruto. His hands moved quickly and blocked the swing. The sound of metal hitting metal was heard throughout the forest. Ashara promptly took a step back and rolled, trying to him from behind. Naruto lowered his whole body before her sword made contact. Naruto smiled, impressed before swinging again. Asha blocked and added chakra to her sword, making it more sharp and deadly. Naruto noticed it and added wind in his swords, pushing the edge to shine and look slightly like invisible flames dancing around the blade. Asha saw and took 3 steps back. That sword like that could easily cut down trees. She put her right hand slightly behind her body, her sword behind her, and her left hand slowly going to the pommel. Naruto nodded before they rushed and clashed their sword together. Asha could see Naruto was faster than her and had more strength, but his fighting skills in Kenjutsu was easy to predict. She swung, and Naruto blocked and kicked her in the stomach. She made a hand sign, and her weight seals in her arms and legs released. Fu watched from afar, impressed since Asha had not once released her weights, only increasing them as time went on. She had not once released them with her, and to see her actual speed was something she was looking forward to, but she was curious for her new friend too. She could tell Naruto had more to show, and she was looking forward to what else he could do. Naruto understood she had released her weights and wondered if he should do the same, but then he shook his head. He wanted to see his speed against her with his weights on. Asha then ran at Naruto with medium chunin speed. She swung faster, and Naruto returned to the offensive. She swung. He could keep up, swing after swing. Naruto blocked all of them since he wanted to test his own speed against her, but what the problem was is he didn't have any style to use in Kenjutsu. Asha, on the other hand, looked to know what she was doing. Naruto blocked another attack and tried to attack, but she blocked it and immediately moved again. Her swing cut slightly in his palm. Naruto backed away and looked at his hand. Blood started leaking. Asha immediately stopped attacking and had a look of concern. Naruto just raised his hand, telling her that it was okay. She then noticed that Naruto didn't moan or yell despite the small wound. He didn't even look in pain, and that was a relief to her. She walked closer and softly touched his hand. Asha saw the wound slowly healing. After a minute, the cut was fully recovered, and Naruto looked up at Asha. She was thankful that the Kyuubi was healing Naruto, the same how Chome healed Fu. Excellent fight Ashara, he said to her, impressed. She smiled back, but she knew he had weight seals, which meant she wouldn't be able to win if he had released them. Thank you, Naruto, but next time we fight, you will have to fight me without weights, she replied shyly. Naruto nodded in understanding and turned his head to Fu, who flew close to them. My turn now, she said and pulled out her short sword. Naruto grabbed his sword in his right hand. The palm didn't hurt anymore. He gripped the pommel of the sword tightly, wanting to see if it hurt, feeling no pain. His blue eyes looked at Fu's orange ones. Later, Fu was breathing heavily, her hands on her knees. It had been 6 hours since Naruto had started sparring with them. And so far, he had more winning with Asha, 1 lose with her, and 4 wins since he released his weights. Fu had failed every time, but both Asha and Naruto had said she was good in Kenjutsu despite starting it only for 7 months. Fu had removed her weights in her arms and legs. She reached low chunin speed without them. But she hadn't used her chakra cloak during the spar. Chome had told her that she needed to better herself and not always depend on her chakra. Fu fully agreed with it. But if she would use her chakra cloak, she could reach high chunin speed. She wondered if Naruto could use the cloak as well but decided to ask some other day. Right now, she was resting her head against the grass. Asha had fallen asleep in the treehouse. and Naruto was resting his head against the tree, his blue eyes still open. "Where's your sensei Naruto?" Fu suddenly asked, breaking the silence. Her right eye is slightly open, and looking at Naruto. She wanted to know more about her new friend, but she wanted to meet Jiraiya the Sannin as well. She wondered how strong he was and if all three of them could actually do something against someone like him. He snorted and stretched his arms and legs. "I don't really know, he was supposed to talk with Lord Shiboku, but I wonder what is taking him so long," Naruto replied, annoyed that his sensei hadn't found him yet. He would usually always find him, most would take up to 30 minutes to be found by him, but now it had been 7 hours since he had left the office. Naruto decided to go back to the village and search for him when he felt his chakra coming towards their location. Naruto grinned and just decided to sit down again. Fu noticed his behavior and was about to ask when a voice was suddenly heard. "I see you have made a friend, Naruto." Fu looked up at a branch in front of her, a man standing. She didn't need an introduction to know who this one was. "Well, yes, Fu and Ashara are excellent friends," Naruto replied, smiling, his hands behind his head. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at the unknown name. Lord Shibuki told him that Nanabe Jinchuriki's name was Fu. "Who's this Ashara?" Jiraiya asked and landed in front of Naruto. "She's an Uzumaki like me, Jiraiya-sensei," he said enthusiastically, his hands fist. Jiraiya looked surprised to hear that Taki had an Uzumaki. Jiraiya could see how happy Naruto seemed to be because of it, and he felt happy for his godson. "Well, introduce me to her then," Jiraiya said, and Naruto jumped at the treehouse and walked inside. Jiraiya crossed his arms and turned to see Fu smiling and walking closer. "Naruto talked a lot about you, you must be an awesome shinobi," Fu said and wondered how strong Jiraiya of the Sannin was. Jiraiya kept quiet and saw Naruto come out. Close to him was a redhead girl. Just looking at her, Jiraiya knew this one was an Uzumaki. He wondered if she had the same chakra chains as Naruto. Ashara jumped down with Naruto to see an older man with long white hair, 2 red lines trailing down his face. She could feel this one was strong, powerful. She bowed her head respectfully. "It's good to meet you, Jiraiya-sama," she greeted him respectfully. Jiraiya felt nervous about her behavior. "No need for that, Ashara was it. Every friend of Naruto is a friend of mine," he stated. She smiled and raised her head. Jiraiya smiled back, and Naruto told him more about Ashara and Fu. He noticed him calling her Asha, but decided to ignore it for now. After a long talk, he heard how they trained in Kenjutsu, and he saw that Ashara was good at Fuinjutsu. But then Ashara suddenly asked something he didn't need asking. "I heard you're the author of a book called Ika Ika Paradise," Ashara suddenly asked, her purple eyes looking at him. This caught Naruto's attention as well, since he had noticed the title in a few books of Toujiji and wondered what the books were all about. He knew the book was famous. From the cities he had visited, he had seen the book in every single shop. Usually were only a few left. Naruto would usually try to buy it, but he was training and had ignored it for now. Jiraiya started sweating, feeling the gaze of all 3 children in front of him. Rubbing his hand against his hair. Have why you read it?" Jiraiya asked, stuttering. He wondered how the likes of Tsunade would react, and he hoped to God that she hadn't read it. Asha shook her head, much to his relief. "No, but I saw that it sold very fast, but the seller told me I couldn't buy it since I'm not old enough. Can I borrow it from you?" she asked kindly with puppy eyes. Jiraiya started sweating even more. He could see Naruto was curious as well, but Kushina would kill him from beyond the grave and then torture his soul for eternity if he dared to give him the book, and second, all 3 were still very young. "Maybe when they become genin. I can't give it, but you can read it once you become a genin," Jiraiya replied fast, sighing in relief thinking that this was over. All 3 frowned at his reply. Naruto was about to ask again, but Jiraiya-sensei raised his hand. "How about I teach you in Fuinjutsu, Asha?" Since Naruto mentioned you liked it, the mention of training in Fuinjutsu immediately brought a smile to her face. "Yes, we can start now, Databane," she shouted happily. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a familiar feeling with what she said. He sighed, pinching the bridge in his nose, and followed her in the treehouse to train her in Fuinjutsu. After they left, Naruto turned to Fu and decided to help her in her ninjutsu. "Fu, since you have Chome means, you can use Shadow Clone's jutsu to help your training," Naruto stated. Fu raised an eyebrow, not understanding where he was going with it. Naruto then explained how Shadow Clones worked and how she could train faster. Fu beamed but then asks. What about Asha-chan? She could use this as well, she quickly added. I'm not sure if Asha can use it, she might be able to use 2 to 3, but for a very short time, we have our friends to help us, but she doesn't, Naruto explained, already feeling bad that Asha couldn't use it. Fu frowned but still thought that her friend would significantly improve from that jutsu. I will show her as well but tell her to use only 2 clones max, Naruto suggested, and Fu nodded but still not liking it. Naruto explained how to do the jutsu, and he himself made 100 clones to help in the last fire elemental manipulation training and 100 clones for water. Naruto was sure that would be easier with all the amount of water around Taki. Yugura, he rushed at his former shinobi of Kiri. Juzo brought up Kubikiribocho to block his claw, which was almost like a sword itself. His giant sword swung towards his head, but he used his right hand to block it before punching him in the chest and throwing him across a tree. He tried to rush at him again. When Itachi showed up in front of him with a kunai, he blocked his claw with his kunai much to Jinchuriki's surprise. Yugura jumped away from him before landing on his feet and started doing hand signs. Itachi understood what he was about to do and started doing hand signs. Water style, wave rush, fire style, fireball. Yugura threw a massive amount of water from his mouth, Itachi threw a giant fireball. Both jutsus collided, creating considerable steam around. Itachi's fireball was able to keep up with his water jutsu, much to the surprise of Yugura, who was sure that his jutsu would be superior. Gritting his teeth, Yugura was starting to get annoyed. Time to end this, Yugura said with Icebabu's voice before coiling himself with his 2 tails around him. Yugura was enveloped in a blackish-purple barrier that blocked Juzo's view of Yugura. A second later, the barrier exploded with a roar, and their eyes widened to what they saw. It was the Mizukage, however, it wasn't the one they knew. Yugura was now completely enveloped in the Isobu's chakra as it became his own skin. His head was a shell to protect it, and he had 3 tails in his back. This was his version 2 cloak, and he looked like a miniature Isobu. Juzo moved close to Itachi, who could see the new form of the Mizukage. He knew this was a problem, and the only way to counter was with Mangekyo Sharingan. Steam moved away from the Jinchuriki. Juzo felt frozen from fear seeing what was in front of them. They both saw and felt the overwhelming chakra. Sweat rolled down Juzo's forehead. His hands started shaking. They didn't have time to think as Isobu was preparing for his next attack. His tails were coiled around Isobu, ending just above his head. Blue and red chakra were seen floating in the air. Suddenly all the chakra started compressing until it formed a perfect sphere still hovering midair. Itachi's eyes turned Mangekyo, which looked like a 3-blade shuriken. He knew what the Mangekyo would do to him, but he needed it now. Meet your end, Isobu yelled and threw the bomb towards them. The ground started shaking. The ground beneath the bomb split like paper, throwing debris around the air. Juzo used his big sword to block the attack without knowing what else to do, which exploded in contact. Itachi was thrown away from the force of the explosion. His black cloak had burned in a few places, and his hands were screaming from pain. He quickly stood up to see Juzo against a tree, but his sword had pierced him in the stomach, blood coming from his mouth and his wound. He slowly turned his head to Itachi. Itachi-ru, run, he warned him. Itachi turned to see the Mizukage preparing another bomb. Itachi focused his chakra on his right eye, blood slowly started rolling down his right eye like tears. Amaterasu, Itachi whispered, and the Jinchuriki was engulfed in black flames. He started screaming in agony and shaking his head and body, trying to remove the flames from him. Not knowing what else to Yugura ran away. Itachi released a sigh of relief and turned to his comrade, and his blood had spread all over the ground. Jozu looked at him with a slight smirk on his face. Don't look at me like that, you don't need to be a medical shinobi to know my time has ended, he said, struggling as his legs started feeling numb, his hands slowly losing strength. Do you have any last words? Itachi asked him. He smiled through his teeth. I want my sword with me. His hand fallen in the ground. His eyes stopped moving. Itachi said a small prayer and put the handle of his sword in his hand. Later, Yugura was panting. He returned normal, his skin burned in several places, and he started coughing. While he was running away, Isobu told him to turn his body in the first form chakra cloak. After doing that, the black flames had moved away from his skin and started burning the chakra cloak instead. Yugura then slowly had made the part burning his chakra fall in the ground. It took a lot of effort, but he finally got rid of the damn thing, but he had lost a lot of chakras, even Isobu told him to rest. And the pain around his body wasn't stopping. His head resting against a tree, he decided to go back to his village when he felt a presence behind him. Despite the pain, he stood up and turned around to see a man with a mask, the same black cloak with red clouds. His mask covered his whole face, except his right eye. The mask looked orange with lines that collided in the right eye, almost like a spiral. Looking closer, he saw that it was a Sharingan. Backing away, he grabbed his staff tightly. "Who are you?" the young Mizukage demanded. His whole body was screaming from pain, and he knew he couldn't do much right now. The man just stood there and chuckled at his question. "Who am I doesn't matter. Soon the Hidden Mist village will pay for what they have done," he stated with a deep tone, his voice full of hatred. He pointed the finger at Mizukage before Yagura could do anything. He felt everything go dark. Isobu. He was resting on the floor, and he had spent a lot of chakra in the fight. That's when he felt a presence other than Yagura inside the seal. Looking around, he saw a man slowly walking out of the shadows. His eyes narrowed, and he clenched his teeth. "Who are you, mortal?" Isobu asked furiously that someone would come here. Only Yagura had that right and not this mortal. The man laughed, his hand moved to his mask and moved his mask to his left side, showing his fully matured Sharingan. "I'm Uchiha Madara," the man stated before Isobu felt his whole body felt like in a fire. In front of his vision was the Sharingan. He couldn't shake that vision away. He tried it and yelled at the top of his lungs. His eyes turned to Sharingan, and everything went dark. Naruto. After 5 months. He stood in front of the waterfall, multi-clones beside him. They all had their hands on the water, trying to split the waterfall. Naruto was still in Taki. Lord Shiboku had allowed him to stay here for as long as he wished. Jiraiya-sensei knew him well. His bond with Ashara and Fu had grown. Learning Shadow Clone Jutsu, Fu had started training her elemental manipulation with the help of Jiraiya. Ashara, on the other hand, because of her Uzumaki blood, she had a large amount of chakra despite not being a Jinchuriki. Toad-Gigi had stated that she had a low Jonin level of chakra. Because of that, Ashara could use shadow clones to train, but only one clone, Jiraiya, had warned her that it would be dangerous to use more than one. Asha had not complained. She had used the clone to start training her elemental manipulation. Jiraiya had shown her what she needed to do, and both he and Naruto were surprised to see she had fire and water affinity. The old Sannin then had told them that Fu had high wind affinity, and Ashara had high water affinity. One thing that had surprised Naruto was during a spar with Ashara. Naruto used his sword to swing at her chest. She took 2 steps away, the blade barely missing her. Jiraiya was keeping his eyes on them. His eyes were like a hawk looking at every move they made. Close to him was Fu, smiling at them. Naruto suddenly used his red chakra chains to grab her sword, and his chains tightened around her sword. The shock was written all over her face, but before he could do anything, he saw silver chains flying towards him and tightened around his sword. He looked to see the chains coming out of her left sleeve. Ashara was smirking at him. Naruto smiled at her, and she smiled back at him. His chains returned to his chest. Single quote. Naruto was surprised to see that but quickly understood that she was an Uzumaki too. He wondered if there was any other Uzumaki outside beside him and Asha. He hoped that there were. But he wondered if he would ever meet them even if they were out there. Naruto kept trying, but the damn waterfall wasn't splitting in half. He was panting. He had been here for 4 hours now. Jiraiya-sensei had changed his weights again, and he now wore 250 pounds on his legs and 220 pounds on his arms. The same goes for Fu and Ashara. He also warned them not to try to raise their weights too much immediately, which would cause damage to their bodies. Naruto had completed his water and fire training. Now, he only needed wind and earth. Since he had arrived here, Naruto had not once used wood style. Not that he didn't trust Asha and Fu, but he wanted to wait until he got better at it. With the help of Jiraiya-sensei, Asha had quickly reached level 5 in Fuinjutsu. Fu, on the other hand, wasn't really fond of Fuinjutsu, but she had completed level 1 with the help of Jiraiya-sensei since she wanted to know how to seal things to travel when in missions, or just traveling around the elemental nations. "Naruto, you will soon return to the village, what is wrong?" Kurama suddenly asked him. He could feel the anxiety rising slowly in Naruto the more closer it got for him to return. Naruto gritted his teeth tightly. After 4 months, he would return to Hidden Leaf Village, and he wasn't looking forward to it. Despite having friends there, he didn't want to see their stares again, their insults. And if anyone was dumb enough to try and hurt him, he would show them why Uzumaki clan is strong. I don't want to talk about it, Kurama, Naruto replied and focused on his training again. He had decided that his first jutsu to learn after completing his elemental manipulation would be Uzumaki style, Phoenix. It was one of the jutsus his mother had left him. He knew that it was a powerful one. Naruto had decided to tell Asha about the jutsu before he left. Grunting, he returned to his training. Itachi. He looked at the clear water in front of him, his body resting at the edge of a dock, his right leg hanging, his foot close to touching the water. The wind was flying around him, the seagulls flying high in the air. His Sharingan in his eyes as he heard footsteps behind him. Itachi didn't move, he just kept staring at the water. I will be teaming up with you starting today. My name is Kisame Hoshigaki, former of the Hidden Mist, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, so please do make your acquaintance, Kisame stated walked closer, a big sword resting on his shoulder. The sword was covered in bandages except for the handle, which looked like made of bones. And you're Itachi Uchiha, formerly of the Hidden Leaf. I've heard the rumors that you've slaughtered all of your fellow Uchiha clansmen, Kisame stated with a grin on his face. His face pale, his eyes like of a shark, with 3 small black marks going down from his eyes. I think that we are like you and I. That's the reason I wanted to be teamed with you in the Akatsuki. It's really indescribable, isn't it? Killing your comrade is quite a sensation, wouldn't you say so, Itachi? Kisame taunted him. Hearing those words, Itachi remembered his parents, visions of his parents dead by his hands, his little brother crying, and Izumi smiling at him and telling him that she loved him. You talk a lot, Itachi interjected, his voice deep and filled with a hint of grief. You don't understand me, you don't even understand yourself. You were just a thug who got lost in the mist and ended up here. You can't even control where you're going. Am I wrong? Itachi asked. Kisame gritted his teeth slightly and moved his sword close to Itachi's shoulder, but he didn't even flinch, he kept his gaze at sea in front of him. Do you want to know something interesting? Most sharks are ovoviviparous, which means that the eggs hatch inside the female's body before the young are born. However, with some kinds of sharks, the number of eggs that hatch will differ from the number of young that emerge out of the mother's belly. Do you know why that is? Kisame asked as a wave slammed against the dock. Because of cannibalism. Right from the moment they hatch, they start eating each other inside their mother's uterus. The fratricidal warfare begins as soon as they're born to each shark, all the others are just food to be eaten starting today. You are an Akatsuki member and my companion, so be wary of me, Kisame stated. Itachi slowly evolved his Sharingan to Mangekyo Sharingan. Same goes for you, he said with a promise on his words. Kisame chuckled at his words and moved away from his sword. Let's be friends and have some fun. All right, and hope that we will not end up as each other's final opponents. No one who dares to raise their hand against a comrade ever dies a decent death. Remember that, Itachi stated, thinking of Izumi. Well, that means our fates are sealed. Seems you and I are depraved and worthless, Kisame said. Not true. We are both humans, not fish, Itachi said and stood up and turned to look at Kisame and started walking away. No matter who you are, you do not truly know what kind of man you've become. Until you reach the very end. The sun started shining over the mountain, bringing light over the village hidden in the leaf. The villagers had just woken up, some had started their daily routine, opening shops, restaurants, some shinobis going to their new missions. 2 shinobi made their way to the gates of Konoha to look for anyone coming inside and going outside. Close to the walls of the village were 2 figures walking towards it. One was Jiraiya, who kept his gaze at Naruto. His student and godson had been dead silent since yesterday, and it was worrying him. He tried to start any conversation with his favorite redhead, but he would either ignore him or when he asked him, he would make a short and straightforward answer indicating that he wasn't in the mood for a conversation. Jiraiya knew his godson wasn't looking forward to it, but he hoped that 4 years had been enough for the villagers to forget him and possibly not be hostile towards him any longer. From what he had heard from his spies and he himself, the chances were low. Villagers were still celebrating the Kyuubi's defeat and the day the demon died. Just the thought that they celebrated made him sick, and he couldn't possibly understand how people could go so low. He sighed and looked to his left. Naruto kept his gaze at the gates getting closer, his red hair reaching his shoulders. He wore a new jacket, black in color, with a red phoenix symbol on the back. The same symbol that is in his sword, the eye of the phoenix, looked like Uzumaki symbol. Beneath the jacket, he wore a tight white shirt with the symbol of fire in the chest. Despite the jacket, his muscles from training could clearly be seen, and everyone that was a shinobi and even civil people could see Naruto was strong. He kept his chest high, and his sword tightened on his hips. He stood 140 centimeters tall, which was tall for an 8-year-old kid. His blue eyes looked brighter from the sun. He wore bandages under his clothes on his elbows and forearm, a seal on both of his shoulders that couldn't be seen from the naked eye. His weights are still on his body, 350 pounds on his legs, and 330 on his arms. Jiraiya had tried to tell him that he didn't need that much weight, but was like talking to a wall. Hell, even a wall would understand at some point. Naruto had completed his elemental manipulation last month, which meant he could finally start training on some powerful jutsu, like that his mother left for him. Jiraiya-sensei told him that Rasengan wasn't a finished jutsu, his father had never completed it. Naruto wondered if he could complete it and make a more powerful jutsu. The technique was already dangerous and could quickly kill someone if is used in vital areas. But if he added more into it, he could make it to be an S-rank jutsu. Before he had left, Naruto had given Asha a copy of Uzumaki's style, Phoenix. Naruto was walking with Toad Gigi towards the lake that would lead them outside the village. Behind him came Fu and Asha. Naruto felt horrible to leave Asha. She was an Uzumaki like him. She and Fu understood him. They both knew his pain, and now he was leaving them so that he could go to a village he didn't like. Naruto knew the Hidden Leaf village had good shinobi, but still, he couldn't see the village as his home, and he knew that would never happen. He wondered what Uzushiogakure was like before it was destroyed mercilessly, how it looked. How were people there? Would they see him as normal or just like in the Hidden Leaf? Naruto didn't know, and there were no pictures or anything anywhere of the village to understand how it looked. Naruto turned to look at Asha and Fu, who gave him a sad smile. Naruto had told both Asha and Fu that the next time they met, they would make plans how to rebuild Uzushiogakure. Fu had agreed with it. She told them that Taki wasn't home to her and would happily follow her two only friends everywhere in the world. Naruto wanted more than anything to rebuild his homeland. Still, he needed to be strong. First, Naruto knew he wasn't weak now, but he was nothing compared to the likes of Hokage Gigi, Toad Gigi, and other Kage around the elemental nations. Ashara-chan and Fu-chan, we will soon meet again, Naruto promised and handed Asha a red scroll that could only be opened by Uzumaki blood. With the help of Jiraiya-sensei, Asha was almost done with level 5, Toad Gigi had left her enough books to reach and complete level 10. Asha smiled back and grabbed the scroll before hugging him tightly, much to his surprise, her fingers softly touching his red hair. Naruto couldn't help but blush by this. We will meet again, Naruto-kun, she whispered and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek that made Naruto turn red like his hair. Asha giggled and tried to fight her own blush from her porch. She grabbed a purple scroll and gave it to Naruto. She winked at him and took a step away so that Fu could say goodbye. Finally managing to catch his breath, he turned to look at Fu. Her orange eyes looked beautiful. Wait, beautiful, stop it, Naruto, he thought to himself. Naruto had decided to give Fu the scroll how to do Rasengan since she had high wind affinity. He was about to give it to her when she jumped on him and hugged him tightly, rubbing her cheek against his, making him blush even more. I know we will meet again soon, Naruto-kun, and don't forget we are friends, she shouted the last part. Naruto could see the sadness behind her beautiful orange eyes. Yes, we are friends, Fu, we will always be and will always rely on each other, Naruto stated. Fu blushed at his words and gave him a big smile, and her eyes were smiling too. Her eyes looked at his blue ones and then gave him a quick kiss on his cheek that had the exact same effect as Asha. Naruto started rubbing his hair nervously and avoiding their faces while Jiraiya was slightly giggling at the scene in front of him. Young love, Jiraiya thought proudly for his godson. Not even 10 years old, and he has started stealing the hearts of beautiful girls, imagine when he reaches 14 years old. Jiraiya thought, rubbing his hands together. Naruto grabbed his scroll and gave it to Fu, and she looked at the scroll smiling and looked back at him. She then grabbed a scroll from her backpack and gave it to Naruto but put a finger in her lips. This is my strongest jutsu that Chome taught me. I hope you like it, she whispered. Naruto felt happy from the gift. That filled him with happiness. Thank you for your gifts Asha-chan and Fu-chan, Naruto thanked them. Is nothing, Naruto-kun, Asha replied slightly, looking downwards and not looking at his eyes with a blush on her face. Fu thanked him as well. It had been 1 month since he had left Taki. The jutsus they had given him were Uzumaki style, water flash A rank, low S rank. The jutsu could collect the water close to the user, then threw at the enemy with fast speed. The speed enough made water penetrate anything, even metal. The water could easily reach low cage level speed if used with wind release. Wind style, crumble wind. The jutsu needed both wind and earth release to work. It creates a large wind area that could be thrown that destroys trees and ground everything in his way. The jutsu could also be used to develop small wind blades inside to slice the enemy apart. The ground close and inside would crumble almost to the point to become like sand. High A rank, high S rank. Cost, low cage level chakra. Naruto still hadn't started to try and learn any of them. Jiraiya-sensei told him that the last month left, he was forbidden to train and rest. Spend his time having fun and feeling like an actual child. Naruto finds it funny, as long as he can remember, he never saw himself as a child. He could only keep his weights and make them heavier if he wished, but not any other kind of training. Naruto at first had complained but then quickly accepted when even Kurama told him that he needed to rest. Naruto had finished level 5 in Fuinjutsu, and now he needed to complete level 6. He was looking forward to reaching level 8 since once he completed it, he could start training his Hirishin. Naruto knew that technique was what made his father. The yellow flash, flee on sight in his bingo book and SS rank. Naruto had asked Kurama what kind of level were Hashirama and Madara on their prime. I don't know exactly how your rating works, but if your old man was SS rank, then Hashirama and Madara were SSS rank, Kurama had replied with venom when he mentioned the strongest Uchiha to have ever existed in the first Hokage. Jiraiya suddenly stopped walking and turned his head to Naruto. The young redhead stopped as well and turned to look at Tojiji and wondered why he stopped. This is where we part ways, Jiraiya stated, looking at Naruto, who raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why is that? I thought you would come with me to explain everything to Jiji, Naruto said, glancing at the village ahead of them and then turning to the old Sannin again. I'm sure you can do that yourself. I have something important to do, Jiraiya stated, thinking that now he would find Tsunade and tell her about Naruto. He hoped to find her soon and wondered what she would do once she understood the truth about Naruto. He hoped she would find in her heart to return back to the village, but if she did and saw how the village treated Naruto. The young redhead didn't really understand his reasons. He could feel there was something Tojiji was hiding, but he knew was nothing to worry about. He shrugged his shoulders and decided to ignore it. Very well, Jiraiya-sensei, and thank you for these 4 awesome years. Naruto thanked him and hugged him tightly. Jiraiya was slightly taken aback by his hug, but he quickly returned it and rubbed his hair. Is nothing, Naruto, Jiraiya replied. Naruto smiled, hearing his words, and pulled away. Wish me good luck, Naruto said before turning to walk towards the gates of the village. Jiraiya chuckled at his words. Good luck, he whispered once Naruto was out of the ear-hearing area. He turned around and quickly shunshin away. Naruto soon reached the gates. He looked at the walls and wondered why they looked smaller, but overall, nothing had changed. He took a deep breath and started walking again. Soon, he reached the entrance, immediately stopped by 2 shinobi who guarded the gates. Naruto could feel 2 hidden anbu in each side of the gate. Sighing, he walked towards them. Who are you that you want to enter? The man asked kindly. Looking at his face, the man could have sworn he had seen that face before. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm supposed to meet Hokage-sama today, saying that no voice could be heard. His pencil fell to the ground, and he looked at Naruto in the face. Both he and his friend saw the 3 whiskers on each side of his face. He looked taller and more muscular, but the whiskers and the red hair were a straight giveaway. Oh, you have grown up. Ah, you can enter, of course, the man replied with a small smile, happy that the poor kid was alright and wasn't truly dead as the village celebrated. Naruto felt his honesty and smiled at both of them. Turning to the village, he started walking forward. People were everywhere on the roads. After a few minutes of walking, Naruto could notice some people were giving him glances of curiosity and a hint of anger. Naruto sighed, thinking that wouldn't take long now. Soon everyone would know that Naruto was back. He gave it 2 days at max before the whole village found out about it. He looked up at the Hokage faces in the mountain, and his eyes looked at his father. How much he wished for him to be with him. As he kept walking, Naruto passed the academy. He could feel the chakra of the students in there, and what caught his attention was that none of them was even Chunin level except for the teachers. He knew he had a huge amount of chakra because of his Uzumaki blood and Kurama, but still, most of the genin didn't even have a genin level of chakra below that. He wondered why and hoped that the academy wouldn't be a total waste of time. Deciding to ignore it, he kept walking towards the Hokage Tower. Naruto wondered how Gigi looked now, or maybe he looked the exact same but slightly older. He then wondered about his apartment and if anyone was ever there to clean, or it had done nothing but collect dust for 4 years, or maybe someone had just put it in flames. Naruto didn't know, but he knew he could use shadow clones to clean the house if needed. And maybe wood style to build one, but that would raise too many eyebrows. Walking closer, Naruto knew some villagers were following and talking to other people. Some started pointing their fingers towards him, probably thinking he couldn't see them. Getting bored by this, he jumped up and landed on the rooftop of the nearest building. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, he ran with speed towards the Hokage Tower. He soon reached the tower. Walking upstairs, he soon reached a room that the secretary worked. Naruto could feel 2 Anbu inside the room, but he ignored them. The woman saw him and stood up. "What can I help you with?" she asked kindly, but couldn't help but notice the look of the warrior on his face. Naruto turned to look at her. He smiled and decided to act innocently. "I'm supposed to meet Hokage-sama today," he replied, not wanting to stay longer here. "I'm sorry, but the Hokage is a very busy man, and you have to make an appointment to see him," said the secretary politely. "Well, the Hokage will be expecting me, as he knows I'm arriving here," spoke Naruto, although the secretary did not look convinced as to what he was saying. "Look, could you just to him and say that Naruto is here? He will know who I'm, and if he doesn't, then I leave." "Okay," said Naruto, as he didn't want to waste any time trying to convince the women. Her eyes widened slightly at the name. "Very well then," said the secretary with a sigh, but when she entered the Hokage office and told him that a young red-haired boy carrying a katana on his back named Naruto was outside his office, he wanted to speak to him and to say that he was expecting him. The secretary was surprised to see an eager and happy look appear on the old Hokage's face, where he quickly called his Anbu that was hidden in his room rafters and told them to leave. After that, he then told her to tell the Anbus that were outside his room to go, and said to her that she was dismissed for the rest of the day and told Naruto to come in. Naruto walked inside and saw his Gigi smiling behind the desk. "Naruto, my boy, is good to see you," he said happily. Naruto hugged him. He pulled away to give him a good look. He saw that Naruto had grown. His face looked sharper, almost like his father, his blue eyes like the ocean. The old Hokage noticed he looked slightly larger and wondered how much Naruto had trained throughout the years. "It's good to see you too, Gigi," Naruto replied. His eyes glanced at his father's photo before turning to the old Hokage, something that he noticed. "I take you have grown stronger," the old Hokage said with a chuckle, but at the same time could feel the aura of power surrounding Naruto. The kid in front of him wasn't an ordinary genin. He wondered how strong Naruto was now, since Jiraiya had been pretty vague when talking about his training. Soon Naruto sat close to his desk, and they started talking about what he had done the last 4 years. His thoughts about Mount Myoboku, if he made any friends. The old Hokage was impressed when Naruto told him that he had reached level 6 in Fuinjutsu and wondered that it would be only a matter of time until he reaches level 10 to reach the same level as Jiraiya. Naruto then went on and talked about how peaceful and quiet Mount Myoboku was and how friendly the toads there were. He spoke about his visit to Taki. His friendship with Fu and Ashara. Sarutobi was impressed to hear there were other Uzumaki out there. He was happy to hear that Naruto had new friends. He needed them more than anyone else. After a long talk that lasted 2 hours, Sarutobi grabbed a key and a note from his desk and gave it to Naruto. "These are the keys to your apartment. The letter is for the teacher of your class," gave him to explain to him why you will start today, Hiruzen said. Naruto nodded his head and stood up. "See you later, Gigi," Naruto said, waving his hand at him, and soon jumped from the window, much to the annoyance of the old Hokage, who hoped that Jiraiya hadn't shown his books to Naruto. Naruto. He was walking through the village towards his apartment. It was probably around 11 of the day. The teaching had already started, and Naruto knew it would be a waste of time to go to the academy now, so he decided to go tomorrow morning like everyone else. While walking, Naruto wondered what they would be taught them in the academy. and he hoped they would teach them about fuinjutsu. He soon reached the apartment. Reaching his floor, he saw the door to his apartment had words written all over it. Even the wall close to the door had words written. Demon, child of sin, killer, burn in hell, Kyuubi. Naruto sighed and opened the door. What a warm welcome, he murmured, walking inside. He saw the whole place looked messed up, probably because of the last accident, since after he got beaten, he never returned to his apartment to fix the mess they had made. Sighting, he crossed his fingers, and 10 clones suddenly showed up. Fix the house, he said, and the clones started working while Naruto decided to visit his favorite restaurant until they were done. Naruto left the apartment and made his way towards Ichiraku Ramen, and he wondered how they would treat him. They treated him well last time. He soon reached the restaurant ignoring the annoying glances from the villagers. Walking inside, he saw who he thought was Ayame. She looked taller now and probably around her 14. She looked more beautiful. Ayame noticed the new customer and turned to look at him, but her eyes immediately widened when he saw the familiar red hair and the whiskers on his face. Naruto, is that you? She almost shouted happily. He was about to reply when his head suddenly got gripped by 2 hands and got in a bear hug from Ayame. It's so good to see you, Naruto, she said, hugging him tightly. Naruto tried to talk but couldn't. Can breathe, he tried to say, and she understood his position and let him go. Naruto gasped for air, his hand on his chest. I'm sorry, Naruto, she quickly apologized. Finally catching his breath, he shook his head. Don't worry, Ayame, it is good to see you too, he replied, smiling at her, and his eyes looked around in time to see the old man walking towards them. His eyes still closed, and Naruto wondered how could he even cook without looking unless he had some kind of secret dojutsu. Naruto, is good to see you, he said happily to see him back, but most importantly that the village had been wrong about his supposed death. Naruto then went and explained that he had been training for 4 years. After a little while, Ayame handed Naruto a large bowl of hot ramen and told him to enjoy it, which he did for the moment that the hot noodles were in his mouth. Naruto had stars in his eyes as this was the best ramen, just like how he remembers it. Within seconds Naruto quickly ate everything in the bowl. That was great, Ayame-chan, said Naruto, which made the girl smile. Thanks, my two-san taught me everything I know about cooking, she replied. Is there any more? Asked Naruto as he was still hungry and was hoping to have more of Ayame's delicious ramen. Sure, as much as you like, said Ayame with a smile and went to get more ramen from the large pot. Once he was full, Naruto thanked Ayame and Tenchi for the free meal and promised to return again soon. Both Ayame and Tenchi said he was more than welcome, although Tenchi did joke that Naruto would have to pay next time, which caused Naruto to smirk a little. Walking towards his home, he thought, tomorrow is the academy, I wonder what it is like there. I hope my friends haven't forgotten me, thought Naruto. He knew the likes of Shikamaru probably didn't, but he wasn't sure when it came to Ino and Choji. Reaching his apartment, the clones had already cleaned the whole house. He smiled, and they soon popped out of existence. Naruto, I'm thinking for you to start training with 2 tails worth of chakra after a year, Kurama suddenly said. Once he reaches 2 tails, reaching 3 tails will be even more accessible. 4 tails would be much harder, probably the most challenging part. Naruto thought about it and nodded his head in agreement. Sitting on the couch, he started making a security seal for his house to stop any idiot trying to break in. Jiraiya, he was walking throughout the forest. In his pocket was a photo. He had kept it for 3 years now. He was always looking at it from time to time. Looking down at it, the picture was made in Mount Myoboku, 1 year after Naruto had arrived. It was him in the photo and Naruto smiling, standing on his shoulders. Jiraiya smiled, looking at it. How much Naruto reminded him of Minato scared him sometimes. I'm sorry, but he couldn't make it. Jiraiya remembers those words extremely well. Sometimes even in nightmares. It has been 32 years now, and it still hurt whenever he remembered that tragedy. He quickly used his hand to wipe away a tear, putting the photo in his secret pocket. He continued his road. The cloak started singing in the morning. Naruto moaned in annoyance for waking up, but that wasn't enough. Wakey wakey Naruto, it's time to wake the fuck up, Kurama screamed in his head. Naruto's eyes immediately widened, and he stood up on his legs. He yawned loudly and started stretching his legs and arms. He looked at the table close to his bed, and the damn clock was still ringing like a broken record. without thinking twice, he punched the clock that was enough to destroy it along with the table holding it completely. He still wasn't used to his punches, but Jiraiya told him that he had the same problem that Tsunade-sama had when she first started using her insane strength. I didn't know that you swear, Kurama, Naruto said mentally, not remembering that the furball had ever used swears. So what, I'm thousands of years old, and I'm old enough to swear, Kurama replied with a smirk. Fair enough, Naruto replied, smiling at his friend's response. Finally relaxing that the annoying sound was over, he looked at a chair where his clothes were lying on the back of the chair. He slowly walked up to it and grabbed his jacket. As he was wearing his jacket, his eyes went to the cloak his Toad-Jiji had gifted him before reaching the village. The cloak was large for him right now but was more for him to use once he became a genin. The cloak was dark with red flames at the bottom, with the Uzumaki symbol on the back, standing proudly. Naruto smiled and had thanked his Toad-Jiji for thinking of him and giving him new clothes. And what the redhead liked even more was that the cloak looked exactly like his father except with a few minor changes, but still, Naruto treasured it like the sword his mother had given to him. Naruto then wore his dark pants. His scratches and injuries from his training had been healed. He took the seal paper and put it on his shoulder. With a hand sign, the seal disappeared and couldn't be seen. Toad-Jiji had taught his jutsu to become invisible, but when Naruto had asked how and why he had made the jutsu, his godfather had just murmured something under his breath and told him that he didn't need to know. Naruto was sure that he needed it to spy in enemy villages for information, right? For what else could he be using it? His seal papers could only be seen with Sharingan or Byakugan. His seal was a chakra storage seal. He hid it from the naked eye since he didn't want people to know all his secrets. The seal also worked as a barrier seal to create a protecting barrier around him that used his chakra. Combining seals was one of the three most challenging parts of learning Fuinjutsu. Naruto developed both a storage seal and barrier seal and combined them in a single seal that could do both. That was what he needed to learn in level 7 of Fuinjutsu. Naruto naturally asked if someone could combine like 3 seals. Still, Toad-Jiji told him that the only one who could do that was his father and mother, who could incorporate 3 different seals, but his sensei then said that he had never heard of combining more than 3 seals. Naruto was sure there was a way to do that as well, but right now, he wasn't at the level needed to start thinking about that. When it came to the seal on his stomach, he still had no clue why the seal would glow red. Kurama explained that when he had lost control, the seal had stopped him from going further, but the seal apparently worked in 2 ways. When Naruto had used 1 tael worth of chakra without losing control, the seal had not tried to stop it, almost like the seal was designed to know when Naruto had control and when not. That was a relief to Naruto since it meant he could try to go 2 taels without the fear that he might lose control, but Kurama had warned him that the seal had a limit. If he lost control and went 6 taels or above, then Kurama wasn't sure if the seal would be able to do anything. Naruto had asked what KCM, Kyuubi Chakra mode, that he had once mentioned to him was. Kurama had told him to use it. He needed the key for the seal in second to control all 9 taels worth of chakra and get rid of his negative side. Naruto didn't understand what that meant, but Kurama told him to not worry about it. The redhead then had asked about the Baryon mode, but Kurama had quickly dropped the subject and told him that wasn't needed for him to know. Naruto didn't care much, and he wanted to be strong on his own and not rely on Kurama all the time. Naruto prepared his food, rice with egg. He broke the egg at the top of his rice bowl and used a chopstick to mix them. He used a bit of melted chocolate. He kept moving his chopstick around until he thought that was good enough. He soon started eating and followed it with water. After eating, he walked to the door. He smirked, seeing the seals that he had put in the house in case someone wanted to do something funny, and he grabbed the letter that he was supposed to give to the teacher. He opened the door and wore his blue shinobi sandals. He jumped from the staircase and landed on the ground, and soon started walking towards the academy. Since he arrived yesterday, the word had spread in some parts of the village that the demon fox has returned from the dead and is ready to slaughter all of them. Naruto sighed, tired of the looks some people were giving him. He knew these looked well, but not being here for 4 years and not receiving them for such a long time made him kind of forget how it was to have them. As he was walking, Naruto couldn't help but feel the negative emotions of many people around him. They glared at him, some saying that the demon had been reborn, and that they should kill him again or some bullshit like that. Tired of this, Naruto jumped up to the rooftop and started walking towards the academy. He just hoped the academy would be worth it and that he wouldn't waste his time there. Kurama, what do you think I should do about the academy? Naruto suddenly asked. What do you mean? What is there to do except listen to a boring teacher who talks too fast and calls everyone who asks questions an idiot for not understanding? Kurama replied. Naruto chuckled slightly at his reply but decided to get to the point. I mean, we both know that if I do very well in the academy, the civil council will be so happy. To complain that you're taking over my body and ready to kill all of them, Naruto replied. Kurama laughed at his response. Why does it matter? They will bitch and moan even if you're the dead last. Don't try to do things their way to please a bunch of idiots who talk about things they don't understand, Kurama replied. Naruto mentally nodded his head in agreement with what Kurama said. He thought the same but just wanted to have a second thought about this subject. Naruto slowly reached the academy. Class. The students who wanted to become shinobi in the future, all were waiting for the arrival of their teacher to start their study. Many found the whole thing boring, and one found it troublesome. So far they had only been teaching simple boring history and have a few fights here and there amongst students. But so far, nothing special, they still hadn't learned any awesome jutsu. Most of them couldn't wait until they became genin and went on adventures to earn respect and glory. They all thought they would protect important people and fight and win against the bad guys. The door suddenly opened to reveal a pink-haired girl, who immediately screeched at the top of her lungs. Sasuke-kun, walking up the stairs and sitting close to his place, since Sasuke always sat alone and didn't want anyone to sit close to his place. He was quiet and didn't talk much. Most would respond with, HNN, but that was made him look cool to most of the girls in the class. Except for a certain girl, who didn't talk much because of her shyness. Her eyes were white like milk because of her clan's Kekkei Genkai. The Byakugan, followed by the pink girl, soon came a blonde girl. Ino Yamanaka slowly shook her head at seeing Sakura scream like that. Ino walked and sat close to Sakura, who had stars in her eyes and looked at the brooding Uchiha like he was a prince in shining armor. Close to Shikamaru's desk was seated a boy wearing a high jacket covering most of his face, dark glasses that covered his eyes. Many thoughts of him as a freak, and some who knew about his clan jutsu with bugs found him disturbing. Close to him was seated a boy with red lines across his cheek, sharp teeth, and a dog at the top of his head. After a while, every student came to the class and was waiting for the teacher. The door suddenly opened to reveal a man around his 30s, a mark that went from cheek to cheek across his nose. Seeing that everyone had come, he cleared his throat to start. Today will be different. Right now, we will welcome the new student of our class, now. He was interrupted by the boy with the dog. Hey, what's this? How he can join us without doing the first 2 years? The boy almost shouted accusingly at the teacher. His dog barked in agreement with his owner. Kiba, the boy, has permission from the Hokage. If you have any problems, you can go and talk to him, the teacher responded with a higher tone. The mention of the Hokage made Kiba quiet and sat down without saying another word. Understanding there wouldn't be any more interruptions, he decided to continue. Now, I want everyone to be kind to him and treat him like a friend, he finished, but he wasn't sure about this part. He understood who the boy was. Unlike the others, he didn't straight up hate him, but still looking at him reminded him of his parents. Come in, the teacher shouted, and the door opened to reveal Naruto walking inside. His red hair like blood was what immediately caught the attention of everyone in the class. Ino silently gasped. She remembered the tomato, Naruto. Shikamaru was fully awake, much to Choji's surprise, who looked happy to see Naruto again. The three remembered him and had been sad when they had heard that he had gone outside the village to train. Naruto noticed the look of curiosity of many around the class. He suddenly heard a voice from his right side. Introduce yourself, the teacher Iruka said, but without looking at him. Naruto wondered if the teacher hated him. He couldn't feel any negative emotions, well, not to the same extent as the others, but he could feel a small hint of sorrow and anger inside him. Naruto then focused on the class in front of him. Hello there, he said with a carefree tone. The whole class sweat dropped at his choice of words. I meant your name, Iruka-sensei said with annoyance in his tone. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I hope we have a good time, he introduced himself, not knowing what else to say. His hands behind his head. Now, would you kindly sit somewhere that you want, Iruka-sensei told him with a stern tone. His eyes immediately noticed Shikamaru sitting close with who he thought was Choji. To his surprise, the third chair of their desk was empty, and his eyes looked to his right to see Ino sitting close to a pink-haired girl. She looked different, taller, and her hair was tightened to a short ponytail. She was wearing a purple shirt. Naruto turned to look at the pineapple boy and decided to sit close to Shikamaru since he knew them, but he didn't know if they still remembered him. He walked up to them and turned to look at Shikamaru. "Can I sit here?" he asked, looking at them. "Of course, Naruto has been a long time," Choji replied immediately, happy that their friend was back in the village. Naruto's face brightened that Choji could remember him. Sitting down, Shikamaru was in the middle, and Choji was on the left side. "Shikamaru, how have you been?" Naruto asked, looking at Shikamaru whose head was resting against the desk, his hands like a pillow. "Troublesome, is good to see you again, Naruto," he greeted him with a tired tone before returning to sleep. Both Choji and Naruto had a sweet drop behind their heads. "Haha, he hasn't changed at all, the same lazy, I wonder if his dream is still to sleep." Naruto asked himself, happy that he could spend time with them. Iruka cleared his throat to grab everyone's attention except Shikamaru. Everyone turned to him, and Naruto wondered what they would learn first with enthusiasm. Later, "This is boring," Naruto said to himself. He couldn't believe for 3 hours that he had been here, the only thing they did was to talk about history. He couldn't understand why. Naruto knew knowing history was important, but knowing clans, bloodlines, and how to start elemental manipulation training was far more critical, for crying out loud. Or maybe learn your affinities. Hell, he asked Choji, since Shikamaru had fallen asleep, if they were taught how to do chakra control exercise, and the answer was, no. Naruto couldn't understand why. Learning walking in trees and standing on the water was not something that needed that much thought and training and was nothing that couldn't be taught to 8-year-old children. Right now, Naruto had fallen asleep, his hands like a pillow. Shikamaru was sleeping, leaving Choji to look at them with a raised eyebrow. He didn't expect Naruto to end up like Shikamaru. Iruka was getting irritated by their laziness. He understood Shikamaru, but why Naruto? He needed to know these things. "Naruto!" Iruka screamed to grab the redhead's attention. Naruto slowly raised his head and rubbed his eyes with his hand. "You say something, Iruka-sensei?" Naruto asked with a tired tone and with half-closed eyes. Iruka was boiling inside and letting out steam from his ears. "I'm going to ask you questions. Let's see if you can answer them," he stated. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders, ready to answer whatever he might throw at him. "Well, for what was the first Hokage known for?" Iruka asked. "He was known for his wood style that is the strongest bloodline ever to exist, even stronger than the Sharingan." At the mention that Mokuden was stronger than Sharingan, Sasuke clenched his teeth and fists. Naruto noticed his sudden change of emotions but didn't bother to see what was his problem. Mokuden could be used to control the tailed beasts including Kyuubi. The first Hokage along with Madara Uchiha were the ones to build the hidden village in the leaf. The village was built with the Mokuden ability of the first Hokage, Naruto finished. Iruka was impressed since he didn't expect Naruto to know the answer and he knew more than needed. After almost half an hour later, Iruka looked surprised, and so was everyone in the class. Even Shikamaru was slightly self-aware of what was happening in the class. Naruto had answered every question that Iruka-sensei threw at him, hell, even questions that the class hadn't learned yet. Iruka made a mental note not to underestimate Naruto and be honest, and he was impressed with what the kid knew. "Well, now Mizuki will come here, and you will have an honor duel against each other," Iruka stated, and that grabbed the attention of everyone in the class. Even Shikamaru was fully awake now. Naruto wondered how good his friends were and if anyone around here was at his level, but he could feel that none of them had even high genin chakra. But Naruto knew better than to underestimate them. Suddenly the door opened, revealing a man close to Iruka's age. White hair and a fake smile on his face. His face looked like a triangle to Naruto. His eyes turned to the class when he almost immediately noticed the redhead with whiskers on the front. He fought the urge to clench his teeth. So the rumors are true. The demon has returned, Mizuka thought with a creepy smile. Naruto could feel the negative emotions from the new guy, and he fought the urge to roll his eyes. He wondered if the teacher would try to do anything against him, but Naruto knew it didn't matter in the end. The man Mizuka had low Chunin chakra level. They soon started leaving the class and going outside. Naruto noticed the brooding Uchiha was looking at him with a hint of irritation and curiosity. Naruto knew from Jiraiya-sensei that the Uchiha clan had been massacred from Itachi Uchiha. He felt pity for him and understood how it is to lose your clan. They soon were outside. Iruka-sensei turned his head to the class. "First, we will practice throwing shurikens," he stated with a stern voice. Each of the students took turns at the target poles and the target dummies for the next hour. Shino hit 7 out of the 10 targets points on the target pole and got 3 out of 5 target points on the first target dummy, 4 out of 5 on the second dummy, and 4 out of 5 again on the third. Kiba hit 5 out of the 10 target points on the target pole and got 3 out of 5 target points on the first target dummy, 2 out of 5 on the second dummy, and 4 on the third. Hinata hit 7 out of the 10 target points on the target pole and got 4 out of 5 target points on the first target dummy, 3 out of 5 on the second dummy, and 4 again on the third. Sakura hit 1 out of the 10 target points, earning a look of disappointment from Iruka. Ino hit 3 out of the 10. She looked proud with herself that she got 3, and most importantly, she hit more than Sakura, who had a tick mark on her forehead. Finally, the last students remaining were Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke got all the targets points on the target pole at once, where he threw all 10 of his shurikens at once, where they all hit the target's points on the target pole dead center at roughly the same time. Upon seeing this, Sasuke's fangirls started to scream and cheer loudly at how their Sasuke-kun was so fabulous and talented and that he was the best. Sasuke, for his part, ignored the girls' screaming, while Naruto cringed at the screams, after which he shook his head in annoyance, as his mother warned him in her letter about the fangirl and to stay away from them. He could also not help but be disappointed that all the girls in the class, minus Hinata, were fangirls, which went to show how far the Konoha Academy standards had fallen. He had thought that the girls in a shinobi village as big as Konoha would train like Fu or Asha, but instead, he found the opposite. The Hidden Leaf village is known as the strongest village out of 5 big shinobi villages, but to see this kind of behavior made Naruto seriously question it. The next generation should be stronger than the last. Naruto then turned to watch Sasuke as he then threw some more shurikens at the target dummies, where he hit 4 out of 5 target points on all 3 target dummies. This, of course, resulted in more screams of joy from Sasuke's fangirls, much to Naruto's annoyance. After Sasuke was finished with a slight smirk on his face, Naruto knew he didn't care to have the attention of useless fangirls, but to see himself being better than the others made him smirk. Thinking he was on top, Iruka then called Naruto up. Iruka handed him the shurikens. Naruto sighed and looked at the targets. Many of the class were interested to see how the new guy does. Even Sasuke was slightly interested in seeing if he would be a loser or a challenge to compare himself with. Taking a deep breath, Naruto threw all his shurikens with a single throw, and all of them landed, making a perfect score, even better than Sasuke. All the girls gasped at what they saw, especially Ino, who couldn't help but notice that Naruto was better than Sasuke-kun. Shikamaru had a slight smirk, almost like he already knew the outcome. Choji had stopped eating. Kiba clenched his teeth, and it wasn't enough that Sasuke was better than him and stole all the attention, but now there's a second one. Sasuke looked interested in what he saw. So he's strong. Perhaps this Naruto wouldn't be a waste of time and could be an excellent rival to match myself with, Sasuke thought. Iruka had his mouth wide open while Mizuki looked ready to burst into flames. Getting over the shock, Iruka cleared his throat. Excellent throw, Naruto. You have a perfect score, 10 points. Sasuke is second place with 9 points. Iruka went on saying how many points each one had. Soon after the throwing and aiming train, Iruka began the taijutsu training, where he started to call out people in pairs and had them fight each other in taijutsu to see how well their taijutsu skills were. For the next 40 minutes, the students fought each other in taijutsu, where some won and others lost. Naruto watched their fights, but most weren't really worth watching, but even still, there were a small few that were. Some like Hinata's fight against Sakura, where Sakura attacked Hinata with her knowledge of basic academy-level taijutsu and was easily defeated by Hinata, who used a gentle fist. Hitting the ground, Sakura looked up at Hinata. "Hey, what's your problem?" she asked since she had apparently messed her hair. When she hit the ground, Hinata just raised an eyebrow since this was a fight where they're supposed to fight. Iruka shook his head and called the next match. Another was Choji against a student named Taho, where he used his size and power to defeat Taho. Naruto cheered for him, and so did Shikamaru. The final one that was of noteworthy attention was Sasuke against another academy student named Sando. Sasuke used his more advanced taijutsu skill and training to overwhelm Sando completely and defeat him without too much trouble. Finally came to Naruto's turn and his enemy was Kiba. When he saw who he was fighting, he grinned, and a cocky smile was on his face looking at the redhead like a tomato in front of him that didn't look much. Now let's see how well you do against an alpha like me, tomato, Kiba taunted him and pointed his finger at him. Naruto just raised an eyebrow. Did you say something? He asked. That made Kiba's blood boil that a nobody like him was acting like he was superior to him. Akamaru started barking at him, warning him that Naruto was stronger than even the teacher. Akamaru could feel a bit of the demonic chakra in Naruto, which made his tail go between his legs and started whining. Kiba looked at him confused but then turned at Naruto. Iruka could only sigh at Kiba's behavior. Hajime, he shouted, and Kiba rushed at him with all his speed. His arms spread out, ready to hit his face with his fist. Naruto suddenly disappeared from the view and was in front of Kiba, caughting him off guard. With a quick strike on his stomach, Kiba felt all his insides wanting to come out. He gasped and fell on his knees and threw out everything. "Ho, howdy," he tried to ask. "How did I do it?" "Well, you rushed at me completely open, and you practically screamed at me, 'Attack me,' and I did that," Naruto explained, looking down at him with a small smile. Kiba clenched his teeth before losing concussions. Akamaru rushed at his owner and started licking his face. Everyone looked surprised from what they saw. Even Shikamaru looked surprised. He knew Naruto was stronger, but this just proved that he was beyond stronger. He sighed. "This is troublesome," he whispered to himself, but Choji heard him. "Did you see that? Of course, he's amazing." "No, just amazing, he's handsome as sin." The girls started talking to each other about how Naruto looked. He sighed, annoyed, and walked back at the crowd. Mizuki clenched his fist tightly. "The demon is strong, the council will know about this demon, and this time we will kill you," he thought, furious that the demon brat was so strong. Iruka looked impressed, but when he checked Kiba, he could see he wasn't hurt. He knew Naruto could have hurt him but didn't. That moment Iruka smiled at the kid and decided to see him as more than just the demon fox of the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto. He slowly made his way towards his home, not that it really mattered. No one was waiting for him there, just an empty house full of loneliness. The first day was eventful. After the training, many girls had started looking at him with literal stars in their eyes. Looking at him like he was a good piece of meat or something. That annoyed Naruto since he knew that none of them was taking the academy seriously, probably thinking that being a shinobi means you will be famous or that it is easy to be one. Naruto didn't like that kind of girl. He was only 8 years old, but he wanted a girl that if she was a kunoichi, was a strong one and took the job seriously. It had her dreams for the future and didn't let anyone control her, a girl that had ambitious for the future. Funny and maybe a bit hot-headed. Naruto shook his head and noticed the gaze of many villagers around. He wondered how long it would take for them to try and attack him again. Naruto still remembered that night well, and he would never let them harm him again. During the academy, he had talked with Ino, who looked happy to see him again, but Naruto could see and literally feel her need to look behind. Naruto had glanced and noticed that she wanted to see the emo Uchiha sitting alone at his desk that was ignoring every living being around him. Naruto saw the emo and decided to see if he wanted to be a friend with him. After the hour was done, some students walked outside. The girls mostly depended on whether the cool Sasuke was staying or leaving the class. Naruto ignored them and stood in front of his desk. The Uchiha noticed the redhead and turned his eyes at him. "Do you want to come to sit with us?" Naruto suggested and pointed at where Shikamaru and Choji were sitting. Sasuke grunted and gave him a glare that Naruto had just brushed off. "I don't need to spend time with you losers," he replied with a cocky tone. Shikamaru and Choji didn't care about his words since they knew that Sasuke didn't care for anyone. They told the same to Naruto when he suggested asking the emo if he wanted to sit with them. Suddenly the air around Sasuke felt cold like ice. Even he felt a shiver through his whole body. Every fiber of his being was telling him that he had fucked it up. Naruto slammed his hand on the desk that broke the desk like it was made of nothing but paper. "Listen to me, you emo. I don't care what you say to me, but next time you talk like that, I will make sure that you know what it means to know pain," Naruto said with a promise. His voice was cold as winter, his whole body leaking ki enough to freeze Sasuke where he stood. Everyone was silent around the class. Kiba felt a cold sweat on his forehead. Shino's bugs could feel the massive amount of chakra in Naruto, but what frightened them was the demonic chakra. The fangirls of Sasuke wanted to yell at Naruto and protect their precious Sasuke-kun, but all the words had died on their throats. Ino, on the other hand, looked impressed by his amount of strength. Naruto turned around and walked back to his desk as if nothing had happened. Naruto didn't feel sorry for saying that to the emo. If there was one thing he hated, it was the cocky bastards like him who see everyone else beneath him. After that, Naruto got to know Shino, who actually talked smartly, and Hinata. She looked decent enough and didn't look like a fangirl, but she turned as red as his hair when he tried to talk to her. After that, Naruto walked back to his desk and spoke with Shikamaru and Choji. Naruto wondered when Toji would return. He hoped soon. But at the same time, he wanted to surprise him. Naruto was working on a seal he hoped to impress him, but would take a few months to complete it. As he kept walking, he could feel the Anbu staying close, but one of them had a chakra that he recognized. He stooped, walked and turned his head up and looked at the Anbu at the top of the building. "I know you're there," he shouted, making a few citizens around confused. An Anbu with a dog mask suddenly appeared in front of him. Naruto recognized his white hair, and who could forget the mask under his Anbu mask. Kakashi removed his Anbu mask and greeted his student when Naruto pointed the finger at him, smiling. "You're the old man," he shouted excitedly. Kakashi lowered his head in despair. Clouds formed on top of him and started raining only at him, while his Anbu friend was busy lying on the floor and laughing her ass off. "Old man Kakashi, can't wait to tell the others," she yelled, still laughing. Kakashi only lowered his head even more. Naruto looked at him, not sure what to do. While Kakashi was murmuring something about a guy named Guy, Naruto wasn't sure what he meant but decided to cheer him up. "I was only joking, Kakashi-sensei. It's good to see you again," Naruto quickly said. Kakashi slowly stood, and I smiled at him. "Just joking around, Naruto," he replied, smiling and turning to look at Naruto more closely. He had to admit that Naruto had grown quite a bit, and he couldn't help but notice the sword behind his back. That confused him slightly since he was sure that he didn't have the blade at the academy. "I see you have grown up, Naruto. It's good to see my student again," he said with another eye smile. Naruto smiled back but noticed the orange book on his porch. He was sure that it was Jiraiya-sensei's book from the color alone. Naruto remembered the first book that he gave him. It had a fantastic story, and apparently, his father had loved his first book, and he wondered what this one had a story like that. "Kakashi-sensei, can I borrow your book?" Naruto asked innocently and pointed at his book. At that moment, Kakashi felt like he would burn in hell. He could feel the ki of his Anbu friend, and she despised his books and had tried many times to slice them with her katana. He put a hand behind his head and took a step back. Ha 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 ho, how do, why do you want it?" Kakashi asked, sweating, and his whole body was sweating. He hoped that Naruto was just curious. "Jiraiya-sensei writes that book. I have seen him write it but never read it. Can I borrow it since the shops won't sell it to me?" he said, smiling innocently at him. Kakashi felt all his blood leave his whole body, and his entire face turned pale like snow. But, fortunately, his friend landed beside him and smiled at Naruto. "That book is not for you, Naruto-kun. How about you go to Ichiraku Ramen?" she suggested with a soft tone. Naruto turned his attention to her and noticed her katana. He wondered how good was she since she was an Anbu, but decided not to bother her since probably she had already her hands full with her job as an Anbu. He nodded his head and decided to leave. "All right, I hope to meet Kakashi-sensei and Anbu-sama again," he said and bowed his head respectfully and soon left by jumping from roof to roof. Seeing him leave, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. But then he turned his head slowly at his friend. "If you even dare to think to hurt his innocence, I will burn all your books in front of you," she promised with a tone that sent shivers of fear in his body. He quickly raised his hands, trying to defend himself. "There's no need, he's still too young for them," he replied and talked a few steps back. And decided to immediately leave and go after Naruto to see if anyone would bother him. Sarutobi. Paperwork after paperwork after paperwork after another pile of paperwork. He was getting tired of this evil spawn. He just wanted to have some time to read his favorite book and relax. Was that too much to ask? Apparently, it was when he saw the door opening and inside walked his former teammates. Homura, Kaharu and Danzo. He stopped his war with paperwork and prepared for his upcoming war. He thought that maybe that the actual shinobi war was easier than dealing with paperwork and his teammates. Why weren't we informed that the Jinchuriki has returned? Danzo asked, looking down at the old Hokage. Sarutobi sighed and stood up. His form showed power despite his age. Danzo noticed it and took a step back, and so did Homura and Kaharu. Mostly to avoid this exact same conversation, but yes, Naruto has returned and has joined the academy, he replied, grabbing his pipe from the desk and smoking. Danzo narrowed his eyes, and Homura took a step forward. We have called for a meeting tomorrow morning. The council needs to know, she informed him and turned to leave. Sarutobi felt another headache coming. Oh no, we all know there's no reason to call for a meeting, he replied, hoping that Naruto being here would stay hidden for a while longer. Danzo smirked. Too late, Sarutobi, the village needs to know, he stated, and they left the office, leaving him alone with his headache. Tomorrow. The council had gathered early in the morning. It was 9 a.m., and everyone had arrived except the Hokage. The clan heads were there despite seeing this meeting as pointless. The civil part of the council discussed with each other since not all of them knew what was happening. The door suddenly opened to reveal Sarutobi walking inside, his face dead serious and showing authority. Everyone stood up until he sat in his chair, followed by everyone else. The Hokage was about to start this time-wasting meeting when a civil decided to speak up. What is that? I heard that the demon has returned. I thought we killed the demon, he shouted, demanding answers when he felt everything became cold. Sarutobi had enough of this. Civil Ogura, do you need to be reminded that I'm the Hokage here, not you? He spoke with a tone that frightened everyone in the council. Even Danzo felt a shiver on his body. The civil sat down and kept quiet. Hiruzen turned to look at his teammates. Why did you call this meeting for? He demanded. The others were focused since they wanted to know why this meeting was called so early. Danzo cleared his throat, grabbing everyone's attention. This council is gathered to announce that Uzumaki Naruto has returned to the village and has joined the academy, he said out loud for everyone to hear. Shikaku smiled hearing this. Of course, Shikamaru had told him yesterday after arriving from the academy that Naruto-kun had returned. He wondered how training for 4 years with Jiraiya-sama had shaped the boy. Inoichi was happy to hear that since Ino had informed him last night about his return. Even Chozo was delighted for it despite not being sure at the beginning that it would be safe to have kids around him. Hiyashi Hyuga kept an emotionless face but was slightly happy to hear about the son of Minato. Sue Minazuka smirked from ear to ear. She always hated the civil council for celebrating the death of a kid. It didn't take long, and the civil council was in an uproar, and one of them stood up with his hands slammed in the table. I thought we killed that demon. Everyone saw his head rolling in the ground like a rock. The blood flew everywhere, and everyone in the civil council was shocked, and Sarutobi released his ki at maximum. That made all of them see visions of the same death. Even the clan heads were having a hard time to breath. Sarutobi stopped his ki, and silence took over the room. It felt like no one was there. The cloak could be heard ticking. Even the bugs around Shibi Abarame's face were making sound enough to be heard around the room. After a few minutes without anyone talking, Sarutobi took a deep breath in his pipe. Before you have any thoughts, Jiraiya himself had warned me not to hurt Naruto. Sarutobi warned and looked around the council to see if anyone wanted to speak again. This meeting has ended, he announced and stood up and left the room. Danzo clenched his teeth and hands and looked at Sarutobi as he was leaving. You think you won this round, Sarutobi, but even the demon brat can't do anything against my weapons. Once he's mine, I will have everything left by the 4th Hokage, and the Kyuubi will be mine, he thought and left the council ready to talk with his loyal weapons. Ashara. She had been training in her kenjutsu for hours now. She moved her sword like she was dancing in water, her long red hair flying with the wind, shining from the light of the sun high in the sky. She grabbed her sword tightly before swinging at the tree in front of her. The swing was strong enough to slice 5 trees, she saw them falling in the ground. Their leaves fell all around her. She took a deep breath and looked at her work. Her kenjutsu had advanced since Naruto had left, but she had slacked off a little in her fuinjutsu. She was still in level 5, but Asha wasn't in any hurry. Right now, she wanted to perfect her kenjutsu in her elemental manipulation. She had left a clone to train in elemental manipulation. Since she had only 2 and had high water affinity, she first had started to work in water manipulation. She needed less time than Naruto, who had 4 of them, or Fu, who had 3. Thinking about the redhead, she felt sad. Just the thought of him saddened her. He's my family, she thought with a smile on her face. The same was for Fu. Asha couldn't wait to meet him again and wondered how would he look like when he grew up, she thought, her fingers playing with her hair. With a slight blush on her face, she closed her eyes and put the sword back to its scabbard. Her mind went to the Phoenix contract. Naruto had told her about it, and she wondered if she could find it anywhere. But one thing she remembered from Jiraiya-sama. He had told them the story of how he had ended up with the Toad contract. Apparently, he had tried to do the summoning jutsu without having a contract, but instead, he ended up in Mount Myoboku. She put the finger on her chin and decided that it was worth a try. She quickly used her small kunai to cut her index finger, made all the necessary hand signs, and slammed her hand on the ground, but nothing happened. She raised her eyebrow and waited a few minutes, but nothing happened. She shrugged her shoulders and decided to go with her day. The day slowly ended. Ashara was lying in her bed, in Fu's house. Her friend slept in another bed next to hers. Fu had spent the whole day training her wind manipulation. Ashara slowly closed her eyes to sleep. She opened her eyes to see herself, falling, her body spread and falling in the ground below. She was higher than she had ever been before. It seemed as though she had been falling for years. Fly, a voice whispered in the darkness, but Ashara did not know how to fly, so all she could do was fall. The ground was so far below her she could barely make it out through the gray mists that whirled around her, but she could feel how fast she was falling, and she knew what was waiting for her down there. Even in dreams, you could not fall forever. She would wake up in the instant before she hit the ground, she knew. You always woke up in the instant before you hit the ground. And if you don't? The voice asked. The ground was closer now, still far, far away, 1,000 miles away, but closer than it had been. It was cold here in the darkness. There was no sun, no stars, only the ground below coming up to smash her, and the gray mists, and the whispering voice. She wanted to cry, not cry, fly. I can't fly, Ashara said. I can't. Quote, how do you know? Have you ever tried? The voice was high and thin. Asha looked around to see where it was coming from. A red bird was spiraling down with her, just out of reach, following her as she fell. She had a long red tail behind her, and her wings looked to be made of red flames. Help me, she said. I'm trying, the bird replied. Are you really a bird? Ashara asked. Are you really falling? The bird asked back. It's just a dream, Ashara said. Is it? Asked the bird. I'll wake up when I hit the ground, Ashara told the bird. You'll die when you hit the ground, the bird said. It went back to looking at the ground below. Ashara looked down. She could see mountains now, their peaks white with snow, and the silver thread of rivers in dark woods. She closed her eyes and began to cry. That won't do any good, the bird said. I told you, the answer is flying, not crying. How hard can it be? I'm doing it. The bird took to the air and flapped around Ashara's hand. You have wings, Asha pointed out. Maybe you do too. Asha felt along her shoulders, groping for feathers. There are different kinds of wings, the bird said. Ashara was staring at her arms, her legs. She was so skinny, just skin stretched taut over bones. Had she always been so thin? She tried to remember. A face swam up at her out of the gray mist, shining with light and darkness. You said you wouldn't let any of your friends die. Look around you, it said. Ashara screamed. The bird took to the air, cawing. Not that, it shrieked at her. Forget that. You do not need it now. Put it aside, put it away. It landed on Ashara's shoulder and pecked at her, and the shining dark face was gone. Ashara was falling faster than ever. The gray mists held around her as she plunged toward the earth below. What are you doing to me? She asked the bird, tearful. I am teaching you how to fly. I can't fly. You're flying right now. I'm falling. Every flight begins with a fall, the bird said. Look down. I'm afraid. Quote, look down. Asha looked down and felt her insides turn to water. The ground was rushing up at her now. The whole world was spread out below her, a tapestry of white and brown and green. She could see everything so clearly that for a moment, she forgot to be afraid. She could see the whole world and everyone in it. She saw the hidden leaf as the eagles see it, the tall towers looking squat and stubby from above, the walls just lines in the dirt. The faces of the old Hokage are carved in the mountain. She saw Naruto in an empty field alone, surrounded by hatred and despair. She wanted to cry when she saw her friend alone. She saw a giant shadow slowly rising behind Naruto, the shadow had strange purple eyes with dark rings. The shadow gradually thinned, the strange purple eyes smashed together and became one single eye, but instead, there were 3 tomos in each circle. The shadow looked different, and 10 tails slowly spread behind him. Asha saw Naruto slowly turning to look at her, but one eye was blue, but the white part of the eye had changed to dark like a void, and the other eye still looked normal. His face was half dead and half alive. His kind eye was crying tears of happiness, the other crying frozen tears of despair. It felt Ashara watching, it lifted its eyes from the still waters and stared back at her knowingly. She looked east and saw mountains kissing the sky, reaching beyond anyone had ever reached before. At the top of the highest mountain, a girl crying tears of lies and love. She looked at the village hidden in the mist, a boy sitting alone in the room, his eyes crying the pain inside his heart. But his shadow was that of a man with a Sharingan, a smile on the shadow man's face. She looked around and saw a boy holding in his shoulders the pain of loss of loved ones, the hatred of a lie, and the love of a girl that loved him until the end. His Sharingan shone like fire in the darkness. She lifted her eyes and saw clear. A magnificent village now in ruins, once was what known for peace and understanding, now left in nothing but ash and death. Now you know, the bird whispered as it sat on her shoulder. Now you know why you must live. Why, Ashara said, not understanding, falling. Asha looked at the bird on her shoulder, and the bird looked back. It had 2 eyes, one red full of blood and the other dark full of darkness. Asha looked down. There was nothing below her now but snow and cold and death. Now, Ashara, the crow urged. Choose, fly or die. Death reached for her, screaming. Ashara spread his arms and flew. Wings unseen drank the wind and filled and pulled her upward. The terrible needles of ice receded below her. The sky opened up above. Asha soared. It was better than training. It was better than anything. The world grew small beneath her. I'm flying, she cried out in delight. The bird landed on her shoulder, and his eyes looked at her before poking her forehead. She felt pain and fire in her forehead. Fly like fire, raise from the ashes. The bird whispered, find me, find us in the place where the sun never shines. Where the forgotten rest, the bird said before his whole body engulfed in red flames. His wings, his legs, his chest, his head, and his eyes. Everything became fire before taking the sky and went to her forehead like a burning arrow. Ashara screamed in pain, the burning feeling spread all over her body. Her forehead felt like it would split. Her body became fire, red lines spreading all over her body. Her legs, her arms, her chest, and her head. The flames slowly disappeared, and the lines slowly retreated back. The fire in her forehead died down, and left was an empty red circle with a slighter darker circle inside. Ashara felt her body go limp, her eyes closing on her own. That night Ashara kept sleeping, but her forehead slowly started shining in the darkness of the night. A small red circle slowly appeared on her forehead, and a smaller, darker one inside the first circle. The light died down, but the ring stood there. Jiraiya. The silence of the forest around was relaxing, but Jiraiya of the Sannin had to meet someone. He dropped his pen and stood up on his feet. His face, usually funny and joking, now was serious and made him look like a real shinobi. He closed his eyes for a second before opening them again. In front of him now stood a man wearing black cloak with red clouds. His hair had grown a bit, but his Sharingan could clearly be seen. His face looked emotionless to anyone, but Jiraiya could see right through his mask. Sometimes he still wondered how he could even stay sane after what he was forced to do. When Sarutobi-sensei had informed him of the real reason why the Uchiha clan was massacred, Jiraiya didn't believe it. They would be so foolish. Even if somehow, by some miracle, they would take over the village, both sides would take heavy losses, and that point would be like inviting Kumo or Iwa to conquer the Hidden Leaf village. Jiraiya clenched his fist and had a fighting position if something happened out of the ordinary. Jiraiya-sama, is good to meet you again, but I don't have time to stay, Itachi said respectfully before throwing a scroll at Jiraiya. He grabbed it and quickly sealed it away. Something else? Jiraiya asked with a serious tone, his tone firm. The leader has the Rinnegan, Itachi informed him, and Jiraiya took a step back. His eyes widened, his face filled with different thoughts, and he didn't know what to think. His location? Jiraiya asked quickly, wondering where this leader stayed. If Itachi knew, perhaps Jiraiya could pay him a little visit and see for himself if this one was his old student or someone who had stolen his eyes. Itachi shook his head in denial, much to Jiraiya's disappointment. But he quickly got over it and told him to leave before they understood that he had left. Itachi quickly turned into crows and flew away. Jiraiya just stood there, not knowing what to think of all this. Nagato, is that really you? But why? He had many questions and no answers to any of them. He had always regretted not taking his students with him to the Hidden Leaf village, they would be safer there. Jiraiya knew Nagato's Rinnegan would be hard to hide, especially from people like Danzo or Orochimaru, who would kill to have it. But still, perhaps they would be safer there than in Rain Village. Jiraiya thought perhaps his students were still in Hidden Rain Village, but that possibly was slim. The Hidden Rain Village was still under Hanzo the Salamander, and he was an excellent shinobi that managed to wipe the floor with all 3 Sannin when they were at their peak. He knew he could walk in and possibly search if they were there, but if he weren't there, he would waste his time and possibly risk his life. Jiraiya knew he didn't have time to search around for him, and he still needed to keep an eye on Orochimaru and the villages around Hidden Leaf. Iwa hated the village with a burning passion right now, but they still were recovering from their huge losses against Minato. Jiraiya had received letters saying that apparently the older man Onoki didn't really crave for vengeance, or maybe he had gotten soft. When it came to Kumo, their attempt to kidnap Hinata Hyuga had spread around, and that put them in a wrong spot. Many lands that usually hired Kumo shinobis had either started hiring shinobi or different villages or not hiring at all. Not every land liked to hire shinobi from a village that would go so low that they would try to do something like that. Acts like that were looked at as horrific, and many people didn't want to have any connection with that kind of shinobis. The lands around Kumo, of course, would continue hiring them, but the lands outside the Lighting Land were having second guesses. Then his mind went to Kiri. The village was in a civil war. The kind and gentle Mizukage had suddenly ordered all the people with a bloodline to be executed with no exceptions. He wondered why the sudden change towards his people. Jiraiya didn't need to be a genius to conclude that he was under a genjutsu, but the thought that someone could control a Mizukage and not mention the said Mizukage was a jinchuriki. His mind then went to Nagato. He sighed in annoyance and a hint of sadness, and he didn't know which could be worse. Someone had stolen Nagato's Rinnegan for himself, or Nagato himself was the leader of the Akatsuki. Jiraiya wasn't sure which one was worse. Jiraiya looked down at the scroll Itachi gave him. He opened it and read the information provided to him. I don't know the identity of the leader. I have seen him only twice and only see him through a jutsu that made him look like a shadow. I can't tell how he looks except his Rinnegan. My partner is Kisame Hoshigaki. His strongest weapon is his sword, Samahata, that can absorb the chakra of the enemy. Kisame mentioned that he could absorb Biju chakra too. I'm not sure about Sage chakra. Jiraiya put the finger on his chin. The sword looked quite helpful, but he doubted that he could absorb Sage chakra. It would take lots of training and time to use Sage chakra without turning to stone. Hell, Jiraiya himself couldn't use it without the help of Ma and Pa. I haven't seen anyone else from the organization except I know Orochimaru is in the Akatsuki. I can't send information for a long time. We will move to test Jinchuriki after 5 years and start capturing them after 8 years. Jiraiya finished the letter and set it on fire, and he wondered if Naruto would be strong enough to fight them when they came after him. He hoped that he would be. When it came to how strong he was, Jiraiya knew Naruto was strong. Hell, if he used one-tail chakra cloak and without weights, he was sure that Naruto would be strong. Maybe medium Jonin level, but he doubted it. And Orochimaru in the Akatsuki. Jiraiya never thought his former teammate would ever accept to be part of a group, but he was sure he was there to try and steal the Rinnegan or possibly the Sharingan of Itachi. Jiraiya then thought about Tsunade. He got information that he was in the land of tea. He put his things back in his bag and returned to his journey to find Tsunade. 3 weeks later, the village in front of him wasn't a big one but was an excellent place to stay, and not that many bandits around. Land of Tea always hired shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village to protect them whenever they needed help. Jiraiya reached a tea restaurant and walked inside. He looked around and saw his friend, and sat close to him, not giving him any eye contact. The man making the tea was an older man who looked kind. "What tea can I give you?" he asked kindly. Jiraiya glanced at his eyes and could tell this was a veteran probably. "I want a cup of leaf tea," Jiraiya ordered, and the old man nodded his head before walking away and started preparing the tea. The friend, close to him, passed him a blank letter before getting up and leaving the tea restaurant. He left a few coins to pay for his tea on the table. Jiraiya quickly sealed the letter on his seal under his sleeve. The older man returned and gave him the cup of tea. Jiraiya took a sip and couldn't help but notice that was probably the best tea he had ever tested. Delicious tea, I'm sure you have a lot of work, Jiraiya praised him. The older man smiled and was a genuine smile. Thank you, is not every day that I have a man like you come to my restaurant. A cup of tea is an extraordinary thing, the old man said kindly as he poured him another cup of tea. I see you have struggled with yourself, he said, sitting on the other side of the table. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and wondered how he knew. Just ghosts of my past, Jiraiya replied, drinking tea again. I know how it's like to be tormented by the past. My son died young, before his time. In me, I'm old and still standing. One thing I know about failures is that there are opportunities to start again, but wiser, he said and walked away. Jiraiya thought about what he said and wondered if he was doing what was right. He wasn't there when Minato needed him most, but now Naruto. Jiraiya thought of him, he thought of his smile, his eyes determined, full of love and determination. Like a true cage should be. I'm going to rebuild my home, I'm going to build a village that no one would ever be harmed or looked down on. A village that anyone can call home. Jiraiya remembered Naruto's word, closing his eyes, he remembered Minato. You're my teacher, and I know no one better to be the godfather of my son. Jiraiya smiled and stood on his legs. He left twice the coins needed for payment and walked to the door. He soon left and decided to see his teammate. It had been a long time since he had last seen her. Later, he saw a casino close to him. He knew she must be there. He had already checked every restaurant that sells sake, but she wasn't in any of them. His hands went to his pocket and looked at the photo he had with Naruto. He smiled and took all his courage to walk inside. His eyes soon saw a blonde woman playing in a machine. Close to her stood a woman with dark hair who looked concerned and holding a pig in her hands. Jiraiya slowly reached her and decided to let her know of his presence. You know, some things change, but some never change, Tsunade, he said with a slight smirk on his face. Tsunade stopped playing and turned her head to look at Jiraiya. The woman close to her, who Jiraiya knew was Shizune, looked surprised and slightly nervous. What are you doing here, Jiraiya? Can't you see I'm trying to win? Tsunade shouted, annoyed but slightly happy to see her teammate, but he didn't need to know the last part. Jiraiya laughed at her response. Oh please, the day you win is not a day I'm looking forward to, he replied, since he knew her luck in gambling was known everywhere. That's why some had called her the legendary sucker. But I'm here to offer you a drink, he said smiling. Tsunade raised her eyebrow but then just shrugged her shoulders and decided to follow him behind. A free sake was an opportunity she wouldn't let slip. Reaching a restaurant, they sat, and Tsunade immediately ordered sake. Shizune just ordered a glass with water, and Jiraiya ordered the same. The orders arrived, and Tsunade drank a glass with one go, filled another one, and turned her head at Jiraiya. So why are you here, Jiraiya? If you want me to return to the village, my answer is no, she said determinedly. Jiraiya sighed sadly, looking at the woman, how she was before. He shook his head and just decided to be blunt. No, I'm here to ask why you aren't keeping your promise to Kushina, he said harshly, and gone was the humorous tone. The mention of Kushina's name made Tsunade break the glass, and her whole body filled with sadness and then with rage. She looked at her teammate with fury. Shizune noticed her eyes and hoped she wouldn't do anything drastic. What are you saying, Jiraiya? The child died just like every precious person in my life, she shouted and trying to hold back the tears. Jiraiya didn't even flinch from her tone and just took his photo with Naruto and reached it out for her to grab. Tsunade noticed the photo and quickly grabbed it to see Jiraiya with a kid. She closed her eyes tightly before opening them again to look at the photo again. She noticed his red hair, exactly like Kushina's. She thought and looked at his eyes, his whiskers, his spiky hair like Minato's. His blue eyes are like an ocean, but most importantly, his smile. It was her smile. She felt her heart beating in her throat, her breath quickened, just like when she lost him. His blood in her hands. She shook her head and looked at the photo again, but she could see it as clear as day. Tears slowly started rolling down her cheek, her hands holding the picture tightly as life depended on it. She was biting her lower lip to the point of drawing blood. I'm sorry, but he didn't survive, his chakra was abnormal. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade remembered the cursed words very well. She looked at the photo again. His red hair and blue eyes. Naruto-kun. Naruto. Explosion. Another failed seal. Naruto couldn't understand what he was doing wrong. He was trying to create a new seal and wondered what Toad-Gigi would think about it, but the seal kept exploding in his face, almost like it was mocking him. He sighed and started drawing again and trying to understand what he was doing wrong. He kept drawing slowly and carefully, almost afraid that it would break. Today was Sunday and a free day from academy. Naruto had created many clones to start practicing his new fire jutsu. Another 100 clones practice wood style, but Naruto always made sure to put a barrier seal and chakra detection seal around to ensure no one could see what he was doing. Second, the seal prevented his chakra from being detected by anyone outside the seal. Naruto knew he could get a clone to try and make the new seal, but he wanted to do it himself, despite the seal exploding in his face over and over again. It had been 3 weeks since he arrived in the Hidden Leaf Village. The news of his arrival had spread like wildfire, but surprisingly no one tried to attack him, but Naruto could feel their negative emotions from a mile away. Naruto just ignored them and kept on with his training. During the 3 weeks, he mostly spent his time with Shikamaru and Choji. He had a few talks with Shino, who sounded smart. Kiba had avoided him at all cost. Hinata, on the other hand, blushed every time he was close. Ino had a few talks with him and even went with him and Shikamaru and Choji to eat in a restaurant. Sasuke had kept quiet since he destroyed his desk, but one thing Naruto understood was that he spent all the time training. He understood that Imo had lost his family, but it wouldn't be bad to try and have some friends and not shut yourself from the rest of the world. Naruto escaped his thoughts when he finished the first step of the seal. He applied chakra to it and exploded on his face again. Naruto was thrown across the room and hit the wall. He sighed sadly and slowly stood up on his legs. Maybe you should wait until the toad comes back. After all, he's a master in Fuinjutsu, Kurama suddenly said, getting bored of healing Naruto's body over and over again. I know that, but I would want to surprise him and complete the seal on my own, Naruto replied and fixing his broken chair with wood style. There's no shame in needing help, only a fool thinks that he can do everything on his own, Kurama replied, crossing his legs and resting his head on his paws. Naruto thought about it and decided to try a few more times. If he couldn't complete the first step until tomorrow, he would wait until Toad-Gigi returned. He took a deep breath and decided to clear his head outside. Perhaps the sun and the songs of the forest would clear his mind. Walking outside, he soon reached the training yard. He stayed on his knees and started practicing his chakra control to a new level. His legs crossed above water, holding multiple leaves on his body and using 1 tael worth of chakra of Kurama. His clones made a seal so Kurama's chakra wouldn't be felt outside the seal and give the villagers extra reasons to be afraid and hate him. His whiskers grew, and his eyes turned red, his hair grew spikier, and a tail slowly grew behind his back. Kurama said that he needed this kind of chakra control exercise to make it easier when he tries 2 tails or more. You're doing well, Naruto, Kurama said, but then he noticed the trees growing all around Naruto, almost like protecting him. Naruto kept his focus on his exercise, and while he trained, someone was coming to the Hidden Leaf Village. It was a typical and peaceful day in Konoha. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and there was a nice, calm, gentle breeze coming in from the west. At the main gate of this currently tranquil shinobi village were 2 Konoha Chunin who was happily relaxing in their assigned post. Taking advantage of the serenity surrounding them, they enjoyed it all by leaning back on the 2 rear legs of their chairs and resting their feet on the desk of the entrance booth. Ah, this is the life, isn't it? Said one of the Chunin, enjoying the huge lack of traffic going in or out of their village. Yeah, nothing to do but relax, enjoy the sun, and let life pass you by slowly, said the other with a content sigh. The first guard barely opened his eyes from their closed position to stare at a passing cloud. True, but I would still give a lot for something interesting to happen, he pondered. You know the old saying, be careful about what you wish for because you just might ge. The second started but immediately stopped when he felt the ground shake beneath him and nearly fell from his chair. When he regained his bearings and opened his eyes, he saw something that made him pale and freeze with fear. Senju Tsunade was back in Konoha after so long, and she was stomping towards them like some wrathful giant. For every step she took, the ground would crack in small spiderweb-like patterns, leaving a vengeful trail behind her. As she headed towards them, they could practically see a black aura emanate around her that spoke of slow, agonizing pain and death. But the thing that freaked the two Chunin out the most was the disturbing red fire in her eyes that would have sent even the bravest and mightiest cage-level shinobi running for the hills. Scurrying behind Tsunade was a young teenage girl with short black hair carrying a small piglet in her arms. She seemed to be trying and failing to calm down her vengeful master with her unheard and frantic words, but they looked to be for naught. And behind her was the long white hair of Jiraiya of the Sannin, who had a big smirk on his face and didn't look to mind Tsunade's current mood, maybe for the first time in his life. As she, Jiraiya, and Tsunade passed by the Chunin, they saw that they stayed on the main path heading towards the Hokage Tower. They also could have sworn they heard Tsunade saying something about killing some poor old bastard along with all the different ways she was going to do it. As her form disappeared and joined the general populace in the distance, the two trained soldiers of Konoha quickly broke out of their stupors. The second Chunin paused before saying, "Didn't I tell you to be careful what you wish for?" The first just nodded dumbly and said, "Who do you think pissed her off that much to come back here?" "I don't know, but may Kami have mercy on his soul, for Tsunade-sama will not." Both men shivered at the thought of what the famed Senju Kunoichi would do to her unfortunate target and began to silently pray for the man who was about to painfully enter the next life at the hands of a vengeful slug princess. They could only imagine what would have also happened if they had asked her to sign in the logbook. Hokage Tower. Sarutobi finally finished his last paperwork for today. He took a deep breath and sighed in relief. It had been 3 weeks and no incidents about Naruto, and most importantly, he could finally continue his favorite book. What could go wrong now? He was about to open his secret drawer, but then he heard a loud noise coming from the corridor and a massive ki that could almost rival that of Sarutobi. His eyes widened at the familiar key, and the screams started just as he had predicted. The ANBUs around his office were getting nervous. Before Hiruzen could actually try and do something, he heard a loud scream. "I don't care if he's busy, he will have plenty of time to rest once I'm done with him." The scream was heard from a very familiar person that Hiruzen didn't expect to hear anytime soon and, from what he was hearing, probably would be better not to hear anytime soon. The door burst open, and an Anbu flew and hit his body against the wall. Sarutobi glanced at the unconscious Anbu and wondered if it would be better to just lose consciousness like him and just pretend all this is a bad dream, a terrible dream. He turned to the exact source of the screams, and in front of him stood Tsunade, who looked to have a dark aura. Sarutobi now understood why not that many people liked the job of the cage. For a moment, he thought she was using Amaterasu somehow for the dark aura around her that looked like dark flames. His brave Anbu suddenly stood in between her and him, their weapons ready, but 2 of his Anbu were already having second guesses of what exactly were they trying to do. "Tsunade-sama, please calm down, we can discuss." He was interrupted whatever he was trying to say when Tsunade cracked her knuckles. Hiruzen felt cold sweat on his face when he noticed Jiraiya behind Tsunade, but he looked calm, almost like he was enjoying what was happening. Maybe for the first time in his life, Tsunade's anger wasn't directed at him. Tsunade looked at the mini shinobis in front of her before her strength cracked the floor. The Anbu took a step back. "I give you one chance, leave now," Tsunade yelled and pointed the finger at the nearest window of the office. The Anbu exchanged looks between each other before leaving through the window. "Cowards," Hiruzen murmured under his breath, but at the same time wanted to jump from the window like that. He raised his hands, trying to ease the tension, sweat rolling down his face like a waterfall. "Tsunade is goo." "Ah." He was interrupted when Tsunade grabbed him by his collar and brought his face closer to hers. Her eyes were like fire, almost burning Hiruzen. The old Hokage was sure that if looks could kill, he would be ash right now. "Cut the crap, Hiruzen. Tell me, why did you lie to me about Naruto-kun?" She screamed and slammed him in his Hokage chair, almost breaking the chair along with him. Hiruzen tried to catch his breath, but he had a confused look on his face. He turned to look at Tsunade again. "I don't know what you're talking about, Tsunade, but I never told you or sent any letters saying that Naruto had died," Hiruzen stated with a more serious tone and slightly higher tone. Tsunade took a step back, not understanding. The Anbu had stated that Naruto-kun was born with abnormal chakra because of Kyuubi. They even showed her the body of Naruto. She clenched her fist so hard that blood started slowly falling on the floor. Everyone in the office noticed the drops of blood. "What do you mean? An Anbu of yours showed me Naruto-kun," Tsunade asked, not understanding what was happening, but she swore she would get at the bottom of this. This time Hiruzen got even more confused while Jiraiya already knew what Tsunade was talking about since she had explained to him what had happened after the Kyuubi attack. I didn't send you any Anbu Tsunade when I wanted to inform you that Naruto-kun was alright, you had already left the village, and couldn't find you anywhere. Sarutobi started thinking of who could have possibly lied to Tsunade until he remembered his old teammate. He sighed and decided to deal with this a bit later, once everything was cleared here. Tsunade felt her anger rising. She knew her sensei would never lie for something like this. She still trusted him despite not being in Konoha for almost 9 years. But the question remained, who could have fooled her? And why? Tsunade didn't know who but already had a few thoughts of who could have done it. She thought about the 3 elders, and especially that rotten hawk Danzo. Taking a deep breath and trying to calm down, she looked at her sensei again, who looked deep in thoughts. "Where's Naruto?" she asked. No, demanding to know where he was. Sarutobi escaped his thoughts and turned his eyes at Tsunade again. Today is Sunday, so he's probably in his house or the training yard, Sarutobi replied and sure that Naruto would be in the training yard. Tsunade nodded her head before turning at Jiraiya, leaning against the wall, with his arms crossed. "Well, take me to him," she shouted at him. He nodded his head and left with her, this time through the door. Shizune quickly followed them behind, still keeping quiet about the whole thing. Sarutobi, on the other hand, was deep in thoughts. He needed to talk with the damn Danzo. He snapped his fingers, and an Anbu showed up in front of him. The Anbu was wearing a dark mask that looked like a ghost. Unlike the others, he had no eye holes in the mask to see. "Tell Danzo to come here," he ordered. The Anbu spoke no words and left as soon as he appeared. Jiraiya, he was leading Tsunade to the training yard. He thought that Naruto would be there. They checked, well. They tried to check his house. Jiraiya put the hand on the handle just for it to electrocute him and throw him to the nearest wall. Tsunade had laughed at him. Jiraiya then had blocked the seal and opened the door just for it to put him in a genjutsu, and a jutsu activated that sent a fireball towards them. All 3 of them dodged quickly. Thankfully the fireball was a small one and had disappeared in the air without harming anyone. Jiraiya made a mental note to never go inside Naruto's house without an invite. After that, they had quietly and slowly walked inside, but Jiraiya could tell that the brat wasn't inside. After that, they left to look at the training yard. He could tell that Tsunade was impressed with Naruto's ability in Fuinjutsu, but Jiraiya wasn't sure how she would react to his wood style and that he held no love for the village. Jiraiya knew Naruto didn't hate the village, but he neither loved it, no, he loved his homeland, and Jiraiya knew he would one day leave to rebuild his destroyed home. Reaching the training yard, Jiraiya immediately noticed the barrier seal and the excellent camouflage, and he smiled, impressed by his Fuinjutsu. He pointed the finger at the barrier. With a hand sign the camouflage disappeared, showing the barrier, and inside was Naruto in chakra cloak one tail. Trees had grown all around him. Jiraiya couldn't detect chakra coming from the barrier. At least he knew Kyuubi's chakra would not be felt around the village. While Tsunade looked at her godson with her eyes widened, Jiraiya had informed her that Naruto knew about the Kyuubi, his parents, and that he apparently had a good friendship with the Kyuubi. She couldn't understand how he could have a friendship with the demon that killed his parents. But what caught her by surprise was the trees around Naruto, almost like they were protecting him. Before anyone could say anything, Naruto opened his eyes, and the chakra cloak slowly disappeared. His eyes, whiskers, and nails slowly turned normal. His red hair turned normal. He had noticed that his Togeji had arrived with 2 new people he hadn't felt before, but what caught his attention was that the chakra of one of them was slightly similar to his. He had asked for a long time his connection with the Senju clan, and perhaps his godmother had the answers. He stood on his legs and noticed the trees around him. The leaves around him had burned to ash since whenever he used Kurama's chakra, his fire affinity was more dominant than his other affinities. He slowly walked in front of who he knew was Tsunade-sama, his godmother. He didn't recognize the woman beside her. Naruto was about to open his mouth and greet her, but he was interrupted when she grabbed him and hugged him as life depended on it. Naruto's eyes widened, and he quickly hugged her back and heard her sobbing. "Naruto-kun, you're alive. You are here," she said, not believing her eyes. Naruto smiled and felt happiness in his entire body. After a minute of hugging, Tsunade slowly pushed back to look at him. "Let me look at you," she said with a soft tone and looking at his face from every angle. She couldn't help but notice Minato on his face. "You're so handsome." I'm sure every girl in the academy looks at you, she said, smiling. Naruto blushed in embarrassment and lowered his head. Tsunade laughed at his behavior. Naruto then turned to look at Toji. Toji is good to see you, Naruto greeted him. Jiraiya smiled but decided to mess with him. Oh really? I saw how happy you are with the traps you had left on your doorstep, who knows how many you left inside the house, Jiraiya joking and rubbing his head behind his head. Naruto laughed. If I knew you would come, I would have deactivated them, he replied. Tsunade laughed at the nickname. Naruto then turned to the third person. My name is Naruto, miss. My name is Shizune, and this one here is our pig, Tun, Shizune said. Naruto-kun, how about we go and eat something? Tsunade suggested and made a mental note to ask Jiraiya later about the Mokuton ability of Naruto. The redhead nodded in agreement and decided to go to Ichiraku Ramen. They soon reached the Ichiraku Ramen. Walking inside, Naruto could feel the delicious smell around the air. He sat, and Tsunade decided to sit close to him. Ayame noticed Naruto first and immediately walked up to them. Naruto-kun, is good to see you again, she said, smiling and hugging Naruto. She then noticed the blonde woman and Jiraiya-sama. She quickly bowed her head in respect. Is it good to have you here, Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama? She said respectfully. No need for that. 3 bowls with ramen and 1 big special ramen, Jiraiya ordered. Tsunade wondered who the big ramen was for but remembered Kushina, and she realized that Naruto loved ramen as much as his mother. So Naruto-kun, tell me, how are you doing in the village? Have you made any friends? She asked, knowing how Jinchurikis were usually treated. Naruto frowned slightly but quickly changed it to a smile, something that the Sanins noticed. As all right, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji are good friends, and the academy is fun, I think, he replied, not wanting to mention that all the teachers except Iruka straight up hated him. Something that the students in the class noticed. Tsunade wanted to ask more in detail, but if Naruto didn't want to talk about it, she decided not to pressure him. It's good to have friends, but who took care of you while you grew up? Tsunade asked curiously since she was sure that someone must have raised him. She knew Naruto was apparently living alone in an apartment. Naruto sighed. No one really, except for Hokage Gigi and Toji. I pretty much grew up alone. In the orphanage, but that changed when I reached 4 years old. Toji took me to train in Mount Myoboku for 3 years and 3 months and go around the world for 9 months, he replied smiling, and the ramen came. Tsunade bit her lower lip, not wanting to go to his old sensei and break his neck for letting Naruto grow up alone. She didn't need to know how the idiots around here treated him. Their glares until they reached the ramen restaurant were enough to let her know that Naruto was hated just like how every Jinchuriki. The second thing she didn't know and found surprising was that Naruto had started training so young and so hard. Jiraiya mentioned to her about his super strength, and she wondered about it. So Naruto, Jiraiya told me you have powerful fists, she said, eating ramen but then noticed that Naruto had already eaten his big special ramen. Just like Kushina, she thought, smiling. Naruto ordered a second one before turning to his godmother. Yes, I found out when I was training in Mount Myoboku. I have grown more powerful, but problems with controlling them, he replied. Tsunade nodded in understanding since she had the same problems herself when she first started using her strength. Well, I can help you. Everybody knows me about my super strength, she suggested, and Naruto beamed. Thank you, Tsunade-san, he replied and returned to his ramen. Sarutobi, taking a deep breath and smoking a bit from his pipe, he saw the door opening, and inside came his favorite teammate. You asked for me, Hokage-sama, Danzo said, trying to sound normal, but Hiruzen could clearly see right through his emotionless mask. Yes, Danzo Shimura, I need to ask you a few questions, and you should answer truthfully, he stated, leaking ki. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly before sitting close to the desk of the Hokage. I got information that someone had apparently spread misinformation that Naruto had died in the Kyuubi attack. Any idea who could have done that? Sarutobi asked, leaking ki and looking straight in the eye. Danzo kept his gaze and did not flinch. I don't know who could have done that, he replied quietly. Sarutobi kept quiet, and silence took over the office. His fingers pinched the nose on his bridge and turned his cold eyes at Danzo again. You're free to go, he stated, and Danzo stood up and left without saying another word but still could feel the burning gaze of Sarutobi on his back. Leaving the office, he thought about a way to deal with the Kyuubi brat. I might need to visit the snake, he thought. Ashara. She was doing hand seals in front of the lake. She finished her last and shouted. Uzumaki style. Water phoenix. The water in the lake suddenly changed and formed a phoenix in the air. The phoenix then flew and hit the wall and destroyed it into little pieces. Debris fell to the ground. Ashara smiled, happy that she could do the jutsu. She was about to look for Fu to let her know that she had completed her first A-rank jutsu when she heard the sound of a bird. She turned around to see a tree, and in a branch was the red bird made of fire. This is not a dream, Ashara quickly said and walked closer. The bird kept quiet and flew away. Ashara followed him, he kept flying, and she kept chasing. Suddenly she saw the bird resting against the handle of a door. Asha slowly walked up to the handle and opened it to see a completely different place. The door shut violently behind her, and she saw the ruined houses. It felt like a war had just happened there. She saw the symbol of the Uzumaki clan in every house and building. She felt the cold to her bones, shivers running through her body like blades, piercing her flesh and skin. Look up, a voice said. Asha looked up to see something descending from the clouds. She couldn't see what but looked to be made of fire itself. Find us. Naruto. After 1 week. He slept in his new house. After returning, his godmother returned to the Senju compound. Naruto had helped clean the house with his clones. Tsunade then invited Naruto to stay in her compound if he wished, since that's where she would live. Naruto had agreed, and after sealing all the important things, he went to the Senju compound. Shizune and Tsunade were the only ones with him, not that Naruto complained. After arriving, his godmother had told him that he could go everywhere around the house. Naruto had nodded his head and had explored the compound. It was extremely large, with enough place for 100 or more people to live. It had 5 different training yards. But what caught Naruto's attention was to check if Hashirama-sama had left any wood-style jutsu. She had told him to check the library. The seal used to protect the scrolls was a blood seal. And surprisingly, it worked when Naruto used his blood. He checked the scrolls about wood style. He finds different jutsus like wood style, deep forest emergency. The jutsu created a large forest, large enough to build a small village. The jutsu could be used in defense, offense, and control. The wood could absorb the chakra of the enemy and could be used to control Biju. The jutsu was high S rank. Naruto also found the famous dragon wood jutsu of Hashirama-sama. Wood style, dragon forest. The jutsu was offensive, which could block someone's movement, could absorb the chakra, and the dragon could cause damage to the enemy. S rank. Naruto had read many other wood jutsus, but only after getting permission from his godmother. She told him that he was the only wood user that could use them in any way possible. Naruto opened his eyes to see the light shining through the window, and he used his hand to block the light from coming to his eyes. Naruto looked around and didn't see anyone, not that he was expecting to see anyone. Slowly standing up, he stretched his legs and arms and wore his clothes. He tightened his katana on his hips and decided to train in kenjutsu. Naruto was training on his kenjutsu. He grew 10 trees and used his katana to slice them. Right now, he was trying to learn the Uzumaki-style kenjutsu. It was a very advanced one. Toji had even mentioned that it would be hard to learn how to do it without a sensei in kenjutsu. Sadly, Jiraiya didn't know kenjutsu, and neither did Tsunade. Kakashi's kenjutsu was very limited, and he wouldn't be able to teach him that much. Naruto wasn't bothered by it. He was determined to learn independently, no matter how hard it was. Uzumaki-style kenjutsu was one of the best styles in the world. That style gave his mother the nickname, the Red Death of Konoha. He moved the katana around his hands before turning around and slicing 3 trees in front of him. The trees slowly fell to the ground. Naruto tried to catch his breath. He used his sleeve to wipe away the sweat on his forehead. Naruto looked at his sword, a smile on his face, and slowly returned to his scabbard. Despite being forged a long time ago, the blade was as sharp as the day made. Tsunade had mentioned that the sword was made by one of the best metals, could efficiently channel the chakra in the blade. Naruto slowly walked back inside the compound. Right now, he was alone since his godmother, and Shizune had started working on the hospital of the Konoha. Naruto was happy about it. She was known as the best medic in the world for a reason, after all. Naruto looked around and couldn't help but notice the wood used for the compound. The wood had good light color, with beautiful carvings everywhere. The wood was soft to rest your head on it. The wood around the main room had the symbol of the Senju clan carved in the center of the room. The main room was large enough to have 30 people inside, and it had many tables and different decorations. Naruto rested on the couch of his room. He had a TV in it, but he never used it. The fridge was full of food and even sweets if he wanted. His godmother had used the money of the Senju clan account to buy important things for the house. Naruto kept his gaze at the ceiling. He thought about Fu-chan and Asha-chan. He hoped they were all right and hoped to meet them as soon as possible. He thought about the orange eyes of Fu, the long beautiful hair of Ashara. It seems someone has fallen in love, Kurama suddenly said, trying hard not to laugh. Naruto blushed from embarrassment. Is not like that, he screamed, completely forgetting that he didn't need to. Oh really, you might try to fool someone else, but I know your thoughts, and I wasn't the one thinking about Fu or Ashara, Kurama teased him with an evil smirk. Naruto opened his mouth to yell at his foolishness, but closed it but then opened it again. And closed it again. Shut up, stupid fox, he finally said and decided to rest on the couch and possibly sleep. After some time, Naruto slept, and the seal on his stomach started glowing red, and the spiral in the center began slowly moving in center. The drawings around the spiral started growing and filling the empty space, and the seal now started growing red lines that slowly advanced to his forehead. The ring had grown that almost went completely black. Kurama could feel something was happening. The red lines reached his face, but the seal suddenly stopped, and the lines retreated to the seal. And the seal turned back to normal black before disappearing. Kurama narrowed his eyes to the strange thing that was happening. He didn't know what it meant and hoped that wasn't anything terrible. Tsunade. She was returning from her job in the hospital. It was almost sunset, and Shizune was beside her. Things have changed drastically for her and Shizune. From returning to the village and now raising Naruto. She knew he didn't need someone to take care of him since he had shown that he could take care of himself multiple times. From learning how to wash his clothes, preparing food, cleaning the house, and knowing how to fight. His talent as a shinobi was astonishing but at the same time bothered her slightly, since Naruto had spent a long time of his childhood more like a shinobi rather than a kid that needed to spend his time playing and having friends around. She could tell that the village despised Naruto. Not only that, but Jiraiya had told her about the mobs and what happened before he took him to Mount Myoboku. Tsunade always knew the Jinchuriki wasn't loved but to beat a child was too much. Jiraiya told her that Naruto was the one who killed them with his wood style. According to him, no one else besides Sensei and them knew about the Mokudan ability of Naruto. Tsunade hoped Danzo didn't find out, but she still thought that the Rotten Hawk was the one to lie to her about Naruto so that he could have a chance to have his hands on him. Jiraiya had then explained his reasons to train Naruto. She didn't know the deal with the Akatsuki, but whatever it was, is not a good one. He had then told her about his wish to go back to Uzushiogakure and rebuild it. She couldn't help but remember that Kushina had wanted the same thing. The only things stopping her were her ties with Konoha, being a shinobi of the village, Minato, and being Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. She soon reached her compound. Tsunade-san, do you think Naruto will want to train in medical? Shizune suddenly asked beside her. Tsunade put the finger on her chin, thought about it, and didn't know the answer. She hadn't asked Naruto yet about it. The only thing she trained him so far was his super strength, but that was all she taught him. To say she had been surprised when Naruto told her that he used 350 pounds on his legs and 330 pounds on his arms would be an understatement. That was way too much training, according to Tsunade. She turned her head to Shizune and shrugged her shoulders. I don't know Shizune, perhaps he might want, but he will need perfect chakra control to do that, and having the Kyuubi doesn't help him in that, she replied, walking inside her house. Maybe, but I still think you should ask him, she suggested. Tsunade sighed. Naruto already had his hands full with training, fuinjutsu, ninjutsu, and kenjutsu. The only thing he didn't care much to train was genjutsu, and only because he had the Kyuubi. I will ask him tomorrow morning, she replied and put the scrolls with things they bought in the market on the table in the main room. I'm gonna check on him, she stated and left to see if he was in his room or the training yard. She reached his room and opened the door slowly to see him sleeping. She thought he looked peaceful like that. She sneaked in and kissed his forehead before quietly leaving the room. Naruto. He opened his eyes and understood where he was. He yawned and then remembered that it was apparently morning. Kurama, how long was I asleep? Naruto suddenly asked since it had been around 10 a.m. yesterday when he went to sleep. Congratulations, Naruto, you have slept for almost a day, Kurama replied, smirking. Naruto groaned in annoyance but then wondered how could he have slept for such a long time, citing he decided to see if Tsunade-san was around or if he needed to prepare his food. Just as he was about to go to the door opened to reveal Shizune. Naruto, good morning, Tsunade-san has prepared your food, and she wants to talk with you, she said kindly and left the room after Naruto nodded his head. He dressed up and left the room. Soon reaching the main hall, he saw Tsunade-san drinking tea and reading something in a scroll. She turned when she heard footsteps. Good morning Naruto-kun, she greeted him smiling. Good morning, Tsunade-san, Naruto greeted her back and sat at the table where they ate food. Soon Shizune came with the prepared food. It was miso soup, omurezu, bread with honey, and sukiyaki. Naruto liked the smell and started with miso soup. Thank you for the food Shizune-chan, Naruto said, liking the taste. Shizune smiled kindly and started eating bread with honey and sukiyaki. Tsunade ate omurezu. After eating, Naruto drank tea with his godmother, who looked deep in thoughts. There was silence among them, and Naruto noticed the glances Shizune was giving Tsunade-san. Finally breaking the silence, Tsunade put the cup of tea on the table and turned to look at Naruto. Naruto, I have been wondering if you would want to learn medic, she asked. Naruto raised his eyebrows since he didn't expect this question. He then thought about it, but he hadn't ever thought to learn it. To be a medical shinobi requires almost perfect chakra control. Naruto knew his chakra control wasn't bad, it was perfect remembering that he had a giant furball on his tummy. Kurama growled loudly at the disrespectful name. Kids these days don't have respect for their elders, Kurama thought and decided to try and sleep. Again. Well, I can try, but I don't think I can be that good, Naruto replied since it was worth a shot. Tsunade smiled happily. Well then, tomorrow you will come with me to the hospital. First, you need to see and be prepared with what kind of injury you can see, and then we can start with your training, she said with a stern tone, and gone was the loving godmother tone. It could often happen that a shinobi couldn't handle the amount of injury, the things they see in combat, and therefore not be suitable for a medic shinobi. That's why Tsunade required Naruto first to see if he could handle it before actually training him in medic. Naruto finished his food and decided to go to the training yard. Before he felt a hand on his shoulder, he turned around to see Tsunade-san. She smiled before turning him to her. Where are you going, young man? She asked. Naruto looked confused. I wanted to go to the training yard and start training, he replied, keeping his hands behind his head. Tsunade thought that maybe he could do something else that doesn't revolve around training, but she knew Naruto wouldn't be comfortable with the stupid stares and the words thrown at him. She understood that Naruto didn't have that much else to do besides training and reading books. Very well, I want you to train with me today, she stated. Naruto looked even more confused but decided to see what he could do against the strongest kunoichi in the world if he could do anything to begin with. Challenge accepted, Naruto replied with a smile that Tsunade recognized very well. Naruto started walking towards the training, followed by Tsunade, who couldn't help but notice that Naruto reminded her of someone other than Minato and Kushi. The second day she arrived in Konoha, she had asked Naruto for a blood sample. The first reason was to see if he was healthy, and the second was to see if his DNA was similar to hers because of his wood style. Sadly, would take around 9 months for the tests to arrive, but it was worth it. They soon reached the training yard, and Naruto stretched his legs and arms. Tsunade just waited for him to be done while noticing the worried look of Shizune. Well, Naruto, before we start, don't hold back against me, and if you want, even use your Kyuubi chakra cloak, she stated thoughtfully and cracked her knuckles. Naruto wasn't afraid of what she was doing and decided to remove his weights immediately. He did a hand sign, and the weights were off. Tsunade noticed it and smirked. Naruto started channeling his chakra around his fists before putting his hands on the grass and launching at Tsunade like an arrow. Tsunade was surprised by his speed, and Naruto hit her in the shoulder but quickly got over the surprise and moved with medium cage speed, grabbed his hand, and threw him against the nearest wall, causing the wall to crumble. Naruto felt the pain in his back and clenched his teeth. Taking a deep breath, Naruto did a hand sign, and 3 clones appeared around him. Tsunade took a few steps before avoiding the first 3 punches and then quickly punching 2 clones. The third clone did a few hand sign. Multi-shuriken jutsu, he yelled, and a giant shuriken flew towards her, multiple in 9 shurikens. She quickly jumped up to a tree before noticing Naruto behind her throwing another shuriken. He did the same jutsu, and she dodged them in midair, but one of them transformed into a Naruto and was in front of her with a punch. "Take this," he yelled before his fists made contact with her hands, and the ground around the split, creating a small crater. Naruto quickly jumped away, seeing his godmother that just shrugged his fist like it was nothing. "Impressive, Naruto, but I know you're still holding back," she yelled before rushing at him. Naruto knew he couldn't handle her fists. He channels his chakra in his skin, puts his hands in front of her fist, and is thrown away by the strength. Naruto hit his back against a tree, and his stone-like skin turned to normal. Tsunade noticed his way of defense and had to be impressed. "You channel your chakra in your skin to make it stronger and more durable," she stated. She knew he had earth affinity, but to be able to do that was impressive. Naruto stood on his legs before releasing his chakra storage seal. His whole body was engulfed in blue chakra. He channeled his extra chakra in his right hand. The chakra around his right fist slowly changed form and looked like a dragon. "Here I come," Naruto yelled before moving with medium Jonin speed. Tsunade smirked and stood her ground. Naruto's fist made contact with her right hand, and the ground exploded, the debris fell. Shizune rushed to see the smoke moving away, revealing Naruto, who had actually forced Tsunade to move away a bit from the strength of his fist. Tsunade felt her hand numb from his strength and was impressed, and she knew he still could use the one-tail cloak that probably made him much stronger. She then started clapping. Naruto raised his head smiling, his right hand hurting like hell. The sweat was coming from his face like a waterfall. "Well done, Naruto, tomorrow we will start your training with your punches like never before," Tsunade stated before walking away. Naruto smiled, happy that he was able to impress her. Shizune walked to him and started healing his hands, but it didn't take long since Kurama did the same thing. Naruto soon started walking inside the compound and started thinking about the next time he met Fu and Ashara. "Ka-chan, I will soon rebuild Uzushiogakure, our clan will not be forgotten." Roshi. The sound of rain was everywhere around him. As he jumped from tree to tree, he was making his way to Han. He needed to let him know about his decision. His eyes glanced at the seal on his wrist, and it was a week ago when his Phoenix seal started reacting. He knew someone had made the first contact with the Phoenix contract, not entirely a member but still was something that meant there was someone out there, another Uzumaki out there. He wondered where they could be and how old was the person. Since it was the first step in Phoenix contract, it meant the person was young, most likely. The only Uzumaki he knew was Kushina Uzumaki, but she had died almost 9 years ago. It had hurt him when he heard the news. He had tried to have some kind of contact with her, but the damn Onoki only led Han in the war against Konoha, and he was in constant watch every day. The seal on his wrist looked like a small red bird, spreading his wings with an empty dark circle in the center. He soon reached Han's home. He looked around but didn't see anyone. He landed on the ground and saw the door opening. Han walked outside almost like he was expecting him. He slightly scratched his hair. "Took you long enough, what's the occasion?" Han asked with his other hand in his pocket. Roshi said nothing but instead moved away from the sleeve of his right hand and showed the seal glowing red. Han looked surprised but then smiled at his friend. "I see, when will you leave?" he asked, slightly sad that Roshi would leave. The old Uzumaki noticed but kept a neutral face. "Tomorrow, I have already sealed everything," he replied and wondered if Han would want to tag along, but he knew Han would never want to be a traitor to Aiwa. Despite never liking to be ordered around, he was always a loyal shinobi of Aiwa. Han nodded his head before turning his eyes to look at Roshi's purple eyes. "Good luck, and remember if you ever need my help, I'm around here," he said and walked close to Roshi. He reached out his hand. Roshi smiled and shook his hand. To the end, to the end. 4 years later, the morning sun shined down on the world from a clear, nearly cloudless sky. It was another one of the beautiful days the Land of Fire was known for. The songs of birds and the cries of cicadas could be heard flowing along with the slight breeze that flowed through the area as the forest critters went about facing another day of life. As the sun rays bathed the land in its light and warmth and the sounds of nature echoed through the land. The Hidden Leaf Village looked bright. People had woken up and started doing their jobs, opening the stores and the restaurants. The students of the academy were making their way towards the academy. Today was the Genin exams. Many were excited to start their journey as shinobi, dreaming of saving important people and defeating the bad guys. But one wasn't walking towards the academy. The said boy was in the training yard, his head leaning against a tree, his red hair reaching his shoulders with two fangs that reached his ears. Naruto had his eyes closed, and a leaf slowly started falling from the tree to his chest. Naruto now was 13 years old, and he was wearing a maroon jacket with the symbol of Uzumaki on the back, with a blue shirt underneath, his sword lying close to him. Naruto's face looked sharp, his blue eyes looked even bluer, his muscles could be seen, his six-packs and developed chest gave him a look of superiority. He had grown extremely handsome. Many girls in the academy looked at him with literal hearts in their eyes. He wore blue ninja sandals and white pants. His weights on his legs had gone from 350 pounds to 700 pounds on his legs and 650 pounds on his arms. The leaf on his chest slowly turned ablaze and burned, his eyes changed from blue to red. Despite using Kurama's chakra, his chakra wasn't leaking, no one could sense him unless an excellent sensor was around. The grass around him slowly burned to ash. After a few minutes, Naruto's eyes turned normal, and he opened his eyes to see the forest full of life. He stood up and tightened his sword on his hips, his hands behind his head, rubbing his hair. He looked up to see his sensei. "The academy has started," Kakashi-sensei said, looking down at him. His orange book in his hands and read it before glancing at Naruto again. The redhead didn't mind his sensei reading the book, he knew what it was about but never read it himself. To say Naruto was surprised when he understood what Jiraiya-sensei did when he said, "research," would be an understatement. He didn't like his sensei peeping on bathhouses but still didn't try to tell him to stop or anything. He had his hobbies just like everyone else. Despite all that, Naruto liked to spend time with the older man. His job didn't let him spend that much time with Naruto, that's why the redhead enjoyed his moments with his godfather. "Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, no matter how much I train with you, I will never be late," Naruto replied with a slight smirk and was ready to go to the academy. Kakashi laughed a little at his words and I smiled. "You never know, after all, you know what they say. You become just like the company you keep around," he replied and gave him a thumbs up before disappearing and leaving leaves behind. Naruto smiled and started walking towards the academy. After Tsunade had arrived back in the village, Jiraiya-sensei had stated that now he could spend more time on his spy network since Naruto had his godmother around. Toji still visited but only once 7 to 10 months. Naruto had been sad to hear that, but still, he understood the importance of his work. After Jiraiya had left, Kakashi had asked if he wanted to train. Naruto had accepted, smiling at his old man sensei. Of course, Naruto hadn't stopped calling Kakashi an old man, despite his complaints and murmuring that the new generation had no respect whatsoever. Naruto just grinned at his complaints. Kakashi-sensei had taught Naruto a few fire jutsus and trained him in taijutsu. Kakashi always liked to train with Naruto. The Jonin knew Naruto was a prodigy like his father, and he knew Naruto was already strong enough to fight and give Kakashi a run for his money. But he didn't quite understand why Naruto was still in the academy, but the redhead had stated that he wanted to become a genin at the same time with his friends. Kakashi was happy to hear that Naruto values his friends that much. He accepted his answer and had just changed the subject. During the 4 years, Kakashi had talked with Naruto about his time training under Minato-sensei. Naruto was happy to hear all his stories. Kakashi had talked about his mother, too, saying that Kushina was like a mother to him. Her attitude, her smile, even Kakashi had stated that Naruto smiled just like Kushina. Despite trusting Kakashi-sensei, Naruto never showed his full strength against him. The only ones that knew his full strength were Tsunade-chan, Shizune-chan, Toji, and Hokage-Gigi. Naruto mostly kept his knowledge in Fuinjutsu a secret. In the last 4 years, Naruto had reached and fully learned level 10 of Fuinjutsu. The only problem was that there was no book whatsoever when it came to level 11 or higher. Jiraiya-sensei had stated that he could find more knowledge about Fuinjutsu only in Uzushiogakure. When it came to Fuinjutsu, Jiraiya had told him that the highest level in Fuinjutsu is level 20, but he stated that only one man could reach that level, and he reached it after a whole life of learning only Fuinjutsu. Naruto was impressed with that, but he knew he couldn't reach that level. Of course, Naruto hadn't been in Uzushiogakure yet to even start level 11, but he hoped to see his homeland soon. He had decided to use his Mokuden to rebuild Uzushiogakure. His strongest ninjutsu so far was Fire Rasengan. Naruto was able to combine Rasengan with his fire affinity to create a stronger Rasengan. But he felt that Rasengan could be even stronger. The new Rasengan looked like a fire sphere with flames leaking around and burning the ground. Fire Rasengan, low S rank. Cost: high damage to the user's hand and, if used more than 2 times without resting, could cause permanent damage to the point of losing an arm. When it came to his Kenjutsu, Naruto had almost learned the Uzumaki style, but he still needed to understand it fully. He lacked using it against strong opponents. Despite all that, Kakashi-sensei told him that he was very good at Kenjutsu. The only part he seriously lacked was Genjutsu. Short, he sucked it. And couldn't do much. His Genjutsu level was next to 0. But Kurama had reassured him that he could break Genjutsu thrown at him if his enemy used Genjutsu. Naruto had also created a Genjutsu counter seal. The seal worked to immediately notice if the user was under a Genjutsu by feeling the user's chakra. The moment the seal detected a Genjutsu, the seal activated, causing his chakra system to break it and even causing pain in the body if the first way didn't work. The only problem was that the seal couldn't detect high-ranking Genjutsu like Deathbed, Raining Scream, Mud Blood, Sorrow and Despair, Yumi, and others. When it came to controlling Kurama's chakra, he could reach 3 tails without losing control. The 4 tails proved extremely hard to control, and the dark thoughts were almost 5 times stronger in 4 tails state. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya had been there when he had tried 4 tails, and it hadn't gone well. Naruto had tried to think of positive thoughts, but the visions didn't stop, and the voice in his head made matters worse. Thankfully the seal on his stomach had reacted and had stopped him before he could do any damage, but it had taken a full minute for the 4 tails state to go away. When his chakra cloak had disappeared, Naruto's skin had red lines all around his body, especially on his forehead. The lines formed what looked like a shining star. The lines then had slowly gone back to the seal. Jiraiya-sensei had said that he had no idea why his body looked like that and why the seal had done that. Naruto hadn't tried 4 tails ever since that, 7 months ago, and the visions he had seen made it hard to want to try again. Since he had been in Taki, Naruto hadn't seen either Fu or Ashara, and he hoped to see them soon. Naruto thought of how Fu and Ashara would look like now. He remembered them very well and hoped to see them soon. He had the highest points when it came to academy. Despite his teachers trying to sabotage him a few times, all their tries had gone down the drain. Right now, Iruka-sensei was the only teacher along with Mizuki, who was his assistant. Naruto knew Mizuki hated him, but he didn't let it bother him. The civil council had bitched and moaned many times, saying that the demon was gaining power, but all their complaints had been silenced the moment Tsunade had told them that Naruto was the reason she was back in the village. But despite all that, many people in the village still hated him with a burning hatred, glaring at him and throwing insults, hoping they would land and that he would lose control and do what they thought and hoped he would do. 9 months after Tsunade had returned, the DNA test had been completed showing that Naruto's DNA was very similar to Tsunade Senju. Hokage Jiji had concluded that Minato must have been a Senju somehow, but that brought more questions than answers. He had suggested that Naruto should carry the Senju name, but the redhead had declined, saying that he wouldn't change his Uzumaki name. He appreciated it but didn't want it changed. He was an Uzumaki through and through, and he didn't want to be anything else. Still, Hokage Jiji had insisted for him to carry both Senju and Uzumaki's name. Naruto had the name Senju and Uzumaki on his letters, and Tsunade Ba-chan had been happy to hear that she had a family. Naruto was slowly making his way to the academy, and he wasn't in any hurry to reach it in time. But his thoughts went to his friends. The last 4 years, he had become good friends with Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and Ino. Sasuke keeps avoiding him at all times and always only cares about himself. He kept his emotionless face and just answered with, HNN. Naruto had not tried again to be friends with him, and if he didn't want to be friends, then he wouldn't beg to be his friends. Sakura kept her fangirl attitude that Naruto disliked. Every time she entered the class, she would start with her screech, Sasuke-kun. Naruto found her completely worthless. She still could become better and become a true kunoichi, but she better start doing that sooner rather than later. Ino, on the other hand, was still a fangirl, but she still trained slightly, at least. And she had stopped running after Sasuke but instead kept her gaze at Naruto and would usually try to start a conversation with him. The redhead liked that she wasn't like Sakura and some other girls. Of course, she was still a fangirl but at least took her kunoichi job more seriously. Shino didn't talk much, but that's how he was, but every time he spoke sense and did not say nonsense things. He was thoughtful, and that's what was necessary. Kiba had avoided Naruto mostly. Since his humiliation, he kept a distance from the Uzumaki. They had talked a few times, but he still kept his distance. Akamaru, on the other hand, liked Naruto and sometimes would lick Naruto. Hinata, well, she would blush every time Naruto was around. Of course, Naruto understood the Hyuga girl apparently liked him. Hell, she had even stalked him a few times. Naruto had been slightly annoyed by it. Instead of chasing him, she should find the courage to talk to him. Naruto had tried to talk and even invited her to come with him and his friends to a restaurant to eat, hoping that would help with her shyness and find courage, but instead of accepting, she had fainted. Naruto soon reached the academy, and a few students and teachers were looking at him, surprised to see him with a sword tightened to his hips. Since he had joined, Naruto had only mentioned to friends that he used a katana but never took it in the academy. He soon reached the class and opened the door, and his friends were sitting together in one empty seat for him. Ino sat close to their desk with Hinata. "Good morning, guys," Naruto greeted them, and they welcomed him back. Naruto slowly reached his seat and turned to look at Shikamaru, who had fallen asleep after greeting him. Naruto's sweat dropped behind his head. He still couldn't understand how he could sleep so fast, just like with Iruka's secret big head jutsu. He never revealed how he could do that and perhaps would stay a mystery. "Naruto, is good to see you. I see you have brought your katana," Choji said, eating chips and offering him some. Naruto took a few and nodded his head. "Yes, it is the Genin exam, and I wanted to show everything for the last day," he replied smiling. Shikamaru grunted and slowly raised his head. "Troublesome, I hope that's not the case, Naruto. I don't think Konoha can afford to build a new academy," he stated, half asleep. Naruto rubbed his hair while the others looked confused, why they would need a new academy. "Don't worry, Shika, nothing will happen to the academy," he replied. "I take you will earn the Rookie of the Year." "Why is that?" "Because you're the best shinobi of the academy," Shino suddenly said with his quiet voice. Naruto turned his head to him. He shrugged his shoulders and was about to reply when, "You're blind, Shino. Sasuke-kun will be the Rookie of the Year. He's a prodigy, my mother confirmed it, and she's in the council," Sakura shouted, and the whole class needed to cover their ears from the screech. Naruto turned his head to her, already bored of her attitude. "Sakura, no offense but Sasuke is everything but a prodigy," he stated, annoyed. Sakura pointed the finger at him. "Ha, you are just jealousy," she replied, screeching. Naruto just raised his eyebrows. "Why would I be jealousy? And a prodigy are the likes of Kakashi Hatake, who became a genin 5 years old, Chunin 6 years old and a jonin 12 years old, he stated, and that grabbed the attention of everyone in the class. Even Sasuke looked interested in what Naruto was saying. A prodigy are the likes of Minato Namikaze, he became jonin when he was only 14 years old, and a Hokage shortly after and was known as the fastest person in the world. A prodigy are the likes of Hashirama Senju of the Mokuden and the strongest shinobi who could be rivaled only by Madara Uchiha, the strongest Uchiha ever to exist so far, he stated, and everyone looked surprised at what Naruto had said. Sasuke looked surprised and slightly angry with what Naruto had said. If that was true, then he was nothing special, the best he was above average. Naruto, of course, wanted to mention Itachi Uchiha since he was the youngest Anbu. Still, he knew that would make Sasuke angry and mentioning a traitor who slaughtered his clan wouldn't look well, despite Naruto finding the whole thing suspicious. He remembered Itachi when he came with his mother to the orphanage. He had guarded Naruto for some time, and not once had Naruto felt any negative emotions coming from the Uchiha prodigy. The class kept quiet after what Naruto said, and they just had a small talk with each other. Naruto talked with Shikamaru and Choji about who would be in which team. Soon Iruka-sensei walked inside the room, followed by Mizuki. He looked around the class and was relieved not to hear shouts, and mostly the class was quiet. "Well, today will be the genin exams. The first part is the throwing exam. Everyone follows me," he stated with a stern tone, and everyone followed behind. Naruto kept his hands behind his head and followed, being quiet but inside, thinking of Mizuki's extra amount of hostility. Soon they reached the small training yard of the academy. Naruto saw 3 dummies and 5 targets in a nearby tree. The targets were in the branches, and one of them was at the top of the tree. Iruka cleared his throat and turned to look at his class. They had grown quite a bit since he first saw them. He looked at Naruto and couldn't help but be impressed. At first, he thought Naruto would be trouble, but instead, he was the rookie of the year. Very well, one by one, you will throw your kunai or shurikens in the dummies. After that, you move to the targets in the tree. You pass if you can hit 3 out of 20 targets. If you hit the one at the top of the tree, you earn extra points, he stated with a stern voice. The whole class nodded their heads and, one by one, took turns. Shino hit 16 targets out of 20 targets. 4 in each of the dummies. And 4 hits in the targets in the tree. Shikamaru hit 11 out of 20 targets. He only hit one of them in the tree since he found it troublesome to jump in the air to hit some of them. Kiba hit 12 out of 20 targets. In the tree, he got 2 hits. Ino hit 9 out of 20 targets, hitting 1 in the tree, and smiling when she saw her result. She gave Sakura a smirk and told her to try and do better. Sakura had a determined look and looked over her shoulder at Sasuke before going there and showing her skill. Sasuke is looking at me. I will show him and impress him, she whispered before taking her stance and throwing her shurikens. She got 3 out of 20 targets, the minimum needed to pass, a second after she threw them and saw the result. Ino started laughing out loud and lying on the ground, and holding her stomach. Iruka looked disappointed but decided to just go on with it. Choji got 7 out of 20, earning a smile from Shika and Naruto. Sasuke started walking towards them. Some of the girls started screaming about how cool he looked when he walked. He took his shurikens and hit all the targets in the dummies, and turned at the tree. For the tree, he took 4 shurikens and 2 kunais, earning a confused look from Iruka. He took a deep breath before jumping high in the air and first throwing 4 of his shurikens in the targets, before quickly grabbing his kunais and throwing one at the target in the top and throwing the second kunai to make sure that it hit the final target. When he landed back, he looked up to see his final target wasn't bullseye but close. He clenched his fists but decided to calm and turned at the class, ignoring the shouts of the girls. He only focused on Naruto, who smiled at him. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. When he went to grab the shurikens that Mizuki brought, he could just by looking at them understand that they weren't real blades but made by soft material. A material like this one would most likely never stick at the target, let alone penetrate. Naruto then smirked and took his shurikens. He added wind chakra before throwing at full strength. The shurikens cut through and hit the wall and stuck in the wall. Everyone looked surprised except Shikamaru and Shino, who knew Naruto kept his true strength a secret. Naruto then turned to the tree and jumped twice as high and threw his kunais. They penetrated the tree like nothing and hit the ground with enough strength to cause it to split. Iruka kept his mouth wide open, and his jaw hit the ground, and not believing his eyes. Mizuki clenched his fist and teeth almost to the point of breaking his teeth. Naruto turned and walked back to the class as nothing had ever happened. The course soon got over their shock, and the girls started screaming for Naruto and calling him handsome and strong. The redhead high-fived with Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino. Iruka got over his surprise and then informed how many points each one had. Soon after the throwing exam was done, the taijutsu exam was next. Naruto found this part mostly dull until it was the turn of his friends. Shikamaru won against his opponent despite saying that it would have been better just to lose since it was troublesome. The others also won, except Sakura, who lost against Hinata and Naruto against Sasuke. When Iruka announced that, every girl in the class started shouting for their favorite boy to win, except Hinata, who just kept staring at Naruto. Sasuke smirked when he heard who he would fight against. Let's see how strong you indeed are, Sasuke thought and walked to the center of the arena. Naruto walked into the arena and kept his focus on the match. Iruka looked at both of them before yelling, Hajime. Sasuke made the first move and rushed at him with high genin speed. Naruto kept his focus on him and just avoided his swings. Sasuke kept rushing, but Naruto could see he was using Uchiha Taijutsu style, but he kept dodging his fists. Sasuke felt his blood boiling, so Naruto wasn't taking him seriously and just avoiding his punches as if facing a child. They kept going like that for 4 more minutes. He rushed again with all his strength, his fist directed at his face, but Naruto just moved to his left, making Sasuke turn fast to his right to try again when he felt a pain in his right leg, almost like his bone was broken. He fell on his knees but didn't yell in pain. but just clenched his teeth tightly. Iruka and everyone except Naruto looked confused about what had just happened. The redhead stared down at Sasuke. Listen, Sasuke, you will never get good if you let your anger consume you. If you keep going like this, you will have another incident like this, but next time will be against an enemy who won't have mercy, Naruto stated with a cold tone that sends shivers in everyone's body. Naruto then put his hands close to his right leg and started healing it. Sasuke kept quiet but listened to his advice. Iruka now looked even more confused. How can Naruto know how to heal? He asked himself. After a few seconds, Naruto stood up, and so did Sasuke, who didn't feel pain anymore. Winner is Naruto, Iruka announced, earning shouts from the class. Naruto started walking away. Thanks for the advice, Naruto, Sasuke suddenly said, looking down. He then looked up at the redhead. But we are still rivals, and I will soon be better than you, he started smiling. Naruto smiled back. I look forward to that day, he replied and walked back to the class, followed by the Uchiha. Soon it was the final exam where they needed to answer questions. Naruto looked bored, especially in this one. Mizuki started spreading the tests. He smirked in a stupid smile when he handed his test to Naruto, who seemed half asleep. Naruto felt the chakra all over the letter and just disabled the stupid genjutsu and started answering the questions. After that, they were tested in clone jutsu, transformation jutsu, and substitution jutsu. He did shadow clone jutsu, much to the surprise of Iruka-sensei. Mizuki on the other hand. But we said clone jutsu, he said, hoping there was still a way to ruin the demons. Chances. Iruka shook his head in denial. No, is not stated that it should be an academy clone jutsu. That one is the easiest, that's why everyone uses it. He stated happily that Naruto passed the exam despite having no doubts that he would. Mizuki looked ready to burst into flames. No, no, no. I should either try myself or tell someone to try and grab the scroll for me, he thought. Naruto walked close to look at the ninja emblems. He chose the black one and walked away. Congratulations, Naruto, Iruka said smiling. Thank you, Iruka-sensei, Naruto replied and left the class. I'm a genin now, Ka-chan and Tu-chan, wish me luck. Naruto. He walked outside and soon saw his friends waiting for him. His ninja emblem tightened in his forehead. Shikamaru had his forehead protector tightened to his right arm just above the elbow. Hinata had hers around her neck, and she slightly blushed when she saw Naruto walking outside. Ino had her forehead protector around her waist, her right arm covered in bandages. OJ Naruto, congratulations, Shikamaru was the first to congratulate him. Thank you, Shikamaru, congratulations to you all as well, he replied, smiling with a kind tone. Choji and the others said their part, and Naruto turned to see Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba missing. Shikamaru noticed him looking around. Sasuke left soon after he got his emblem. Sakura followed him like usual, and Kiba said that his mother promised him to teach him a new jutsu if he passed. The pineapple head replied in yawning, already tired and finding the whole thing troublesome. Hey Naruto, we are going to barbecue. Do you wish to come? Choji asked. Naruto saw the others nodding their heads except Hinata. Of course, sounds fun, he replied and turned to Hinata, hoping to help her with her shyness and courage. Hinata, do you wish to come? He asked, smiling. Everyone's eyes turned to the Hyuga heiress, who blushed. Her face looked like a tomato, and she took a step back and started playing with her fingers. OOUW want me to me with UN Naruto-kun? She asked, avoiding his face and mostly his eyes. She felt her heart beating faster than before, and she couldn't believe that Naruto was asking her out. Naruto wasn't sure how to answer. He didn't see Hinata as a love interest. He saw her as a good friend that could become brave and have it easier to talk to people and become a great kunoichi and great head clan. If he said yes, he might give her the wrong idea. He's inviting you. Why do you ask? Because you're our friend, and we want you with us, Shino said, noticing Naruto's nervous mood and his mouth opening and closing. Naruto sighed in relief and made a mental note to thank Shino later. Oh, Hinata whispered, slightly disappointed but decided to go with them. It would be an excellent chance to spend time with Naruto-kun. I accept, Hinata replied, still playing with her fingers. Ino then pointed with a finger towards the entrance. Let's go then, she shouted, smiling and walking towards the entrance of the academy. Shikamaru slowly shook his head and murmured, woman, under his breath. Choji kept eating his chips without a care in the world and looking forward to the barbecue. Shino kept quiet and glanced at Hinata before turning his eyes to the road again. Hinata was glancing at Naruto, who was talking with Shikamaru about their shinobi carrier and other similar things like that. She wondered if Naruto would look at her the same way she looks at him. His handsome face and red hair and blue eyes like an ocean made her feel butterflies in her tummy whenever he was close to her. "Naruto, who do you think will be your sensei?" Shikamaru asked, holding a hand on his pocket and the other behind his head. If he could choose, he would always choose maybe Asuma Sarutobi since he had met the man a few times and played shogi with him. The man was wise, strong, and didn't look like someone that took the job of Jonin as pointless and time-wasting. Shikamaru hoped he would be with Choji in his team and Naruto, who would be the assault of the team. But he knew there was never a three-man team, and a girl would definitely be in his team. From all the girls in the class, he found the least troublesome to be Ino and Hinata. Naruto looked to be thinking about it. Ino leaned closer to hear their conversation. "I would want Kakashi-sensei, but knowing Hokage Gigi, he probably won't put him as my sensei since he has already trained me," he replied, thinking that Kakashi as his sensei would be excellent. The only down part was his being late habits. But that could easily be fixed with a few merciless seals. "I hope to be in your team, Naruto-kun," Ino suddenly said, and hugging Naruto's arm tightly and leaning her head against his shoulder, while her fingers were softly touching his palm, and her eyes were focused on his developed muscles. Hinata felt a hint of anger when she saw how close was Ino to Naruto, and the redhead wasn't telling her to go away or anything like that. Instead, she saw him blush. Naruto blushed slightly by the close contact with Ino and didn't help that his arm was in the valley of her breast, and her fingers caressing his palm wasn't helping. "We arrived," Choji suddenly shouted and walked inside before everyone else. The others soon followed. Naruto sat with Shikamaru and Choji, finally breaking free from Ino, while Shino sat at their right, and Ino and Hinata sat on the other side of the table. Naruto smiled but could feel the hatred gaze and the emotions of many people around the barbecue restaurant. Their glares were as clear as day. Shikamaru noticed the glares too and wondered why was that. He had seen them for a long time and had asked his father what the deal with it was, and he had responded that some people were just too stupid and some just wanted to blame someone for something that he wasn't his fault, to begin with. Shikamaru had understood he wouldn't get more answers from his two-san and had dropped the subject, but at the same time wondered what he meant with what he said. Soon the meat was served, and Choji was the first to start cooking it, followed by Shikamaru, Naruto, and Shino. Ino looked conflicted with eating it since it might make her fat and make her less attractive. Hinata, on the other hand, wasn't that hungry for roasted meat. "Naruto, can I ask you something?" Ino suddenly asked, looking at the redhead. Naruto stopped moving the meat around the barbecue and turned his eyes to Ino, who slightly blushed just by his look. "Yes," Naruto replied, waiting for what Ino wanted. Ino looked conflicted and started touching her chin with her index finger, her eyes showing what Naruto thought was need. "Ah, what kind of girl do you like?" she asked, finally finding the courage. Naruto raised his eyebrows at the question while Shikamaru murmured, "Troublesome," and slowly cut the meat with a knife. Hinata looked interested as well. She wanted to know what kind of girl Naruto-kun liked. And this will be a rare opportunity to find out more about him. "I like girls that if they are kunoichi take the job seriously, girls with dreams and goals for their future, caring girls, funny, generous and maybe a bit hothead," but Naruto kept the last part to himself. Naruto then looked at Ino again and saw her spreading 3 of her fingers. She smiled. "I have 3 of these traits," she replied, smiling. Naruto knew Ino was right a bit, but when it came to girls, but one thing that he highly disliked were fangirls. Even his mother had warned him to never go with a fangirl. Naruto's thoughts were on Fu and Ashara, and he couldn't think of anyone else besides them. He remembered Fu's beautiful eyes and personality, her smiles, and her caring nature. Her beautiful face, her melodic voice, Ashara's beautiful hair, her determination to become a good kunoichi, and her willingness to go as far as possible for her dream, but still a caring person who helped people and wanted to protect the people she loved with everything, and most importantly, she had a dream. A dream Naruto shared with both Ashara and Fu. Naruto rubbed his head nervously. He stuttered, not sure what to say without hurting her feelings. "Ojino, how about we talk about literally anything else, like about with who you wish to be in the team with," Shikamaru suddenly said, getting annoyed by this troublesome subject. Naruto sighed in relief and thanked Shika for the safe. Ino glared at the lazy friend but decided not to say something out loud. After they started eating their food, Naruto noticed his meat was in a bad state, it hadn't been cooked well and looked old. He sighed, annoyed at this and just decided to not ruin the moment. "Here, Naruto," Choji said, giving him some of his meat, understanding his meat wasn't of good quality. "Naruto-kun, do you think our first missions will be outside the V village?" Hinata asked, not knowing their missions as genin would be. Of course, she had heard how the missions were classified and that D-rank missions were harmless. But she hoped that they wouldn't straight up go outside and fight against other ninjas. "I don't think so. Tsunade-san mentioned many times that the D-rank missions were about doing chores, like gardening, helping old people and maybe chase an evil cat as she likes to call it," he replied with a slight chuckle, remembering Tsunade's story about her life as a genin and the mission to capture Tora, the devil cat. Everyone at the table knew of Naruto living in the Senju clan and having Senju and Uzumaki names. "That's good to know," Choji said while eating his food. After the eating was done, Naruto and the others walked outside. "Well, I'm going home. My mother promised me the best dinner if I passed the test and became a genin," Choji shouted happily and rubbed his stomach. Shikamaru chuckled slightly and turned to Naruto. "I'm going too. See you later, everyone," Shikamaru said, waving his head and walking alongside Choji, who was rubbing his hands. "See you later," Naruto said to the others and walked away. Ino soon followed Choji and Shikamaru since their homes were near her compound. Shino glanced at Hinata again before walking away and saying good day to Naruto and Hinata. The Hyuga girl said good day to Naruto and walked away and played with her fingers. While walking away, she had a determined look on her face. Naruto was walking to his compound when he felt Mizuki's chakra close to the Hokage's office. He wondered what that idiot was doing there and probably nothing good. He sighed, annoyed, and decided to check it out. Naruto always knew there was more to Mizuki than just hating him. The moon's light was shining through the forest, Iruka was running through the woods. He couldn't believe that Naruto would do something like that. He kept running and wondered why. Naruto was the best genin of the village. Why would he need to steal the scroll? It didn't make any sense. Soon he spotted the redhead jumping from tree to tree. Out of breath and angry, he shouted, "What do you think you're doing out here, Naruto?" His scarred face and brown ponytail stood out in the moonlight as they bounced off of his green Chunin vest. The new genin stopped and looked down at Iruka. With a creepy smile, "You found me, Iruka, you still haven't lost your talent at running," who he thought was Naruto spoke with a creepy tone and grinning like a maniac. Iruka's eyes widened when he understood who was talking. "Mizuki," he yelled furiously, and the one who he thought was Naruto transformed and turned into Mizuki, who started laughing maniacally and holding his stomach with his hand. "What you've done is despicable, Mizuki, just tell me why." "That's just what I can't wrap my head around. Why betray the leaf, your home? Why blame Naruto?" Iruka asked, moving his hand down his side, pulling out a kunai. Mizuki just looked at Iruka for a moment before bursting out in laughter. "Why? You ask why, I'll tell you why. When we were children, we both lost our parents to that demon brat, so I decided to befriend you, Iruka. After all, we were the same. That was until other people began treating you better than me, including our friends, the third Hokage, and even people we didn't know. Why did you deserve all that compassion yet I received none? I was left to rot, practically ignored. Is that fair? No. And now I'll have my revenge on this village by handing over that scroll to, let's say, Orochimaru, and I think he will be pleased with the means to destroy Konoha. He promised me power, and I will have it one way or another. His curse mark will make me stronger than I have ever been before." As Mizuki finished, he broke into a burst of manic laughter that filled the area with the crazed sound. "I'm sorry you felt that way about our friendship, and you may say that everyone ignored, but I didn't. That's because our friendship meant something to me, but now you've forsaken that trust, I have no choice but to kill you," Iruka said, launching himself at Mizuki. "Oh, please, you can never defeat me," he replied, laughing even more. "That might be true, but I can." Suddenly, a voice spoke, and both men turned to look at the redhead of Naruto Uzumaki. His hand was resting on the pommel of his katana. Iruka paled when he saw his student here. Mizuki hated him, and he might try to hurt him. He knew Naruto was strong, but Mizuki was a Chunin, and Naruto was a new genin and no match for a Chunin with years of experience. "Naruto, What are you doing here? Run away, you're no match for Mizuki, Iruka shouted, concerned for his student well-being. Naruto just looked at him and gave him a look. You serious? The young Uzumaki was about to reply when Mizuki started laughing again. The demon is here, this day just got a whole lot better. I have the scroll, and now I can finally kill you, demon, he shouted manically and pointed the finger at Naruto, who looked bored out of his mind. Mizuki then thought to make it even better and add salt to the injury. Do you know why the village hates you? Why they will never see you as their own? Why it doesn't matter what you do? You will always be hated, Mizuki said, laughing even more and pointing an accusing finger at the village behind Naruto. Iruka paled even more. This night could worsen. He didn't want Naruto to know, it was forbidden, and Naruto was still young to understand. He might hate the village and the Hokage for keeping it a secret. No, Mizuki is forbidden, Iruka interjected and shouted at his former friend. He wanted him to stop. Naruto looked even more bored but decided to tag along to annoy him even more, while Kurama looked annoyed by Naruto. For Kami's sake, just deal with him already, he said, bored and thinking of ways to deal with Orochimaru's sex slave. Why does the village hates me? Naruto asked, ignoring Kurama's words and acting as if he didn't know that already. Everyone knows except you. Iruka's trying to hide it from you, even now. He'd do anything to shut me up, Mizuki said with a laugh at the snarl that escaped Iruka's lips. Don't tell him, it's forbidden. Iruka tried to shout. The decree is that no one can tell you that the nine-tailed fox is inside of you. The fox spirit that killed Iruka's parents and destroyed our village has taken over your body. You are the nine-tails fox, he said, but instead of Naruto's shocking face, the redhead started laughing as he had just told him the best joke in the whole elemental nations. Naruto stopped laughing and looked at Mizuki again. You serious? He asked. Iruka looked confused as to why Naruto was laughing and not like being in shock or even crying. I have known that since I was 3 years old, even a stupid person would understand it by now. I mean, everyone calls me Demon Fox and other various names that connect me with Kyuubi. It doesn't take a genius to understand that Kyuubi is sealed inside me, even the most stupid kid would understand it by now, he stated. Suddenly his face changed from playfully to serious in a second. His face got so cold that both Iruka and Mizuki felt shivers of fear in their spine. Naruto released his whole ki to Mizuki, who was sweating buckets and breathing heavily, even lifting a finger felt hard for him. He felt a considerable weight in his entire body and his heart beating on his throat. I always knew you hated me, but you tried to put the blame on me and betray the village, and that's not something I will tolerate, he stated and pulled out his sword. Before anyone could even blink, Naruto was behind Mizuki and his sword close to Mizuki's neck, his skin bleeding. The white-haired Chunin felt his blood freeze like ice. He wanted to move and kill the demon, but none of his muscles was moving. Iruka saw Naruto behind Mizuki, and even before he could lift a finger, he saw something piercing Mizuki's head. Looking closely, he saw the point of a sword coming out from his mouth bleeding and the blade covered in blood. Naruto moved his sword up and sliced half of Mizuki's face in half with a quick move. The blood covered his whole chest and the blade, his head started falling apart, and his lifeless body fell to the ground like garbage that he was. Iruka had seen death before, but that was way too brutal for his taste. He threw up, and after calming down, he looked up to see Naruto cleaning the blood from his sword. Iruka couldn't understand how could Naruto not feel sick after killing someone. He didn't know that Naruto had already been killed before. After cleaning the sword, he turned his focus to Iruka. The Anbu will arrive soon, he stated with a brighter tone, and his sword was clean now. Iruka walked slowly towards Naruto after he jumped to the ground. Naruto, thank you for saving me, he said happily and slightly saddened that his student had to do that. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry about it, Iruka-sensei, unlike the others, you didn't hate me, you saw me as a normal boy instead of the demon fox, he replied, smiling at his sensei. Iruka smiled back and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. I'm proud of you for being my student, he stated, and they both turned to see 3 Anbu suddenly appear close to them. Iruka hoped they weren't here for Naruto. He immediately stood in front of Naruto and opened his arms. Naruto didn't do it, he's innocent, he stated, and hoping they would trust him. Naruto eyed the Anbu in the front who had a ghost mask and no eyeholes. Don't worry, Iruka, the Hokage-sama knows Naruto-san wasn't the one who stole the scroll. We are here to return it, he stated with a demanding tone. His hands had weird purple marks around his palm and a purple circle in the center of his palm. Naruto could hardly feel any emotions coming from the man, but knew this one wasn't one of Danzo's loyal dogs. They were like stones, without any feelings. This one had but could very well hide them, and his chakra level was medium cage level. Iruka sighed in relief and turned to Naruto, who grabbed the scroll and threw it at them. "Tell Hokage-sama that I said hi," he said before, shunsing away and leaving leaves behind. Iruka was again impressed that Naruto knew how to shunshin, but remembering Naruto's speed, he shouldn't be surprised anymore by him. "You're a very good shinobi, and I can't wait to see what you become in the future." Hokage office. Kid, are you sure you want to take your picture like this?" A photographer asked questioningly as he set up his camera. Naruto waved his hands towards him in exasperation. "Yes, now take the picture, man." The man shrugged and took the photo. "Whatever, kid." Naruto grinned to himself while wearing his new headband and sat in front of the Hokage, Iruka, and other Chunin. The Hokage looked at Naruto's picture and then sighed. The Hokage held the picture up to him. Naruto and his face was covered in white paint and had red markings around his face. Naruto grinned at the sight of his picture. "Come on, old man, I wanted to capture my true ways." Iruka twitched with irritation. He stood up and slammed his palms onto the table. Naruto wanted a photo like that because apparently, his father had his picture the same way. "Now, listen, Naruto, you're a genin, which means you have the responsibility as one and have to act like one." Naruto wasn't paying attention to his speech because some shouts were coming towards the room. Everybody turned to stare as a young boy with spiky brown hair, black eyes, a yellow shirt, gray shorts, and a long blue scarf ran into the room holding a shuriken. The boy pointed towards the Hokage with a determined look. "Old man, today's the day you die." Just as he was running towards the Hokage, he tripped over his scarf and landed on his face in pain. Naruto's sweat dropped. "Who the hell is this kid?" The Hokage sighed and shook his head. "Konohamaru, please." The boy, named Konohamaru, slowly tried to lift his head in pain and smirked at the Hokage. "I will defeat you and become the next Hokage." Just then, an older man wearing a bandana around his head and wearing some old glasses and a Junin outfit came into the room looking worried. He gasped as he saw Konohamaru on the floor. "Honorable grandson, are you all right?" Naruto raised his eyebrows. "Grandson." Konohamaru smirked at Naruto as he heard the shock in his voice. He swaggered over to Naruto and smirked in his face. Naruto tried not to punch this kid straight to the face. "Yay, I'm the grandson of the Hokage, what you going to do now, weakling?" With that statement, Naruto threw any rational thought out the window. He punched Konohamaru straight in his face towards the door, careful not to use any of his superhuman strength, or otherwise, the kid would break the wall. He slammed against the wall, which resulted in a bloody nose. Konohamaru looked surprised at the fact that Naruto punched him. "I don't care if he's your freaking grandmother, you should show respect and not act like a brat." The Junin, who was called Ebisu, jaw dropped at the fact that the demon brat punched Konohamaru. "Honorable grandson." The Hokage sighed at the chaos forming in his office and wished he had something to drink. Naruto grumbled at the thought of that punk kid as he walked down the street. Suddenly, he felt he was being followed and turned around and almost smacked his forehead in exasperation. Behind him was a fence, but the most noticeable thing there was the sheet being held by 2 hands and the 2 feet noticeable under it. Naruto shook his head and began to walk again, the cloaked figure following him. As he rounded a corner, the figure began to pick up speed in hopes of not losing his target. As he spun around the corner, Naruto had disappeared from sight. The figure dropped his sheet and revealed Konohamaru wildly looking around for his prey. "Where the heck did he go?" "Boo!" Konohamaru jumped 2 feet in the air and jumped around to see Naruto behind him with his arms crossed across his chest. "So, can you explain to me why you're following me, twerp?" Konohamaru laughed shakily and pulled himself up and shook the dust off the clothes. "Nice move, boss, that's why I respect you as a teacher." Naruto raised his eyebrows. "Teacher? What the heck are you talking about?" Konohamaru laughed and rubbed his nose. "Yes, from now you're my teacher and boss," he stated and pointed the finger at Naruto, who looked slightly irritated. "Very well, if you want me to be my student, I will teach you everything I know, but you have to listen to everything I say," Naruto stated with a strict tone that sent shivers in Konohamaru's body. Still, he was too excited that Naruto agreed and just immediately agreed without thinking twice. Naruto grinned and brought him to the training yard, and he told Konohamaru to stay still and not move. The child nodded and saw the redhead draw something on a blank paper before putting his opened hand in the center. Naruto smiled, approaching Konohamaru before slamming the paper on his legs. Before Konohamaru could even understand what was happening, he felt heavier, a lot heavier. Naruto grinned and took a few steps back, and just kept his gaze on him. Konohamaru tried to move a foot, but he couldn't even do that much. He felt like his legs were suddenly made of stone. "What's happening?" Naruto laughed. "I put a weight seal on your legs. You wanted to train well, this is your chance. The seal will check your muscles and the power in them to adjust how much weight you should have, and I want you to walk like this for a month, and after you do that, come to me again," Naruto stated before he disappeared and left leaves behind. Konohamaru was sweating, and with all his strength, he took a single step. "I will die like this," he thought, and put his hands on his knees and breathing heavily. He felt like he had just run around the village. But then he remembered that he wanted to train and not be treated like honorable grandson. Taking a deep breath, he took a second step. Hokage office. After 1 week, every Jonin that will get a team this year had been called in the meeting early morning in the Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his seat waiting for all the Jonins to arrive. Tsunade was on his left since she told him that she needed to discuss something with him. Amongst the Jonin gathered was a man with a beard. He was smoking a cigarette. Near him was a tall and attractive-looking raven-haired woman, with bright crimson-red eyes, wearing a single red sleeve and white patterned bandages with a ninja fishnet shit underneath it. Her name was Kurenai Uehi, and close to her was Asuma Sarutobi. Amongst them were many Jonin that had arrived to discuss their new teams. Many were surprised when they saw Tsunade of the Sannin in the office. Like everyone else, even the likes of Asuma were surprised when he heard that Tsunade had returned, and most importantly, she had returned because of the kid Naruto. Asuma had nothing against the kid and was happy to hear that the kid had family apparently, and the civil council could finally shut up. Then word had spread that he had gotten the name Senju. Now he was known as Naruto Uzumaki Senju. No one really knew why the redhead had gotten the Senju name, but Asuma knew his father had his reasons. Despite not having the best father-son relationship, he still trusted his father and knew he wouldn't do something without reason. But still, despite all that Asuma knew, many around the village despised Naruto like he was Kyuubi himself, and worst of all was that amongst the people that hated Naruto were a good number of shinobi that thought of him as a monster. Asuma hoped that this foolishness of the villagers wouldn't turn to bite them in the ass later. But knowing their luck probably would. If not, most likely. Right now, they were waiting for a certain white-haired Jonin that likes to be lazy and be late. If Asuma had to guess, he would say that Kakashi either was in the memorial stone paying his respects or with his girlfriend. Asuma felt a shiver in his whole body when he thought of her, and sometimes he couldn't understand how from all the females of the Hidden Leaf Village, he decided to choose that one. Kurenai noticed the sudden movement of Asuma near her and turned her eyes at him. "Anything wrong, Asuma?" she asked, slightly concerned but trying to keep quiet so the others around them wouldn't hear them. Asuma glanced at her before putting out his cigarette with his chakra finger and pulling out a new one. "Nothing really, I just thought of Kakashi and why exactly he's late this time," Asuma replied quietly with a knowing smirk and smoking his cigarette. Kurenai raised her eyebrow in surprise, but then a smirk slowly showed on her face, knowing his secret girlfriend. Asuma knew that smirk wasn't a good sign. But before Kurenai could open her mouth to speak about why she was smirking, the third Hokage cleared his throat to gain everyone's attention. Everyone fell silent to listen to the Hokage. "Since Kakashi most likely won't come for some time, I will begin announcing the teams and their sensei," Hiruzen stated with a commanding tone. Every Jonin in the office nodded their heads in understanding and waited for Sarutobi to continue. The old Kage cleared his throat and started announcing the teams of this year. Before he knew it, something broke the window of the office and landed like a meteor. Everyone backed away except Kurenai, Asuma, the third Hokage, who sighed annoyed and started rubbing the bridge on his nose, and Tsunade, who didn't understand why the doors were such a hard thing to use. What broke inside was what looked like a part of a tree with a pointed end, but then poofed, and from the smoke came two figures. One of them had white hair and had an eye smile, his hands resting on the hips of the woman beside, who was grinning from ear to ear. "I told you, Kakashi-kun, that my method was much better," she shouted at Kakashi and then at the Jonins, who for a moment didn't understand who they were. Asuma was smiling at Kakashi, who smiled back while Kurenai was shaking her head and glaring daggers at her friend for her stupid idea. It didn't take a genius to understand who came with the idea to burst into the office like you wanted to attack someone. Here's inside, tired of this and hoping that either Jiraiya or Tsunade would soon become the new Kage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunade was shaking her head but still amused by their entry. Kurenai had a tick mark on her forehead. What's wrong with you, Anko? She yelled at her friend, who kept her smile on her face. Kakashi 15 minutes earlier, he was standing in front of the memorial stone. The light of the morning sun was shining and making everything brighter. Kakashi looked at the little tree in the pot near the stone. The tree had been decorated to look like a woman and a man holding their hands. He smiled remembering that day. Kakashi was standing as usual in front of the memorial stone, and it had been a year since he had started seriously training his little brother. He thought happy of Naruto. You won't believe the talent your son has, Minato-san and Kushina-san. He's just like you sensei when it comes to training. He likes to study and is a very caring child. His smile and his hair reminds me a lot of you, Kushina-san. He likes to talk about Uzumaki clan. He says that he would want to visit Uzushiogakure, Kakashi said, happy and smiling behind his mask. You would be so proud of your son, both of you. I failed to protect Obito, Rin, and you too, but I won't fail on Naruto. You have my word, Kakashi promised and kneeled in front of the memorial stone. He put his hand on the grass. He kept silent for a few moments and heard footsteps behind him. I'm sure they're proud and happy with you, Kakashi-sensei. He heard Naruto's voice walking closer to him. He turned around to see him carrying a small pot with a strange small tree that had grown. What are you doing here, Naruto? He asked curiously. Naruto smiled and glanced at the pot in his hands. This is a gift from my parents. I made it myself, he said with a sad smile on his face. Taking a closer look, he saw that it looked like a man and a woman holding their hands and smiling. Kakashi was impressed by the decorations and wondered how Naruto had been able to decorate it like that, but decided to ask later and left Naruto to place the pot close to the memorial stone. Kakashi kept quiet as Naruto started talking quietly. Kakashi took a few steps back to give him some privacy. Tu-chan, Ka-chan, I know it's been some time, but I have been busy. I'm almost done completing your Rasengan. Tu-chan, I'm not sure about the name yet. I'm thinking to ask Kakashi-sensei for advice or maybe Toji. I'm not that good with names, Naruto said nervously with a slight chuckle. He then looked at the pot and then turned back to the memorial stone. I hope you like my gift. It is a small one, but I think it is beautiful, Naruto said, smiling and keeping silent for a long time. He just stood there and said a small prayer for his parents, hoping they were proud of him. He took a deep breath. I will come again once I finish the new Rasengan. I hope I'm making both of you proud, he said before standing up and turning to look at Kakashi, who surprisingly had removed his mask. Naruto looked surprised since he had never seen Kakashi-sensei without a mask. Why exactly do you keep your mask, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, smiling. This time instead of smiling, Kakashi smiled. Only important people in my life have seen me without my mask. You're amongst them. Kakashi started thinking of Rin, Obito, Minato-sensei, Kushina-san, and Anko-chan. Naruto smiled, happy that his sensei saw him as an important person. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, the redhead said, and Kakashi put his mask back on. Single quote. Kakashi cleared his throat. Today is the day that teams will be decided, sensei. I hope your son is in my team, but there's not much left that I can teach him, but still, I would wish he was in my team. Then there's Sasuke Uchiha. I don't know him personally, but what Naruto had told me, he's completely withdrawn and barely talks with anyone. I will try to help to move on from his revenge, Obito. I don't know if I will succeed, but I will try my best. I will see you again tomorrow same time, Kakashi said, smiling behind his mask before leaving the area. Time passed, and Kakashi started walking towards the Hokage office before someone put her hand on his visible eye. Who's this? A voice he recognized very well said behind him. The snake mistress, Kakashi replied smiling. Anko pulled out her hand before turning him around. Before Kakashi could understand what happened, Anko moved his mask up and kissed his lips. The white hair was caught off guard before returning the kiss with passion. Soon they pulled away. Kakashi tried to catch his breath and finally calm from her sudden kiss, not that he had anything against it. It's good to see you, Anko-chan, but I'm afraid I have to go to the meeting. This one is about my team, and I can't risk being late, he started, rubbing his hair. Anko smiled since she knew Kakashi cared to be in time this year just because Naruto has become a genin. She put an evil grin on her face before putting her open hand on his chest. "Oh, I know, that's why this year you're going to do the best entry," she stated and moving her fingers softly around his chest. Kakashi raised his eyebrows, having a few ideas but not knowing what exactly she meant by entry, but decided to tag along. Anko then put her hand on his hand and literally dragged him away. "Come now, let's show them what a good entry is all about," she shouted and pointing the finger at the Hokage's tower. Kakashi sighed, not seeing a way out of her grasp. "I have a bad feeling about this," he murmured. Now, the smoke cleared, Kakashi stood there smiling and slowly rubbing his hair and thinking why exactly they did this entry. Some of the Jonins were looking at him as if he was someone they didn't know, while Asuma was giving him a thumbs up and Kurenai shaking her head in annoyance. Sarutobi just looked bored while Tsunade looked ready to hit someone. "I'm surprised you have arrived so early, Kakashi," Sarutobi stated and pointed with a hand for him to join the others. "Haha, well, I didn't have any black cat crossing my road today and no old lady to help," Kakashi replied, eyes smiling. At the same time, the others thought that he was already 1 hour late, but for Kakashi, it was usual to be at least 2 hours late unless it was something extremely important. "Anyway, you arrived on time, I was just about to start discussing the new genins of this year," Hokage-sama stated while noticing that Anko was still here and not moving her hand from Kakashi. "Ah, Anko, why don't you leave? This is a meeting for Jonin, who will get a new team this year, and you're not a Jonin yet," Sarutobi said with a little smile. Anko clenched her teeth in annoyance. "Is it fine for her to stay? Let's just get over this," Tsunade suddenly said with annoyance and hoping for this gathering to end soon. "Very well, this year has many amazing shinobis, like Naruto Uzumaki Senju, Sasuke Uchiha, Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, and many others. Rookie of the year is Naruto, the second is Sasuke Uchiha, best kunoichi of this year is Hinata Hyuga followed by Ino Yamanaka, the third stated but noticed the looks of disapproval amongst some of the Jonin. Deciding to ignore it, he cleared his throat and started announcing Team 1 Team 6. After their teams were announced, the Jonins left, leaving Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, and Anko still in the office. "Now is Team 7, Kakashi you will be sensei of this team, in this team will be Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki Senju, and Sakura Haruno," earning a surprised look from Kakashi. "Team 8 is Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, and Hinata Hyuga," he continued earning an approval look from Kurenai. "Team 10 is Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi, and Ino Yamanaka," he finished and wanted to continue when Kurenai interrupted. "Hokage-sama, don't you think Kakashi is getting the best team amongst us? I mean, I have heard of Naruto and saw the boy myself, he's quite good, and I have heard he's a prodigy, and Kakashi already has Sasuke," Kurenai stating facts. "I have to agree with Kurenai," Asuma added and looked at the Hokage. "That might be true, Kurenai, but the main reason why I'm doing this is that from all the genins of this year, I believe Naruto is the only one that can pull Sasuke away from his life of vengeance. And Sakura is reported to be the worst kunoichi of this year. The only good trait is her knowledge, and I think Sasuke and Naruto can help her with that," Sarutobi stated, hoping that Naruto could change Sasuke. Before anyone could say anything, Kakashi spoke. "I think Asuma and Kurenai might be right on this," Kakashi stated, shocking everyone in the office, even Anko, who had her mouth open since Kakashi had mentioned many times that he wanted Naruto on his team. Because of his Sharingan, Kakashi knew he would definitely have Sasuke on his team. Sarutobi gave him a look for him to continue. "I have nothing against Naruto, I have already trained him for the last 4 years, but he still needs to be in a team with genin that he's friends with, and he's the least friendly with Sasuke and Sakura," Kakashi stated sure that his little brother would like more to be in the same team perhaps with Shikamaru or Choji or even Shino. He knew of his dislike towards the village, and possibly being in the same group with a good friend would probably help with that. Sarutobi thought about what Kakashi said and put his finger on his chin. He still believed that Naruto in the same team as Sasuke and Sakura would be better, they would be the assault team. Ino Shika Shio would be the support team, and Team 8 would be the tracking team. "I understand your thinking Kakashi and perhaps another time, I would agree with it, but I think Naruto can be a great help to Sasuke and Sakura," he replied, and Kakashi smiled behind his mask. Very well, you can leave now, Sarutobi stated, and all the Jonins left, leaving him with Tsunade looking annoyed. I still think Jiraiya should train Naruto, I mean no offense to Kakashi, but there isn't much left he can teach Naruto-kun, Tsunade said. She had requested from her sensei that Jiraiya should be Naruto's sensei, but he had stated that Naruto needed ties with the village, and having more friends apparently would help with that. Tsunade knew Naruto's wish to rebuild Uzushiogakure, which meant abandoning Konoha and becoming a missing nin. Tsunade decided to stop thinking about that and decided to focus on the present. I understand Tsunade, but Naruto will do better to have friends of his age around, and not just Jiraiya, he stated, and Tsunade decided to drop the subject. She sighed and stood up. See you later, sensei, she said and left the office, while in her mind, she thought of the Akatsuki. Jiraiya had told her that they would soon start observing and perhaps even testing the Jinchuriki to see how strong they were. She hoped Naruto was enough prepared. It would take 3 more years, according to the spy, until they start capturing the Jinchuriki. Jiraiya had said that he hoped to teach Naruto Sage Chakra, and learn to fully control Kyuubi's chakra before the Akatsuki attacked. When it came to the medic, Naruto was good enough, because of the Kyuubi and a large amount of chakra he has. Naruto probably would never reach the levels needed, but Sage Chakra could probably help him if he got injured. Naruto. He was walking through the streets of Konoha, he was making his way to the academy. Today the teams would be announced. The redhead had asked Kakashi-sensei if he could tell him, but the lazy sensei had kept his mouth shut. Naruto smiled and hoped he was on the same team as Shikamaru or perhaps Choji. He hoped to God that Sakura wasn't in his team, that would be an absolute disaster. Naruto sighed and thought that maybe having Ino in the team wouldn't be so bad. From all the girls in the class except Hinata, she was the second to take the job of Kunoichi seriously. Naruto heard whispers from the crowds pointing fingers at him. The word that Naruto had defeated Mizuki had spread quickly and had mixed reactions. On one side were those that were happy, and some were having second thoughts about Naruto. But on the other side were the morons thinking that this was proof that the demon fox was getting stronger and should be eliminated. Naruto sighed and soon reached the academy. Reaching the class, he soon saw his empty seat. He greeted everyone and even Sasuke, who made a sound, HNN, and that's all he got from him. Naruto, with who do you think you will be? Choji asked immediately as he was eating chips and offered him some. I don't know Choji, I was hoping for Shikamaru, he will be the brain and the strategist, and perhaps Ino since she could use her clan's jutsu to help to gather information, while I can be the assault of the team, Naruto replied and Shikamaru nodded in agreement while Ino blushed hearing what Naruto said. Kiba, Shino, and Hinata were close to their desk, who listened to their conversation. Hinata sighed sadly that Naruto didn't mention her. I just hope our sensei is hot, Kiba almost shouted, earning a disapproval look from Shino and Naruto. Sasuke rolled his eyes at his comment and kept keeping his gaze outside the window. I'm sure I will be fine with whoever sensei I get, Naruto stated and hoping that his sensei didn't hate him, but his friends didn't need to know about Kurama yet. They waited until Iruka finally arrived to announce the teams. Naruto. The redhead saw Iruka-sensei walking inside the class. Usually, most of the students would still keep talking, not bothering that Iruka was here, but today would be decided the teams, and everyone was waiting in anticipation to see with who they would end up with. Everyone fell silent as Iruka walked into the center of the class and cleared his throat to gain everyone's attention. We have been together for 7 years, and now the time has come for you to become shinobi of the Hidden Leaf and make your country proud, Iruka said, holding back his tears. His eyes glanced at Naruto, who was listening to his speech. Iruka talked with them for a few more minutes. Shikamaru had fallen asleep and wasn't thinking of what Iruka said. Everyone except Naruto looked bored and couldn't wait until Iruka was done with his boring speech. Iruka finished and glanced at everyone in the class. Ino talked with Sakura for God knows what. Kiba looked bored and was leaning his head against the back of the chair. Shikamaru was sleeping, and Choji was eating chips. Sasuke was probably busy daydreaming the day he would kill Itachi, and Naruto looked focused on what was happening. Anyway, I will start announcing the teams, he shouted, and that grabbed the attention of everyone. Even Shikamaru was awake for this part. Naruto listened, and soon Iruka announced the teams up to Team 7. Team 7 is Naruto Uzumaki Senju. Every girl in the class fell silent right now, almost everyone except Sakura and a few others held their breath. Naruto was the hottest guy in the class, and every girl wanted him in her team. Some licked their lips at the thought of being in the same team with Naruto. Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino focused since they wanted to know if they would be on the same team as their friend. Shika highly doubted it since Ino Shika-cho was S famous Konoha team, and the third Hokage would most likely want another generation of the same team. Ino hoped to be on the same team with Naruto for two reasons: he was the most attractive guy in the whole academy, and she knew for sure he was probably the strongest genin, giving her a chance to train with him and become stronger and spend time with him. Sakura Haruno, many girls shouted, no, including Sakura, who couldn't believe that the god was so cruel to put her on the same team as Naruto. Naruto fought the urge to scream out loud, why was he in the same team as the worthless Banshee? Why did she even graduate in the first place? Naruto, of course, knew that the academy had gone downhill since the civil council had a bit of power to change the academy, making the passing exam much more effortless and not learning anything hard in the academy. Naruto couldn't understand why the hardest thing to learn in the academy was simple clone jutsu, transformation jutsu and substitution jutsu. Why they knew nothing about fuinjutsu in the academy was beyond him if it kept going like this. After like 50 years, Hidden Leaf Village will be lucky to have a seal master of level 5 or lower. Why does the god hate me so much? Naruto mentally asked himself. Don't worry, Naruto, if it is necessary, we can just kill her and bury her body somewhere. It is not like anyone would notice her disappearance, Kurama suddenly said with an evil smirk on his face and chuckling slightly. Naruto's ears perked when he heard his voice. Oh Kurama, you're right and probably is the best advice you have ever given to me, but hopefully she won't be that much of a bother to me if I just ignore her annoying flat ass, Naruto replied, smiling. In Sasuke Uchiha, Iruka-sensei announced the last member, followed by the annoying look and disapproval of every girl in the class except Sakura, who raised her fists in the air celebrating. She pointed the finger at Ino. Take that Ino pig, true love wins always, she shouted happily and glanced at Sasuke, expecting him to be happy to be in the same team with her, except he looked bored and annoyed. Ino didn't care that Sasuke was in her team, but she was annoyed that Sakura got Naruto. Shikamaru looked slightly confused since both Naruto and Sasuke were in the same team, the two strongest genin in the academy, while true that Sakura was next to useless, still. At least Naruto is in my team, but why exactly do I need that useless Banshee in my team? At least Ino knows more than her and doesn't go around screaming like the end of the world is coming, Sasuke thought, annoyed and glancing at Ino, while Ino held her head down. Your sensei is Kakashi Hatake, Iruka finished and turned his eyes to announce Team 8. Naruto raised his eyebrows in surprise, holding his hands behind his head. He didn't expect Kakashi to be his sensei. The redhead understood that Kakashi would most likely train Sasuke because of his Sharingan. While Sakura didn't care who was her sensei as long as Sasuke was in her team, she held her hands clenched together in front of her face, her eyes closed and imagining Sasuke asking her on a date or kissing him. Sasuke, on the other hand, remembers the name from Naruto. Naruto mentioned Kakashi as a prodigy, and I read that he's a well-known shinobi around the world, he will be good to teach me, Sasuke thought. Team 8 is Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga, your sensei is Kurenai Uehi, Iruka announced, completing it. Kiba raised his hands in the air, happy that a beautiful girl like Hinata was in his team while Akamaru was barking at him to not act like 2 years old. Shino's face didn't change, but his eyes glanced at Hinata to see her reaction but saw that she had lowered her head in disappointment. Hinata had wished to be on the same team as Naruto-kun, but it seems that wasn't the case. She knew she could still spend time sometimes with him, probably on holiday. The Hyuga heiress found some encouragement that Kurenai-sensei was her sensei. Team 9 is already working. Team 10 is Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akamichi, Iruka-sensei announced. Loudly for everyone to hear. Almost everyone expected Ino to scream, but instead, she just rolled her eyes and minded her own business. Shikamaru was happy that his best friend was on his team but grunted that he would deal with Ino. Troublesome, your sensei is Asuma Sarutobi, he finished, and his eyes went to announce the other team. Naruto smiled at Shika since his troublesome friend had told him that he wanted Asuma to be his sensei. Shikamaru smiled at Naruto and was happy to hear that. Listening to the members of each team, Naruto understood the reason behind the team placement. So my team is the assault team, but why exactly is Sakura in my team? She knows next to nothing about assault. Team 10 is the supporting team, with Shikamaru acting as a strategist, Choji as the muscle, and Ino to gather information and distract the enemy with her clan's ability. And Team 8 is the tracking team. All the members can track Shino with his bugs, Hinata with her Byakugan, Kiba with Akamaru, Naruto thought, and Shikamaru had understood it as well. Iruka-sensei finished and left the room. Now, all they had to do was wait until sensei arrived. Naruto groaned, knowing how long it would take for his big brother to arrive. I guess we better get comfortable. Kakashi-sensei has a bad habit of always being late for at least 2 hours, Naruto said, letting Sakura and Sasuke know. The Uchiha fought the urge to face palm and decided to read a jutsu scroll from his clan until sensei arrived. Sakura had her eyes on Sasuke and decided to go and try and talk with him. Naruto opened his bag and decided to read about Fuinjutsu until Kakashi arrived. The door opened, revealing a beautiful kunoichi and a guy with a beard walking behind her. Naruto felt the similar chakra of the Jonin, and he could tell just from his chakra alone that he was Asuma Sarutobi. Naruto didn't recognize the woman but blushed slightly at her face. He couldn't help but notice that she was beautiful. Teammate with me, Kurenai announced, and her eyes noticed Hinata, who was giving glances at who she knew was Naruto. She hoped the poor heiress would find the courage to ask Naruto on a date. Woo, we have a hot Jonin, Kiba shouted happily and looked at the body of the Jonin. Kurenai had a tick mark on her forehead, and Asuma fought the urge to slap the disrespectful boy. Akamaru barked at his owner to shut up. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba stood up and followed Kurenai. Team 10 with me, Asuma started smoking a cigarette. Troublesome, Shikamaru whispered before standing up and following him. Ino glanced at Naruto and soon followed Shika and Choji. Naruto saw them leaving, and soon, Sakura and Sasuke were the only ones left in the class. Naruto changed the page and was reading about the combination of different seals. Despite being level 10, he couldn't combine more than 2 seals, and he hoped there were books in Uzushiogakure for combining 3 seals. But that didn't stop Naruto from experimenting and having seals blow upon his face. Sakura was busy trying to get closer to her Sasuke-kun. She slowly and quietly changed seats and got closer to her man of dreams. Sasuke was reading a scroll about a fire jutsu of rank B. Fire style. Raining fire. Cost. Medium Chunin chakra level. The jutsu sends multiple small fireballs towards the enemy. As he was focusing, he noticed a useless girl approaching like a stupid puppy dog in the corner of his eyes, Sasuke thought. Sasuke, do you want to hang out after this? Sakura asked, blushing. Sasuke was literally thinking of what exactly he did in his past life to deserve a banshee like her in the team. Most have been horrendous, he thought, and kept reading the scroll and decided to train on it after he was done. Here, after 1 hour, Kakashi was making his way to the class after paying his respects. Usually, he would be late for at least 1 more hour or even 2 more hours, but he knew Naruto didn't take kindly to his being late habits. So he decided to go early this time. Naruto was still reading and had a blanket paper on his desk and using a brush to make a 3 combined seal in the class. He hoped he would be able to succeed. Sasuke was still reading the scroll, trying to memorize everything, while Sakura was sitting on the desk closest to Sasuke, who looked annoyed by her constant attempt to have a conversation with him. Naruto could feel Kakashi-sensei coming, so he sealed the paper and the book away. Sasuke noticed and decided to stop reading. After a few seconds, the class door opened, revealing a white-haired shinobi with a mask covering his face, from his nose to his chin. His right eye was not covered, while his forehead protector covered his left. Before Kakashi could say anything, Naruto pointed the finger at him. You finally arrived, old man Kakashi, he shouted, his voice boomed around the class and even the corridor. Kakashi looked at Naruto, annoyed that he still was using his disrespectful nickname. Sasuke and Sakura looked confused at how Naruto called their sensei. My first thought of all of you, you're boring, and the redhead is annoying. He started pointing the finger at Naruto, who was smiling from ear to ear. In the roof, you have 10 minutes, he stated thoughtfully before he shunshin away. See you there, Naruto said, waving at them before he disappeared and left leaves behind. Sasuke made a mental note to learn that jutsu as soon as possible before running towards the stairs, followed by Sakura. Kakashi looked up to see Naruto in front of him sitting at the stairs. He smiled and pulled away from his book. Ooh, Naruto, it is good to see you, he said, smiling behind his mask. Naruto smiled back. Didn't know you would be my sensei. Naruto stated happily that Kakashi would be his sensei. I myself was surprised. I expected Hokage-sama to put you in the team with Shikamaru or someone else, Kakashi said and noticed Sasuke and Sakura arriving. Naruto, how do you arrive here before us? Sakura exclaimed, her hands clenched together and glaring at the red head. The young Uzumaki rolled his head and shook his head. I Shunsen Banshee, he replied, annoying Sakura. She raised her fist and tried to hit Naruto but stopped when Naruto turned his cold blue eyes at her. She felt a shiver in her whole body and felt cold, her heart started beating in her throat. Without saying another word, Sasuke sat at the center, and Sakura was at his right, looking at the brooding Uchiha with hearts in her eyes. So I guess you three are going to my squad from now on, huh? Well, how about we introduce ourselves, maybe share some likes, dislikes, hobbies. Okay, well, how about you go first, then sensei, Sakura piped in. Okay, I am Hatake Kakashi, I have no intentions of telling you my likes and dislikes. As for my dream, he drifted off before snapping back to his students, I have few hobbies. Naruto snickered at his sensei's response. Your turn, Pinky. Well, I like, she said as she turned to look at Sasuke, I dislike, Naruto baka. My dreams are, she continued to stare at Sasuke, and then giggled when she said, and my hobby is. Oh great, all three men thought, mentally face-palming. My dream is, she said again, looking at Sasuke, she giggled and blushed at her face. Naruto and Sasuke shook their heads at her idiomaticity, while Kakashi thought why and how exactly she became a genin. Still, knowing that her mother is in civil council, he shouldn't be surprised. Well, you next, Emo. Sasuke looked annoyed by his nickname but decided to just get on with it. My name is Sasuke Uchiha, I like a few things, and I dislike a lot of things like fangirls and people who whine all the time. My dream know what I will achieve is to kill a person, restore my clan and make my parents proud of me, he stated, and half of his face looked covered by a shadow. Naruto understood he wanted to kill Itachi, while the redhead seemed to notice the worried crease appear on Kakashi's face, then it was his turn. You next, Naruto. Since it was his introduction, Naruto decided to say his full name. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Senju Namikaze, I like. But your name is Uzumaki Naruto baka. Geez, how are we going to survive when you can't even get your name right? Sakura interrupted, chest puffed out proudly to know she'd gotten another one up on the baka Naruto. Actually, Sakura, that was my mother's last name, I learned that my father's surname was Namikaze. But I've only ever heard of one Namikaze living in Konoha City, and that was the Yondaime Hokage. She drifted off as the two academy graduates stared at Naruto dumbfounded. Yep, the Yondaime was my dad. Sakura looked perplexed while Sasuke had just a raised eyebrow. Before he could get cut off again, Naruto quickly continued, anyway, my likes are ramen, learning new techniques, learning fuinjutsu, having friends. Ashara-chan and Fu-chan. My dislikes are people who assume they are better than others, those who can't tell the difference between a kunai and a scroll. I dislike traitors and rapists, and my dream is to rebuild my homeland, restore my clan, and make my parents proud. My hobbies include fuinjutsu, training, reading, and cooking. Oh, and can you not tell anyone who my dad was? I wanted you guys to know because you're my team M, but I don't want heaps of other people to know yet. Kakashi wondered what exactly Naruto meant with, rebuild my homeland. Sasuke looked interested when Naruto mentioned that he wanted to restore his clan. Kakashi nodded, yes, that is wise, I hope you heed these words, the Junin said to the other. Yes, what I was going to say was that tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., I want you to meet me at Training Ground 21 for your final examination before becoming permanent genin in this squad. And don't eat breakfast beforehand. What? Sakura exclaimed, I thought we'd already passed and graduated, wasn't that what the academy was for? This girl is really annoying me, and I hope I can somehow return her on track before she dooms herself or a friend. Yes, but you still need to pass this final test if you want to be shinobi of Konoha. He said before disappearing in a whirl of leaves. Naruto stood up and turned to his teammates. I will eat breakfast. It sounded more like advice than an order, Naruto stated before disappearing. Sasuke noticed what Naruto said and decided to listen to his advice. But before he could go away, Sasuke-kun, do you want to hang out? Sakura asked, blushing heavily. No, Naruto. He soon reached his home, walking inside the compound. I'm home, Naruto said, smiling. Shizune came. First, she gave him a big hug, that Naruto returned. "It's good to have you here, Naruto. Tsunade is still in the hospital working," she replied. "Well, I will go to my room to study," Naruto stated before he left. The redhead reached his room and quickly returned to his seal, trying to get it to work. That night multiple explosions happened in Naruto's room. Tomorrow, Naruto was leaning against a tree, writing on a blank paper. Sakura ran over to Sasuke, not paying the slightest amount of attention to the fact that Naruto was there. Still, before she could start harassing him, Kakashi appeared in a swirl of leaves, his face planted in a book that Naruto by now knew was Ika Ika. Naruto couldn't understand why so many people read the book. Every old guy he knew was a pervert. "Okay, guys, today you have to pass a test to see if you truly have what it takes to be Genin of Konoha. If you do not pass this test, it is within my rights to send you back to the academy or remove you from the program altogether." At this, both Sasuke and Sakura looked shocked and betrayed that Konoha would do such a thing. Naruto, however, had a stern expression, thinking over what had been said so far. "I have here 2 bells. I'd like you to do your best to take them from me. Whoever doesn't have a bell in 3 hours will not pass." "But sensei, they are 2 bells, and we are 3 genin," Sakura interjected. "I see you can count, Sakura. It means one of us will have to return to the academy," Naruto stated with a cold tone that impressed even Kakashi. Sakura looked shocked and perplexed, while Sasuke looked confused. "Naruto's right, Sakura. One of you will return," Kakashi said, confirming what Naruto told as accurate, and then put a clock at the top of a wooden pole. "Alright, well, can we begin, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked, and gone was the humorous tone and now was changed to serious. "You may," he said, turning his attention back to Ika Ika. All 3 genin disappeared immediately, leaving Kakashi alone. His eye looked around to notice Sakura against a bush, close to him. Sasuke had climbed up a tree and was staring at him, and just as he predicted, he couldn't detect Naruto anywhere. "Well, Naruto, I hope you go easy," the white-hair shinobi murmured under his breath before deciding to go after Sakura first. Meanwhile, Naruto stood at the top of a tree using his godfather's camouflage jutsu not to be detected. "There's no such thing as 2 genin teams, that means the test is something else," Naruto thought out loud. He knew his big brother liked strong teamwork in a group. Hell, most of the jonin had their test revolves around teamwork. He punched his palm. "I see you want us to work together," he whispered before jumping in the ground and deciding to see if Sakura or Sasuke would agree to work together. While this was happening, Sakura was busy running around the forest screaming, "Sasuke-kun" at the top of her lungs. She couldn't wait until she found her Sasuke-kun. She knew her true love was around here somewhere. Together they would defeat Kakashi-sensei, both graduating and leaving Naruto Baka in the dust. As she was running, Sakura heard a sound behind her only to see Sasuke slowly walking behind a tree. She beamed and was about to get closer when she saw her Sasuke-kun having several arrows piercing his back in horror. A few had pierced him and came out through his stomach. She could see blood leaking out of his stomach and chest. Blood poured out his mouth, and his teeth were red from blood, his ears and nose dripping blood, his face pale like milk. His eyes were bleeding, and his right eye had almost pooped out where she could see the tiny veins around the sclera of the eye. His left eye had almost gone upwards, inside his head. "SS Sakura Ruen ta tak take nar Naruto," he tried to say before his body caught on flames and started burning. His skin turned black from the fire like coal, scorching him. His eyes burned from the fire, his hair burned, and Sasuke fell to the ground burning. Sakura started screaming, falling to the ground and throwing her arms and legs around. Sasuke heard a scream and knew that it was Sakura. Arriving, she saw her kicking and screaming. Kakashi-sensei stood close to her, shaking his head. Sasuke quickly attacked Kakashi with several kunais and shurikens from behind from a nearby tree. Kakashi, of course, dodged the attack by using Kawarimi no Jutsu, after which Sasuke then engaged Kakashi in a taijutsu battle, where Sasuke showed impressive taijutsu skill in fighting against Kakashi by pushing him back and having him on the defensive. Although when one looked closely, one could quickly tell that Kakashi was only playing with Sasuke and wasn't taking him seriously. Realizing this, Sasuke jumped away and threw several more kunai at Kakashi, who skillfully dodged them. Although as he did, He fell for a trap that Sasuke had laid out for him, where several more kunais and shurikens were fired at him from a nearby tree when Sasuke cut the rope line with one of the kunais that he had thrown at Kakashi a moment ago and activated the trap. As Kakashi dodged the kunais and shurikens, Sasuke quickly raced over to Kakashi and once again engaged him in a taijutsu battle, but as Kakashi blocked all of Sasuke's hits, he quickly realized that Sasuke wasn't just attacking, he was trying to get close to him so that he could grab one of the bells. Whereupon, realizing this, Kakashi saw that Sasuke was about to grab one of the bells on his sides. Seeing this, Kakashi quickly jumped away in time, where Sasuke was only able to touch one of the bells. At the near capture, Kakashi sighed slightly with relief. Well, now that was close. This kid is fierce, and I have to admit he does have a lot of talent as well, he thought. After nearly getting the bell, Sasuke decided to take things up a notch, where he quickly did a few hand seals and then cried out Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique, where he expelled from his mouth a massive orb of roaring flame. When the massive fire hit Kakashi, Sasuke quickly ran over to him as the flames died to get the bells. Unfortunately, when Sasuke got to the spot, he could not find Kakashi. Where did he go? Behind me, above, thought Sasuke as he looked all around each direction for any sign of the Jonin-sensei. Looking for me, said Kakashi as he grabbed Sasuke's right leg from underground as he used Doden, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, earth style, double suicide decapitation technique, and pulled him underground, leaving just Sasuke head above ground. After which, Kakashi came out from the ground and kneeled at Sasuke, who was glaring at him and angry at being humiliated in this way as he could not move. Hello there, Kakashi said innocently, looking down at Sasuke, who glared at him. Kakashi-sensei, you're a bold one, Kakashi replied, I smiling at him. Before anyone could say anything else, Kakashi saw red chains coming from a bush. He recognized them and jumped upwards towards a branch. They reached very close to his leg, and he landed on the branch only for the tree to have several paper bombs. Shit! A massive explosion happened. Kakashi came out from his hiding spot after his clone got destroyed. He saw Naruto had rescued Sasuke since the hole was empty now. He rubbed his hair and knew it was fun while it lasted, but wondered if Sasuke and Sakura would work with Naruto. Away from him, Sasuke saw Sakura still on the ground, probably unconscious. Naruto put his hand on her forehead, and she immediately stood up, and her eyes widened. She had tears streaming down her cheek. But when her eyes landed on Sasuke, Sasuke-kun, she screamed and threw herself at him. Sasuke tried desperately to get her away from him. You're alive, thank God you're alive, she screamed, still crying. Enough with this Sakura, it was a simple E-rank genjutsu, for crying out loud. Now we need to work together to grab the bells from Kakashi-sensei, Naruto stated with a stern tone and his eyes ice cold. Both Sakura and Sasuke fell silent and decided to listen to whatever Naruto wanted to say. Later, Kakashi stood leaning against a tree. He knew Naruto alone was good enough to fight him and get the bells, but Naruto had most likely understood the hidden meaning of the test. His eyes turned to see Sasuke coming out from the trees, running head straight towards him as he was waiting. Kakashi pulled the book away and decided to see what he wanted to do. Sasuke grabbed a kunai and threw it at his feet, only for it to explode. Kakashi jumped away in time and knew Naruto must be nearby, only for Sakura to throw a few shurikens that landed far from him. For a moment, Kakashi thought their plan had failed, but he felt heavy, very heavy. He looked up to see a gravity seal around him. Sakura smirked. Wind style. Shuriken Hurricane. Naruto threw a small shuriken enhanced with wind chakra that transformed into multi-shuriken. Kakashi used all his strength to jump away and landed on the ground, far away from the dangerous shurikens. Fire style. Fireball. Wind style. Great breakthrough. A huge wind made of fire flew towards him with medium Jonin speed. Kakashi smiled behind his mask and the clone burned. The real Kakashi showed up behind Naruto and Sasuke, only for the clock to start ringing. Looks like the time is over. Kakashi started smiling and led them to the 3 tree poles in the middle of the training yard. After they arrived, it seems you lost, Kakashi said, smiling only for Naruto to pull out the bells from his hand. Both Sasuke and Sakura looked shocked at him while Kakashi thought it was too good to be true. Aha, how when did you take them? Kakashi asked nervously. When my chakra chains touched your leg, he answered, smiling brightly. Kakashi understood it since he used the clone after jumping away, but not before the chains attacked him. Well, to who are you going to give your bells? Kakashi asked with a firm tone. Naruto looked at them before shrugging his shoulders and throwing the bells at Sakura and Sasuke. Are you sure, Naruto? This means you have to return to the academy, he stated emotionless. Naruto just nodded his head without thinking twice. Sasuke glanced at the bell in his hand before he looked up at Naruto. We took the bells because of you, you should have mine, Sasuke suddenly stated and threw his to Naruto, who smiled. Sakura looked conflicted about what to do. Before anyone could do anything else, Kakashi gave them a thumbs up. I happily announce that you all pass, he said smiling. But Kakashi-sensei, you said that we would have to have a bell to pass the test and Sasuke doesn't, so why does he pass with us, asked a confused but hopeful Sakura. This is to see if you're willing to work together, to see if you can look underneath the underneath. For you see, in the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends and comrades are worse than scum. That's probably the most important lesson I can ever teach you as your sensei, which is why I want you to take it to heart. Kakashi then turned and looked at the memorial stone. You see this stone next to us, this stone is the memorial stone, it lists all of the shinobis of this village that were killed in the war, and my teammates are on this stone along with my sensei the Yondaime Hokage, as they all died in combat. I come to this place every day, and every time I come here this place it makes me think about the mistakes I've made in the past, and I've made a lot. This is why I'm telling you to help and support one another and your other comrades as you will need them when the time comes and to avoid the mistakes that I have made in the past. Soon Naruto walked to the memorial stone and said a small prayer. Kakashi smiled at him and rubbed his red hair before turning to the two others. Now from tomorrow, we will start our missions as Team 7. The forest was singing with the song of birds. Suddenly, a shadow jumped fast from tree to tree, followed by two larger shadows. The small shadow jumped faster and hid behind a bush. The two big shadows looked around, trying to find the damn cat. While all this was happening, a shadow was staring at the cat, his blue eyes looked like ice. Are you in position, Pinky? Kakashi asked, bored. I'm not Pinky, and yes, I'm in position, she shouted, annoyed by the nickname. I'm in position too, and don't you dare use that nickname, Sasuke suddenly said, not wanting to hear his sensei right now. Very well, Emo, Kakashi whispered with a chuckle. Sasuke grunted in annoyance but decided to ignore it for now. Naruto, you there? Kakashi asked the redhead but was met with silence. Even Sakura and Sasuke found this strange. Kakashi was about to ask again when the young Uzumaki spoke. Got the cat, he suddenly said. They all exchanged looks before dropping down and seeing the devil. Tora, in Naruto's hands, he was softly caressing her, and she purred at his touch, her eyes closed and enjoying the moment. Kakashi had a raised eyebrow since he didn't remember anyone else ever to be able to have any chance to touch the cat without the risk of losing an eye. But knowing Naruto's bright aura and the way how animals, in general, felt relaxed in his presence, he shouldn't be that much surprised. Sasuke looked surprised but didn't care much about the stupid cat, and he was sure that cat was an evil spawn. Sakura, on the other hand, looked surprised and annoyed. How can you do that? She exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Naruto, whose eyes suddenly became red. Sakura felt her knees weak by his gaze and shut her mouth. Tora screeched at Sakura. Kakashi sighed, bored of Sakura, who keeps trying to undermine Naruto. He really didn't understand what Hokage-sama was smoking when he decided to put Sakura in Team 7. The young Uzumaki had tried to help the Banshee, but no results. Sakura, you have to stop chasing Sasuke. She had just turned up to training with Naruto late, once again because of a hunt for Sasuke, who had unsurprisingly eluded her. She had no idea where he kept going. Why, you want me to date you, do you? Sorry, well, it's not going to happen, she said spitefully, thinking of Sasuke. Naruto laughed out loud at her words and slapped his knees. After calming down, he looked up at her. Why would I care for your attention? I mean, seriously, you keep trying to undermine and talk all the time about how awesome Sasuke is. Why would someone ever in my place want your attention? Naruto asked with a hint of irritation. Sakura kept quiet and slowly lowered her head in shame and embarrassment. You can do whatever you want, Sakura, but if you wanted to become a shinobi just to be with Sasuke and no other reason, then you're pathetic, he said with a cold tone that could freeze an ocean. Hokage Tower. Soon they returned to the Hokage to announce that they completed their mission to chase the devil cat. Tora was quickly snatched by a woman who bone-crushed the poor cat. Naruto felt bad for Tora while she desperately tried to return to the hands of Naruto. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," she said, gave the old Hokage money, and left through the big door. Sakura smirked at the torture the poor cat was receiving while Sasuke kept a stoic face and not really showing that he enjoyed her punishment after hours of chasing her all around the village. "We are ready for another mission." Kakashi-sensei started looking at the Hokage. Naruto turned to the Hokage when they heard a scream. Everyone turned to see Tora running away and the woman desperately calling her name. "Or you can just catch Tora again," Sarutobi stated with a smirk but met with denial by the new genins. "No," the three genins shouted at the same time. The old Hokage laughed at their response, fully expecting it by them. "Don't worry, I still remember Tobirama-sensei forcing my team and me to chase after her," he stated, earning a surprised look from everyone in the office. Even Kakashi looked surprised by his raised eyebrow. "Wait, how old is that cat?" everyone suddenly asked. Even Sasuke couldn't believe that cat to be that old, but remembering her speed and her ways of avoiding them for so many hours. Sarutobi raised his hands. "Well anyway, that's not really important," he stated with a slight smirk on his face. The old Hokage then grabbed a few letters in front of his desk. "Well, you can help this old man who needs help with his garden, or paint this wall for this new restaurant, or you. How about a real mission this time, Gigi? Like AC rank?" Naruto interjected the Hokage, tired of doing the chores these people called missions. Sakura was quick to scold Naruto. "Naruto, show respect to Hokage same." Surprisingly, she didn't try to hit him. "Must have scared her back there," he mused. "Naruto," Iruka spoke with a frown, "you can't demand missions like that. Genin teams have to do D-rank missions for 2 to 3 months before they get qualified for C ranks. And even then they're Jonin-sensei." Hiruzen cut Iruka off with a gentle chuckle. "It's okay, Sakura-chan. He has called me that ever since he was little." Sakura's eyes widened a bit in surprise, as did Sasuke's. They didn't know Naruto was so close to the Hokage to the extent of calling the man a grandfather figure. Hiruzen turned towards Kakashi. "Kakashi, do you think your team is ready for AC rank mission?" The Jonin put the finger on his chin, acting like he was thinking about it. The Jonin knew Naruto was more than ready and decided to just go on with it. "Sure they are, Hokage-sama," he stated proudly. Sasuke smiled while Sakura looked insecure about it. Iruka took a step forward and was ready to protest when the old Hokage raised his hand to stop him. "Very well, you can have this C rank, to protect this bridge builder," Hokage stated before turning his head to a door in the office. Called Tazuna inside. The door revealed a man holding a bottle of alcohol that was already half empty, his cheeks red from drinking. His eyes looked at the young genin in front of him, his eyes filled with disappointment. "I asked for actual shinobi, not kids who need someone to look after them," he started, taking another drink from his bottle. Sasuke looked annoyed by his words. "That's funny, coming from someone who clearly doesn't understand that age is not important when it comes to being a shinobi," Naruto suddenly said in a kunai in front of his throat. Tazuna felt a shiver and couldn't dare even move his head to see who was behind him. He felt a cold sweat run down his forehead. Now, Naruto, no need to threaten our customers," Kakashi said, trying to ease the tension in the room. Naruto just smiled before appearing in front of his team. Tazuna touched his neck to see if there was any blood, but surprisingly there wasn't. Turning his eyes to the team, he noticed the boy's red hair. Despite being drunk, he could have sworn he had seen that shade of red before but couldn't quite put a finger where. "They will do. I need to go to the wave country," he said, and the genins turned to their sensei. "The front gate. 1 hour," he stated before disappearing, followed by the redhead. Naruto. He reached his compound and started gathering everything he might need in the mission. He knew Shizune-chan and Tsunade-ba-chan were most likely working in the hospital, so he decided to leave a letter for them. Grabbing soldier pills and sleep pills, he sealed them in a scroll and grabbed kunai, shurikens. Last he grabbed food and sealed it in his scrolls. His sword tightened to his back. Naruto's thoughts went to the mission, and he knew Uzushiogakure was close to the wave. He wondered if he could sneak in during the mission or maybe ask Kakashi-sensei for permission to visit his homeland. Deciding to think about it when they reach wave, he wore his sandals and shunshin to the gate. Sasuke. He grabbed his bag and started putting food, bottles with water, a few soldier pills, and started putting his weapons. He glanced at the scroll on the table and decided to leave it there and start training again after he returned. Finally closing the bag, he left through the door and turned to look at his home. He put his hands together and said a small prayer before locking his house and going to the front gate. Sakura, she put a hairspray on her bag, looked at the food on the table, and decided to grab a few cans that had low-fat food. She grabbed 3 cans and did the math in her head, that was more than enough. She wouldn't need more than that. Sakura put another hairspray, her items needed for her hair to look pretty, and decided to go to the main gate. The main gate, Kakashi waited for his team to arrive. Tazuna was staying close to him, looking impatient. But Kakashi could see more to this situation but decided to ignore it. For now, the man was probably just nervous. Jonin knew his team was ready for AC rank, especially Naruto and probably Sasuke. His team had its ups and downs since they first started doing missions. Kakashi had first started by teaching them teamwork. Surprisingly, Sasuke had somehow agreed to follow Naruto's lead and work together. Sakura didn't do much, which concerned Kakashi. He encouraged her to train, but she did the bare minimum in that department. He sighed and thought of ways to do something better. Perhaps making them complete D missions without his help could be beneficial. He decided to consider it after returning. Sasuke had made progress in teamwork but still couldn't stop thinking about killing Itachi. Kakashi understood his motivations, but he knew that revenge would destroy everything and gain nothing in return. The satisfaction of killing him wasn't worth it. Kakashi thought and turned to see Naruto appearing in front of him. Tazuna couldn't understand how they could do that but decided not to ask since he would most likely understand nothing and just receive a headache in the end. "I'm ready, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto started putting his hands behind his head. Kakashi noticed his lack of a bag but knew Naruto preferred scrolls instead of S bag. Soon Sasuke and Sakura arrived. Sakura put her hands on her knees, breathing heavily. Sasuke looked bored. She looked up to see Naruto without a bag pack. "Naruto, where's your bag?" she asked, pointing the finger at him. "I sealed my things in scrolls, much easier to travel," he stated, earning an approval nod from Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei. "If that's the case, seal my bag as well," she said and was about to hand him her bag. "No, if you want to do that, then learn how to seal it yourself," he stated and walked away from her. "Well, let's go," Kakashi said with a cheerful tone trying to make the mission look more fun. They soon started walking outside the village, and soon the village didn't look behind them anymore. Naruto liked and decided just to keep silent since he enjoyed it more. After almost 4 hours of talking of nothing but silence, Sakura seemed to sense the awkwardness, and she did not have the same problem as Naruto of finding a topic to talk about. Tazuna-san, you are from Wave Country, right?" Tazuna turned his head towards her. "Yeah, what about it? Do you have a ninja village in that country?" Surprisingly, Kakashi answered, "Actually, the Wave does not have a ninja village. Each of the elemental nations has its hidden shinobi villages. But the smaller countries don't have the resources to fund, let alone maintain their hidden village. Budget, people, missions, there are so many resources to account for that the smaller nations can't afford. So they prefer to hire ninjas from other countries." Tazuna nodded his head in agreement knowing their poor state. "What about Kurigakure? That village is close to Wave," Sakura asked, thinking why Tazuna had not asked for help from them. Naruto turned his head to look at her with a glare. "Is because of a civil war, Sakura. One day Mizukage suddenly decided to exterminate all people with bloodlines in the country, starting a civil war in the process," Naruto replied before Tazuna could. Sakura looked horrified that the cage that is supposed to protect the village was harming it. The girl kept quiet, not wanting to talk about it more. While walking, both Kakashi and Naruto noticed a puddle in the road. Naruto felt 2 chakras coming from the puddle. He grunted in annoyance but at the same time wondered why they were there. This was a C rank mission, and he knew none of them had any big bounty on his head, except maybe Kakashi, but the chakra in the puddle was medium Chunin chakra level at best. Deciding to wait, it didn't take long and from the puddle came out 2 masked shinobi that carried a bladed chain that tightened around Kakashi before cutting him to shreds. Sakura screamed. "One down." Naruto put his hand on the pommel of his sword. "Sakura, protect Tazuna," he yelled before rushing at the 2 ninjas. Before any of them could do anything, the redhead threw a kunai in the chains that blocked them in the ground. With a quick slash, he cut the arm of one of the attackers who screamed in pain, trying to hold the wound with his other hand as blood flew everywhere like rain. "Brother," the other one screamed but became silent when he just fell to the ground after Naruto hit him at the back of his head. He turned around to see Sasuke in front of Tazuna with a kunai in his hand, while Sakura stood in the same place shaking like a leaf, her eyes looking at the guy's arm in the ground. The redhead narrowed his eyes before turning to look at Kakashi-sensei, who came out from behind a tree. "Well done, Naruto and Sasuke, it is important always to protect the client," he said, glancing at Sakura before giving Tazuna a furious look. He marched in front of him and grabbed him by the throat. "I thought this was a C-rank mission, protecting you from bandits but not hired shinobi," he accused and pointed the finger at the Chunin-level shinobi that attacked them. Tazuna tried to free himself from his grip. I don't know why they attacked," he tried to say. Naruto sighed, bored. "Tazuna, I can feel when someone's lying. We are giving you one more chance, or we leave you in the road," he stated with a cold tone. Tazuna felt the key and nodded his head. Kakashi dropped him to the ground. "Have you heard of a man called Gato?" "I've heard of him," Naruto stated. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, silently asking to elaborate. "He is the owner of a shipping company. When I last read about him, he was among the top 15 richest of the nations. Suspected for criminal activity, but no proof," he said with his arms crossed. "The very same," Tazuna agreed. "Though now he is among the top 5. He came to Wave Country a bit more than 2 years ago. First, we didn't think anything about it, but soon he had bought up all the shipping industry of our nation. You see, Wave Country is an island, so we are dependent on shipping to get goods. But that wasn't the worst part. He used his monopoly to drain the country dry. The people live in poverty. Many lost their houses to Gato. Whoever protested was killed. He takes what he wants with his hired thugs, making sure nobody dares to oppose him. His shipping business covers his criminal activities. He deals with drugs, alcoholics, rare goods, even slaves. Everything and anything that brings him money. The only thing he fears is the bridge I'm building. If I finish my bridge, his monopoly will be rendered obsolete, and our country will be back in business because we will be connected to the mainland. So why didn't you just tell the truth to Hokage-sama?" Kakashi glared at him. "Hokage-sama would understand. In that case, after the mission was completed, you would pay a little every month until is fully paid or offer a deal amongst Wave and Konoha," Naruto suggested. Tazuna lowered his gaze, and he hadn't thought of it. Kakashi turned to look at his students. "This mission is now B rank, maybe even A rank. According to the rules we should return to the village," he stated, giving each of his students a glance to see what they thought of it. "We can do this, Kakashi-sensei. I never turned back and left people to suffer because of a maniac," Naruto stated with a smile on his face. Kakashi smiled back, already knowing what his little brother would say. He turned to look at Sasuke, who shrugged his shoulders. "I say we continue. We have you if anything is harder than we thought," he said, putting his hands on his pockets. That left only Sakura, who still looked terrified. I say we continue," she said, still not sure if that was the best choice. Kakashi nodded in agreement. "The demon brothers have a bounty on their head, Naruto," he stated, and Naruto nodded in understanding. He walked up to them and stabbed them in the head. Sakura closed her eyes, and tears slowly rolled down her cheek. After killing them, Naruto sealed their bodies in 2 different scrolls and turned to his team. "Let's go." After walking for days, they soon reached a coast. Since the demon brothers hadn't had any problems, that surprised both Naruto and Kakashi, who was sure someone else would attack them by now. They soon started making their way to Wave. Tanzo greeted the fisherman. The guy greeted Tanzo with a friendly smile but kept a wary eye at the shinobi team. After traveling for 2 hours, they soon reached the shore. Naruto saw the bridge while making their way here. He had to admit that he was impressed by the size of the bridge. "Good luck, Tazuna," the fisherman said and soon left. Kakashi turned to look at Tazuna. "How long before we reach your house?" he asked, trying to see if there was anything to worry about. "Almost there. We will reach it within 3 hours, he stated, and soon they started walking towards Tazuna's house. During all this, the team was quiet, but Naruto couldn't shake off a strange feeling in his stomach. It felt like someone was calling him. He couldn't understand it and spread his senses as far as possible but couldn't detect a living human anywhere nearby. The closer they got, the stronger the feeling. Unknown to Naruto, the seal on his stomach started glowing red and slowly growing. Kurama noticed it and used his chakra to stop the seal from whatever it was trying to do. The fox didn't know why it was reacting like that, but he didn't want to give it any chances. Naruto breathed in relief, and soon they were halfway to Tazuna's house. Suddenly he felt a chakra behind a tree. Without thinking twice, he threw a kunai enhanced with wind chakra. Everyone suddenly was on their guards. Naruto saw a white rabbit slowly walking away. He narrowed his eyes. "See, Naruto, you almost hurt an innocent bunny," Sakura shouted, but the redhead was in no mood to hear her. "Down!" Both Kakashi and Naruto screamed. The redhead grabbed Sakura and Tazuna and threw them to the ground. A large sword suddenly flew and hit the tree near them. A man stood at the sword's handle, who had bandages covering his face from his nose to his throat. He wore bandages around his arms. His eyes are cold like ice. Naruto stood up, feeling the hidden person behind their new guest. To Naruto's surprise, he couldn't feel malicious thoughts coming from the hidden person but only from the first guest, and even from him weren't at the same level he usually gets from some of the stupid villagers. Kakashi walked in front of the team. "Kakashi Hatake, what an honor to be against you," the man stated with a smirk behind his mask. "Zabuza Momoichi." Kakashi slowly moved his hand to his forehead protector that covered his left eye. Naruto noticed it and smiled. "What do you want?" Kakashi asked warily, his eye not leaving Zabuza. The missing nin chuckled darkly before pointing the finger at Tazuna. "I'm here for the bridge builder. Give him to me, and none of your small children will have to die," he stated in releasing a tiny bit of his ki, making both Sasuke and Sakura shake, while Naruto just brushed it off since Kurama could produce 10 times more ki on his sleep. He walked and stood beside Kakashi. "I'm sorry to break it to you, but it is our mission to help Tazuna, so can you peacefully leave us, mummy?" Naruto stated, holding the pommel of his katana. Zabuza narrowed his eyes in annoyance but was impressed that the kid didn't look affected by his ki. "I'm afraid that won't happen anytime soon, kid," he started, jumping in the water nearby. Kakashi moved his forehead protector upwards and revealed his fully matured Sharingan. "The Sharingan so early, I'm honored. I have read about you during my time as an Anbu, everyone calls you Kakashi of the Sharingan," he said coldly before doing hand signs. Sasuke immediately grew interested and wondered why his sensei would have the Sharingan. He knew Kakashi wasn't of his clan, or maybe someone gave it to him. Or did he steal it? "Naruto, stand close to Sasuke and Sakura and protect them," Kakashi ordered. Naruto nodded in agreement and stood in front of Tazuna. His katana on his hand is covered in wind chakra. Hidden mist technique. Naruto. He could see the fear in Sakura and Sasuke's eyes, and they looked terrified of Zabuza. The redhead couldn't blame them, he was sure he would have been in the same situation if he hadn't trained. Naruto saw the mist slowly spreading. Usually, this would be terrible news for them. Zabuza was an expert of silent kill, and killing in the fog was something he had done his whole life. The jutsu itself was impressive, being able to change the battleground to his advantage. That was one of the most important things in battle. A shinobi needs every advantage in his side. Before the mist could get foggier, Naruto did hand signs. "Wind style. Great breakthrough," Naruto shouted and left out a vast and strong wind that moved the whole mist away, making the battleground in their favor again. Zabuza was slowly revealed standing in a tree close to their location, his eyes narrowed and glaring at the redhead for ruining his jutsu. He clenched his teeth, glaring at the kid. Before he could do anything, Kakashi showed up in front of him with a kunai in his hand. Zabuza blocked his attack with Kubikiribocho, his eyes glaring at the Jonin before jumping away and in the ground. Zabuza knew not having the favor of the mist was terrible enough, and Kakashi wasn't a known Jonin around the world for nothing. He gripped the handle of the sword with all his strength before rushing towards the Jonin. Kakashi blocked his swing with his kunai. The strength was enough to make him take a step away. Zabuza moved his hands away before swinging again with more strength, and this time, his sword cut through the kunai and sliced through his chest only for him to pop. Zabuza moved in time to avoid an attack from behind. He turned to see Kakashi again. Zabuza swung his sword, trying to cut down the Jonin, but his Sharingan kept helping him. They kept fighting and fighting, blow after blow, only using taijutsu and kenjutsu. Zabuza took 3 steps back before rushing at Kakashi and, with all his strength, pierced through the kunai only for Kakashi to turn into water. Zabuza's eyes widened when he felt a grip on his neck, and 2 kunai pierced the skin of his neck, only for water to come out of his neck, and the whole body turned into water. Kakashi saw a hidden Zabuza suddenly behind his team. ready to slice Tazuna in half. Zabuza raised his sword high, ready to kill the bridge builder. He swung down, but his sword was stopped only a few centimeters away from the shoulder of the bridge builder. He clenched his teeth tightly that draw blood from his lip. He glared, seeing a katana blocking his swing. His eyes slowly the redhead with katana on his hand, and his blue eyes looked like the ice of Haku. Zabuza tried to use more strength in his arms but was surprised to see the genin was holding his ground. Take Tazuna away, Naruto yelled before he channels wind chakra on his katana. His sword slowly started cutting through the thick metal of his giant blade, much to the surprise of the mummy. He jumped away from Naruto and started doing hand signs, immediately followed by Naruto. They finished looking at each other. Water style, dragon water. Water style, twin dragon. The water slowly grew and shaped like dragons. The water raised high above the water. Naruto's jutsu collided with his and overpowered him, and the second water dragon hit him head-on. Zabuza was thrown against a tree. With too much strength, that almost ripped the tree from the ground. He regained his composure and stood above water, seeing Naruto slowly walking towards him. "You're good for a genin kid," Zabuza commented, raising his sword and pointing it towards Naruto, who had his sword in his right hand. As an honor to receive such compliment from one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Naruto stated, his voice firm. Zabuza had to give the kid credit for his tone. He sounded like a real shinobi instead of a green kid who faints from the first drop of blood. Zabuza looked at his sword again and recognized the pommel in the blade. The phoenix symbol is at the tip of the sword. His eyes looked at his long red hair. "Hey, where did you get that sword?" Zabuza asked with a hint of dread in his tone, remembering the Red Death of Konoha exceptionally well. "The sword belonged to my mother," Naruto replied. Held the sword with pride. Zabuza's eyes widened. Doing a double check, he knew he should have recognized the red hair of the Uzumaki, and his face was similar to hers. He knew Uzumaki wasn't known just for their seals but for their talent in kenjutsu as well. Hell, Kushina alone was strong enough to battle the 7 swordsmen of the mist and come out on top. "If that's the case, then let's settle this like swordsmen," he stated before raising his sword again. His breathing had slowly grown. Kakashi was standing close to them and was about to intervene when Naruto nodded and pointed his sword at Zabuza. Without a second hesitation, both rushed towards each other and clashed their swords, Naruto's sword still channeling. With wind chakra, Zabuza backed away and started rolling his sword around, forcing Naruto to keep his distance from the blade. He kept moving his blade around, making sure not to leave the reed any opening. Naruto faked tripping, and Zabuza noticed it and suddenly stopped and slammed his sword where Naruto was. Still, Naruto moved to his right in time and was about to slice his head when Zabuza used the extended pommel of his sword to block his attack before jumping away. Naruto narrowed his eyes and channeled more chakra in his sword and jumped high in the air. Zabuza kept his focus on him and wondered what he wanted to do. "Wind slash," he yelled, and a huge wind-shaped blade flew towards him. The wind blade flew at Zabuza with such frightening speed that Zabuza just managed to avoid the deadly technique, although it did manage to cut his leg slightly as a cut appeared on his leg and the side around his bone started to bleed slightly. But what was most shocking to Zabuza was that the blade of wind continued past him and had cleanly cut right through 2 trees that were behind him. Zabuza landed on the ground, thinking, how can a genin be these good? Either Konoha had started training their genins to the ground to become the strongest, or this one was just this good. Zabuza didn't have time to catch his breath when Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him. His body looked engulfed in chakra, and his speed had increased. Zabuza barely raised his blade in time to block the first attack, but suddenly another Naruto showed up behind him and punched him in the chest. Zabuza immediately felt a sharp pain on his chest and knew the kid had broken his ribs. Zabuza flew fast and hit a tree with such strength that it almost went through it, his body feeling weak. Zabuza felt the pain in his chest and knew he was in trouble. He looked up and saw the kid in front of him ready to deliver the final blow when suddenly 2 Senbon needles pierced his neck, and Zabuza fell to the ground. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the newcomer, knowing full well he had been hiding from the very beginning. "Thank you for capturing him for me." The person had long black hair along with a slender frame. The outfit was Kurigakure pinstriped, which stopped at his knees. There was a brown sash around the waist with a tail wrapped around twice. But the most identifying thing about the person was the mask they wore. It was white with thin, curved eye holes and a red wavy design in place of the mouth and the Kurigakure symbol etched in the top. The person was a hunter nin. The person wanted to move towards the body when Naruto moved forward and put his fingers on his neck, acting as if he was checking a pulse. Without his knowledge, Naruto put an empty seal on his neck. After a few seconds, Naruto backed away and turned to look at the hunter Nin. "He's dead," he said before walking away. The Anbu grabbed Zabuza and disappeared, leaving Naruto and Kakashi. The Jonin found the whole thing suspicious but decided to ignore it for now. "Let's go to Tazuna's house." Kakashi started walking. Naruto decided to follow him. Soon they reached the others. They told them that Zabuza was dead, and Kakashi told Tazuna to lead them to his house. Soon they reached a place. "Tsunami, open the door," Tazuna said, knocking on the front door. The door opened to reveal a young woman who looked relieved and happy. "Father, is good to see you," she said, smiling and hugging him. The old man hugged her back before turning his head to the team behind him. "These people are with me, make sure to prepare rooms for them," Tazuna said gratefully that the team had accepted to help him. Tazuna immediately bowed her head. "Thank you for helping my father," she said, grateful and opening the door wider. "Not a problem, miss," Kakashi replied and walked inside, followed by his genins. "This is a beautiful house you have here," Sakura said, looking inside. "Thank you," Tsunami said and walked upstairs to fix the rooms for their new guests. Naruto saw a little kid glaring at them, sitting at the beginning of the stairs. Naruto could feel the hatred inside the kid, but that wasn't directed towards them. Well, not all the hate. Naruto felt terrible for the kid and hoped to help the place regain their wealth and get rid of Gato. Kakashi sits in a chair, his head resting on the back of the chair, his eye closed. Sakura sits close to the table, and her eyes roam around the house while Sasuke is checking something on his backpack. Naruto noticed the picture of a man on the wall, and he didn't question who he was since it could be something personal. After a while, Tsunami walked downstairs. "The rooms are ready," she informed them. Kakashi and Sakura stood up, ready to head upstairs to rest from a long road. "Mother, why are these people here? They are going to die," the kid said, looking up at his mother. Naruto stopped walking and turned to glare at him. "I'm sorry to break it to you, but I won't die anytime soon." Naruto started smiling. The kid's glare grew, his teeth clenched. "Don't be stupid, you all will die from Gato," he yelled and ran upstairs to his room probably. "Inari waits," his mother said, trying to get him back, but a door was heard shutting from upstairs. Tsunami turned towards them with an apologetic look on her face, her hands clenched together in front of her chest. "Please forgive my son," she pleaded, looking at Kakashi, who just shrugged his shoulders. "No worries, miss, I understand his situation," he said and walked upstairs, followed by the others. Tomorrow. They woke up when the sunrise. Naruto knew Zabuza was still alive, but he was curious if they could be his allies. The man or woman, Naruto wasn't sure if the missing nin was a male or female, but that didn't matter now. Naruto could feel the chakra of the missing nin, but he could feel it. And it was cold. Kurama had told him that his sensing ability could even feel what chakra affinity someone had, but the chakra of the missing nin felt cold. He wondered if he perhaps had a bloodline. He decided to check it himself the next time they faced Zabuza. Naruto stood up and stretched his legs and arms. He walked downstairs and saw Tsunami working in the kitchen. "Good morning, Tsunami-san," he greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Naruto-san." Naruto walked outside and thought of the situation. He wondered if he could visit Uzushiogakure anytime soon. Naruto started his morning exercise and waited until the other woke up. Kakashi-sensei was the second to wake up, followed by Sasuke and Sakura. They were eating breakfast. Kakashi looked deep in thought while Sasuke looked rather impatient about something. "I hate to break it to you all, but I fear Zabuza might still be alive," Kakashi suddenly announced, surprising everyone except Naruto, who already knew it. "What do you mean, sensei? You said Naruto defeated him," Sakura exclaimed, looking at Kakashi. "I thought he might be dead. I was there, and the weapons the missing nin used were unusual." "He used Senbon needles that are not a weapon used by a missing nin," Kakashi replied and pointed two fingers at where the needles had pierced Zabuza's neck. "The missing nin didn't want to kill Zabuza. I'm sure he was there to help in case if things got tough for Zabuza to handle," Naruto added. "And the place he hit Zabuza is a place that can cause a near-death state. Your pulse is very low, almost can't be felt." Naruto finished pointing two fingers at the side of his neck. Sakura looked horrified that Zabuza was still alive while Sasuke had a slight smirk on his face. Tazuna gulped and slightly paled. The man was a demon and found it better to think that he wasn't a problem anymore. Don't worry about it, Sakura. Right now, we will start training, except you, Naruto. You will guard Tazuna, Kakashi stated and pointed at Naruto. He nodded in agreement, finding no problem with that. Sasuke looked eager to start training and couldn't wait. Soon Kakashi took Sasuke and Sakura to train. Naruto decided to help Tazuna. They reached the bridge. Tazuna, along with other men, started working on the bridge. Tazuna, can I help you? Naruto suddenly asked, since he could at least help them. Of course, kid, the more, the merrier, Tazuna replied, smiling. Naruto nodded before making hundreds of clones to help build the bridge. Tazuna forgot his mouth open for a few minutes before coming to his senses and murmuring something about shinobi's weird abilities. The original Naruto left and decided to look around Wave Country. Naruto was on his way back to the house when he heard a call for help coming from a nearby town. He got to the town as quickly as he could to see 5 bandits gripping none other than Tsunami. All of the bandits wore blue battle gear with swords attached to their backs. Shut up, bitch, you don't pay your taxes to Gato, then you'll have to pay us, said the bandit holding down Tsunami. Hey, the lady doesn't like that, said Naruto, who was on top of a building. Who do you think you are, brat? Said the bandit next to the one that was holding down Tsunami. Naruto vanished in a blur and was in front of the bandit that just spoke and sliced his throat. The bandit fell to the ground holding the neck with his hands, trying to stop the bleeding. He then turned quickly and slashed the one that was holding Tsunami's throat. He fell to the ground, gurgling up blood. Thank you, Naruto-san, said Tsunami. Don't thank me yet, said Naruto as he turned to the rest of the bandits who pulled out their swords. The first bandit ran at Naruto and attempted a downward slash. However, Naruto dodged to the left and stabbed the bandit in his stomach. He then flipped over him and took out a shuriken from his pocket. He threw the shuriken at the second bandit and hit him right between the ribs in the heart. Naruto landed and turned around to see the third bandit holding Tsunami with his sword to her neck. Make one move, and I'll slice her neck, said the bandit, who was shaking a little. Before he could react, the bandit was stabbed in the forehead by the kunai, previously in Naruto's hand. He fell to the ground, dead. Thank you so much, Naruto-san, said Tsunami, who ran up and hugged Naruto. It's no problem, said Naruto blushing a bit. I'll escort you home, said Naruto as he and Tsunami walked home. While walking home, Tsunami-san, do you think anyone around would get me to Uzushiogakure? Naruto asked, wondering if any boat would go in that place. Tsunami gasped at his question and shook her head. That place is forbidden to go, Naruto-san. Many people had gone and never returned, she said, concerned. Naruto sighed in knowing he would need to go walking on water until he reached Uzushiogakure. Hidden place. Zabuza was lying on a bed as Haku was checking his bandages. 3 of his ribs had been broken, thankfully no internal bleeding, but still it hurt like a bitch. Zabuza still couldn't understand how a genin had been able to best him, in Kenjutsu no less, but one thing Haku told him stuck in his mind. Zabuza-sama, I don't know if this was just a mistake on his part or not, but I can definitely say he hit you in a way to make sure you wouldn't die. Zabuza wondered what exactly that meant. Did the kid not take him seriously, or was there something else? He didn't know and decided to ignore it for now. You're healing, Zabuza-sama. Take it a week, and I'm sure you will be able to fight again, Haku said, smiling behind her mask. Zabuza grunted, seeing the mask. Remove the mask, Haku, he said with an emotionless tone. Haku removed the mask, showing her face. Zabuza liked it more to see her face rather than hiding her face behind a stupid mask. Are you going to fight them again? Haku asked, avoiding her master's eyes. She didn't want to admit it, but she didn't want her master to fight the team from the leaf again. Zabuza turned to look at her. She flinched slightly, afraid that she might have upset him. I have to, Haku, but don't worry next time. I won't underestimate the brat, Zabuza stated, looking at his wounds. Haku said nothing but just nodded her head, and she was about to ask for permission to go outside and check for herbs when she remembered something. Zabuza-sama, if you don't mind me asking, what is the Uzumaki clan? I have never heard of it, she said, looking downwards and avoiding her master's eyes. Zabuza was slightly surprised by the question. Uzumaki clan was a clan that lived in Uzushiogakure. Despite their insane abilities in Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu, they were known for being peaceful people. I can't remember in any book that said that they ever started any conflict, but maybe that was what killed them in the end, Zabuza-sama said and went and explained the slaughter. Iwa, Kumo and Kiri did to Uzushiogakure in Third Shinobi War. Haku couldn't help but feel pity for the boy that apparently was in Uzumaki, and she knew how it was to be the last one of a clan. You said something about the Red Death of Konoha, who was she? Haku asked, interested. Instead of annoyance or maybe anger, Haku saw respect in Zabuza's eyes. She was one hell of a swordsman, she alone would be able to defeat the likes of Kisame Hoshigaki, Zabuza said with respect on his tone. She had the chance to kill me once, but she spared me instead. She told me, you're still young, fight me again when you get stronger, Zabuza said. Haku smiled and decided to leave and find herbs for Zabuza-sama to heal him. Later, it was now sunset, and Sasuke had finally made it to the top of the tree. It had taken him the past 5 hours to get up there. He sighed in triumph. He had used up pretty much all of his chakras. He gulped a bit as a huge realization hit him. How was he to get down? No chakra meant no sticking to the side of the tree. Not sticking to the side of the tree meant he would have to climb down the usual way. Fortunately for him, the tree had very few branches to interrupt his fall to the ground. Sakura was at the base of the tree, cheering him on and getting on his nerves. He slowly began his descent to where a rabid pink-haired banshee awaited. Naruto had made a nice hole a while back to hide most of the debris he had made and was already back at the house helping Tsunami cook. Naruto left no proof behind that he had been training in the spot by the river, unless that is, you count the huge gaping holes filled with branches and mud. Yep, no one would ever know he was there. When Sasuke and Sakura had gotten back, the dinner was already on the table. Everyone had just sat down to eat when the two got in. I hope you all like it. It isn't much, but at least we won't go hungry. Tsunami said as she sat down at the table. Tazuna seemed to smile at the food in front of him. Naruto helped me out, and we only used half the food I thought we'd need. Naruto scratched his head upon having his name mentioned but smiled nonetheless. They all sat down to eat but Inari. It's all pointless. You can never win, only be stopped. And if you do, it's only temporary, Inari said, looking downward. You'll just end up dead like all the others. And I'm telling you, I won't go down that easily, Naruto said with a smile, trying to reassure the kid that everything would be alright. But instead, Inari slammed his hands on the table. No, you don't understand. People like you are that make me sick. You have been raised in a peaceful village your whole life. You don't know what it's like to know pain, he shouted but then saw a shadow on Naruto's face. He swore to see a fox glaring at him. Naruto's eyes turned red. Just what do you know you bastard? Naruto Kurama screamed and grabbed him by the collar and slammed him against the wall. Everyone froze from the amount of ki leaking from Naruto. You think you know pain, but you know nothing. I lived my whole life hated by the village for something I couldn't control, my parents dead since I was a baby. People would gather on my birthday to hunt me down. Me, a 4-year-old kid. They would insult and kick me out of shops wanting me to starve. They tried to kill me, and 2 times they almost did it. So do not tell me about pain, Naruto yelled and threw him to the ground. Naruto wait, Kakashi tried to call him back, but Naruto just slammed the door shut and left outside. While all this happened, everyone else had been silent. Kakashi-sensei was it true? Sakura asked, not wanting to know the answer. I'm afraid that's a watered-down version, Kakashi stated sadly. While all this was happening, a figure stood in the forest looking at the young Uzumaki leaving the house. His face was white like milk, and his eyes were purple. He had long white hair and a long white robe. Go in Uzushiogakure young Uzumaki, the figure whispered and disappeared from the view. Naruto turned his head around when he heard the strange voice. He looked around but couldn't see anyone, and neither could he sense anyone. Who was that?